Yeah, I mean, the good news is you got a great asset in Carl here that also was teammates with him and learned a lot from him, right? I mean,
Oh my gosh.
the gold standard in speed. Anytime you had a rough weekend, maybe your car wasn't right. First thing I would say was, what did Kyle have? Because he just was the person that you knew was going to bring it every single week. He was able to put his car in places that you didn't think he was going to come out of, and he came out on top. And so he just raised the game. He really pushed me to be better. And when I came into the sport, the short tracks was really my forte, and it was something that it was my strength. Coming from the short tracks of Virginia, I had never run on a mile and a half,
Coca-Cola 600.
Kyle was exceptional.
What is up, motherfuckers and party people? How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's having
it's the
a
bulk
good
of our
day.
schedule now.
I'm having
I know that
all right day.
the speed we show today is largely in part because
Just got
of
done crying.
the feel that Kyle Busch taught me on what a race-winning car feels
Just
like.
got done crying before I went live.
And Denny, along with that teammate driving you and teaching you, it was real easy to get on the wrong side of Kyle Busch. And I heard you talking about your last conversation that you had with him that time at Dover. I just wonder if you could talk to us about how special that was.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unexpected. I didn't know I was doing the appearance with him until it actually happened.
Should have made it to Coca-Cola 818.
It was a good opportunity for us.
So you want us to be here for 8 hours?
I've come off
8
of
hours.
Being on my podcast saying, maybe this, maybe that, and like Kyle Busch, he takes it personally, as he should, and says, see, I can still get it done. And I said, I'm proud of you. So, just an unbelievable talent. Our sport, he was the generational talent of my era.
Yeah, when I saw Bubba's
came in, it was
interview
you had the Tony Stewart's retiring, Jeff
that he was
Gordon's,
doing,
and
that
then
got
it
me
was
going.
Jimmy.
And
But Kyle was the
prime
one
piece that
throughout
Dale
the
Jr. did.
entire
That was
time
beautiful.
dominant.
That got
So
me
he
going.
was the gold standard as far as talent was concerned.
You and him both sort of had an evolution that was really similar in terms of fatherhood and just maturity.
We got 600 miles ahead of us tonight, guys. The Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. It is a 400-lap race around a mile-and-a-half racetrack. It comes out to 600 miles, the longest race in NASCAR, the longest race in stock car racing.
What I realized is that he's a lot
longest
younger than
race in
I was.
American motorsports.
And
Actually, that's not true.
The minute he met Samantha,
Rolex 24.
started a family,
IMSA.
I
IMSA does
realized
longer shit.
He is one of the best dads. He is committed to his kids, and I just saw a change.
Stage
in him.
breakdown for
I
today is
really
pretty
did.
easy.
I saw a change personally in how he treated
It's a
people.
400-lap
I think he
race.
had the
It's the only
perspective of his
race
kids.
that
It
has
softened the
4
peaks and
stages
the
instead of
valleys
3 stages.
of his,
So in a way, this
he
race is
wasn't
actually the most important
riding
race
or
of the
dying
season.
by his finish on any given weekend. Those kids
In a certain
brought
way, this is the most important race of the season because you can earn more points in this race than any other race.
And so we all have experienced that, and we know it firsthand.
Each stage is just even 100 laps, 4 stages, splits it up by quarters. It's like an NBA game.
Very well said, Denny. I know this is difficult, so thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and we wish you the best of luck tonight.
Fuel run is 61 to 68
Kyle
laps,
Busch,
so
Memorial Day weekend
in every
is
stage you will
also
have to pit
a
under
time
green
to honor the men
if it
and
goes
women
green.
who have died in service to our nation.
So Kyle would have won lots of racing. Damn right.
Now in its 8th year, Mission 600 pairs NASCAR drivers with U.S. military bases around the country to experience a day in the life of the men and women in the armed forces.
Gonna drink some beer?
This community and military outreach initiative was created through a collaboration between Charlotte Motor Speedway and Coca-Cola. This year, Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon, Daniel Suarez, and the Watermelon Man, the defending winner of the Coke 600, Ross Chastain, connecting with service members of all 6 branches of our military, serving as a patriotic pre-race salute leading into the Coca-Cola 600. Each car running today carries the name of a fallen service member on its windshield. Driving in place of Kyle, Austin Hill, and the number 33 RCR Chevrolet will carry the name of Matthew Donald Burns, who served with distinction as a special warfare operator first class with SEAL Team 5. There's a special bond between NASCAR and the military, and it's never been more evident than this weekend. Carl tells us more.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun night tonight. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be rough.
Every race
we gotta do
weekend
this.
surrounded by men and women who serve.
We all got a duty
These are the words of one of those men, my dear friend.
to move
US
on.
Army Sergeant
We
Joseph
can't
Albright.
really move on yet, but we gotta. It's the first step.
What is the meaning
We all gotta
behind
take it.
Memorial Day? It wasn't until I went to war
We
that
all
I
gotta take
truly
those first
understood.
steps.
It's not a day off. It's not meant to celebrate the living. It is a sacred day, established and reserved to honor the brave men and women who have sacrificed their lives in service to our country. A folded flag, an empty chair once filled, a name you trace with your fingertip and carry with you forever. That's what today feels like. Respect, gratitude, and a quiet so loud it shakes you. As the engines fire and 600 miles of thunder begin, you'll hear that silence. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of every soul we've lost. Hold it. Feel it. Let it remind you that someone is willing to fight and die for your right to be free. To the fallen, I salute you. To the families still carrying that weight, I wish you peace. We remember. Today, Memorial Day, every day.
Beautifully done, Carl. Thank you so much. Christopher Bell and the 20 team are honoring U.S. Army Chief Warrant Officer II Nicholas P. DeMona II and his son, U.S. Army Specialist Nicholas P. DeMona III, both of whom died in service.
The Burger King value menu lets you make the rules.
I decide how I keep it cool. Grand Freeze.
From chicken fries to the Whopper Jr. Build your $5 duo or $7 trio, now featuring Crazy Kings.
Over 250 years ago, we didn't like the taxes, so we dumped the tea. Now with the Ram Declaration of Deals, we're pledging our allegiance to the American people. 0% financing for 60 months on select 2026 models, or we'll cover your sales tax, plus no monthly payments for 90 days, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Nothing stops Ram.
Or purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
This is the race I look forward to most every year. It's my favorite race on the calendar. I know I've said it before.
Jack Links presents There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Links Duos.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes. You are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fanrewards.
Welcome back to Charlotte, where Mother Nature played with us a bit over the weekend, but we got the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race in last night. Ross Chastain won, and you see the 34 team of Lane Riggs this morning in the Craftsman Truck Series race with the bell, honoring the legend, Kyle Busch. In Indy earlier today, Kyle Busch was remembered during the 18th lap at the track, where he had so much success, 2 Brickyard 400s, and 8 years ago here winning the Coke 600.
Busch grew up dreaming of racing in NASCAR, dreaming of calling Charlotte home and winning right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Coming around the lead, 377th lap of the race. The Candyman comes. Kyle Busch gets it done in Charlotte. He has now won everywhere.
One of the best Coke 600 performances of all time. Kyle called that win a dream come true. The pre-race festivities continuing live here at Charlotte. Block hack.
Catherine Legg has made her way to the racetrack.
Catherine Legg's helicopter landing just moments ago, arriving from the Indianapolis 500. The first woman attempting.
Oh, she got here at 4:09. So.
Crashed out early at Indianapolis. Will not be able to complete all 1,100 miles. We know how difficult that is. But is preparing to at least run the 600 miles here in the 78 Live Fast Chevrolet tonight in the 67th running.
So yeah, I don't think she missed the driver's meeting at all. So I don't think she'll have to go to the rear.
Everyone's mind. And as we talk about the track, this is where we come to heal after such a difficult loss. And Carl, I'd like to think that your former teammate wouldn't want it any other way.
I think we owe another thank you to everyone who's come up here and honored Kyle. And we're going to honor Kyle for years to come, for generations. But I know Kyle well enough to know that he is up there looking down saying, come on, guys, let's get on with this race. And what a race it is. It is a crown jewel. It's difficult. It's going to serve us up so much entertainment, so much passion out of every one of these drivers and competitors. I think we've got a lot to look forward to.
Well, Danielle, if racing heals, we have a lot of healing in front of us because it's 600 miles. It really is the true test of where you stack up as a team because you have to be perfect all night long. You have to be perfect on pit road. Your restarts have to be on point. And, Carl, that communication between your crew chief and the driver to keep that car ahead of the adjustments all night to be in position to win like you did 11 years ago.
Well, and thankfully, up there, alongside Adam Alexander, we've got a crew chief in Letard and a driver in Dale Jr. that can tell us all about it. What you're going to see tonight, I believe, is what you've seen a lot of times in the Coke 600.
The average time of race is 4 hours and 21 minutes.
It's not going to be indicative of the end of the race. Things are going to happen. They're going to develop. I can't tell you how many times I was driving into the sunset here, running up front thinking, oh, I got this thing in the bag. Not the way this Coke 600 is going to end. A lot's going to happen between the start and the end in every stage.
Well, we talk about tests of a team. I feel like a team that really needs a shot in the arm is a 19 team. Those guys have the opportunity here to get a lot of points. But also, we talked about the rookies, Carl. Those guys could have a big day as well.
But whoever does have that big day is going to really forecast their strength in this championship. We come back to Charlotte again. It's a mile and a half. We end on a mile and a half this year. So everyone's really taking the temperature of the championship contenders here tonight.
We watched practice. We heard all the drivers complain how edgy these cars are. You have to stay mentally locked in, Carl, for 600 miles while you're dancing on razor blades with these cars over the extreme bumps into turn 3, carrying throttle through turn 1 and 2. These guys have their hands full tonight.
You just experienced those bumps, Corey, in the Craftsman Truck Series race this morning. They're no joke. Not a lot of track time for the Cup cars. They did get practice in Saturday, but with yesterday's qualifying canceled due to rain, we're lining them up by the metric. Tyler Reddick will start on the pole alongside his Toyota teammate Ty Gibbs.
Well, yeah, so win picks for tonight's race.
We'll be back as we count down.
I have Tyler Reddick, Jaden has Kyle Larson, and Dom has Denny Hamlin.
Whether you're a professional technician,
me and Dom's starting spots for this race. Where everybody buys a starting spot. It's like a thing at his work. Everybody buys a starting spot, and they randomly pick a starting spot. And if that driver wins,
to mechanics tool sets,
you get all the money. Everybody puts in $5.
Whatever you do,
I have first. Yes, my guy is the pole sitter, Tyler Reddick. So I'm doubling down on my win pick.
The 3 for me.
And Dom has 11th. That is, who's starting at 11th?
Good, but do you still get
oh, Denny Hamlin. So Dom's also doubling down.
And what about a bottomless drink? Sure, but answer this. Is Chili's Big Crispy sandwich bigger than McDonald's McCrispy? Oh, well, yeah, that is way bigger. So all of that deliciousness is still just $10.99? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Yeah, it does suck that this will be the only race with Carl.
We know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems.
So everybody
Go
knows that we
further
want more
with quality
Carl.
repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
Even Carl knows we want more Carl.
Jack Ryan, what do you know about Starlink?
Do you mean an unsanctioned black ops team designed for psychological warfare, assassinations?
Let's shut it down.
The Starlink has been resurrected.
The storm is coming.
You ready?
Let's go cause an incident.
Jack Ryan, Ghost War, rated R, now streaming on Prime Video.
Welcome to NASCAR.
Got a long night ahead of us.
Presented by Burger King.
Gonna be here for many hours. Weather is looking better.
Months ago, members
There's
of
Kurt.
Kyle Busch's family entering Charlotte Motor Speedway from left to right on your screen. His father, Tom, his mother, Gay, older brother and NASCAR Hall of Famer Kurt Busch, and his girlfriend, Lyda. On hand for the festivities tonight, Carl.
I can't explain why this is so special to me. Tom and Gay and Kurt have given so much to this sport. It's so special that they came. I know this doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but I could feel it earlier. We talked about it. I thought, I don't know how they're going to sit at home. For them to be here is such a show of strength. Braxton, Lennox, when you watch this 20 years from now, just remember who the Busch family is. The Busch family is fearless and brave. This is amazing.
I mean, Carl, I see the tears in your eyes. I get the lump in my throat myself just by watching that image there. But look at everybody standing behind them. I mean, we have the Bushes back. This is the community in which we love. We have a mutual respect for all of our competitors, and we lost a tremendous one.
Anybody out there who feels alone, you ever feel alone, you're ever suffering, don't ever be alone. It's not where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be with your community, with your friends, with your family. I'm so thankful the Busch family is out here tonight. This is beautiful.
This is a story developing
Here's Braxton.
live here as we see now Kyle's wife, Samantha, for the first time publicly since her husband's tragic passing on Thursday. Beside her, her son Braxton, who just turned 11 years old a few weeks ago. Now let's turn it over to the public address announcer, Brian Hammond.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NASCAR CEO, Steve O'Donnell.
No one ever feels fully prepared to speak at a moment like this. And I think we can all agree that this was Kyle Busch's home. Every racetrack was Kyle Busch's home. He competed like he had something to prove every single race, when in reality, he'd already proven everything. What I think we'll miss most isn't the wins. It's the guy who quietly wanted to help a teammate or give some advice. It was the husband, the father, or the guy who quietly did things for others when no one was watching. And to the Busch family, Tom, Gay, Kurt, all the folks at RCR and JGR, we are certainly thinking about you. Samantha, I want you to know that this sport stands with you, and that you and your children are NASCAR family forever. And Braxton and Lennox, your dad loved you with all his heart. Everyone gathered here, everyone behind you, everybody watching on TV, and all those people up in that grandstand are your family, and we've got you. Kyle Busch is NASCAR. He was one of a kind, and there will never be another. And I'd ask everybody now to join us in a moment of silence for Kyle.
Heavenly Father, this year our nation celebrates 250 years of independence. However, we would not be a great nation if it was not for these brave men and women, which are husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, who fought for the cause of liberty and selflessly sacrificed all for the freedoms we have today. For there's no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends, as your Son Jesus taught. Therefore, may we remember all the families who have lost a loved one in service to our nation, and may we never forget the legacy that they represent. For NASCAR and the Busch family, I pray for your comfort and peace to be upon them as they grieve the sudden loss of Kyle Busch. For the Coca-Cola 600, I pray for the safety of the fans and each competing team, for the drivers and the crews to be fast and efficient, knowing only one can win this tough race. Thank you for giving us this weekend to remember and honor all the brave men and women serving and those who died for the freedoms we enjoy today. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Detail, left, right, pace. Ready, and box. Ready, and box. Ready, and box. Detail, attention, athletic basics. Reset, arm.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Military District of Washington Joint Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Chief Warrant Officer 2, Craig Morgan Greer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I don't know if I'm okay after that.
Inspired by the Mandalorian and Grogu. Only at Burger King. Have it the way. Now playing in theaters.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps.
Had a few tears there.
Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems.
This is one of the hardest things I've ever been through.
Repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts,
It's one of the worst
people, and
weekends
expertise that keep your shop
I've ever
moving at full
experienced.
speed. That's Napa know-how.
I never thought this would happen.
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the pros? Or to reach a Reese's? Some might say that is an unfair advantage.
What's up, Daniel?
But I say, everything happens for a Reese's.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it. I need every man, woman, or whatever that is.
Do they have the power, but you're too scared to use it? They know how to use it. Masters of the Universe. Only Peter's True Fair.
Oh yeah, you have to watch that. You don't have a choice not to.
From the Grid is brought to you by Burger King. As we close in on the command for the Coca-Cola 600, there's nobody better to welcome us in than the voice of NASCAR. The man who called so many great moments in this historic race, Mr. Ken Squire.
Hey, didn't he die? Yeah.
This is as good as auto racing gets. 1 second separates the front of the 42-car field from the rear. The drivers, nowadays some are rich and famous, and some are not. But they all remember well from whence they came.
Staying as calm as it can be. Yeah, no, that was rough to get through. That was a rough one.
What we drive to play in. Hello, everyone. I'm Ken Squire at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And on this day, I can't think of any other place I'd rather be. And I'm glad you're with us.
There is no voice in this sport quite like Ken Squires, a true legend in his own right, calling so many Coca-Cola 600s. The man sitting beside me has run his fair share, as has Corey LaJoie.
You know, I'm kind of a fuck up.
This race in 2015.
I got Dr. Pepper for the Coca-Cola 600.
To ending the night tonight
So,
in Victory Lane.
I didn't even think about that.
I think in a way we're all going to be in victory lane tonight. As I watch Ken Squire and listen to his voice, I think this whole thing is made up of amazing memories. Thank you again to the Bush family for giving us permission, for being here, give us permission to go enjoy this, to make these memories, to live out this sport that is so special.
Why do you mess that up?
Who's going to be in victory lane? I think all of us need to take a moment to realize that
I
we're
don't
all
follow the
winning by
rules
being
of
here doing
society.
something we love.
Don't follow
But
social
to switch to
norms.
racing, I think it's Denny Hamlin, a veteran, a person who knows how all of this works.
It's time for us to shift our focus to the race.
He learned from Kyle through his career, and I think he applies them tonight.
I'm going to go with Denny's teammate, Chase Briscoe. He ran third here last year. That 19 team needs a shot in the arm. Like I said, they have the opportunity to get more points than any other race tonight to get that 19 back in the championship hunt.
And now for the 67th.
I don't know how I can either, but we have to. We don't really have a choice.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Adam Alexander.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Really looking forward to this amazing night. It's a crown jewel event. So where do your eyes go as you start to think about what's going to happen this evening, Dale?
Well, am I able to move on?
The last several years, one of the best
No,
races in the
but
season, and this track is wide. It's very racy.
For 600 miles tonight, we don't have another choice.
And it's more challenging. The bumps down turn 3 and 4 are giving the drivers fit.
If I could hold every one of your guys' hands right now and just have a moment of silence, I would.
Well, on top of the pit box, my job is twofold. I have to operate the game plan, make sure the pit crews, the engineer, the spotter, they know what we need to do.
Which I give every last one of you a hug.
The driver behind the wheel, it's him and I together. I'm the guy on the radio. I'm managing the ups, the downs, the challenges that Dale mentions. I'm going to have to help him through those.
Don't make it weird now, Andy.
Working on the race car, but also knowing we have his back. We're supporting him because it's a long night.
It is a very difficult race. If you win tonight, you earn it. Who do you think gets it done tonight, Dale?
Well, I'm watching William Byron. He's had a lot of success here the last 3 races, second, third, second. He starts 31st. He's 12th in points. They need a big night to be able to climb through the rankings. I'm going with Carl Edwards here. I like the veteran, Denny Hamlin. The 45-year-old has won 61 times, and later in his career, they all seem to be
strapping
a
in.
mental approach. I think tonight is going to be just that. Not just a physical challenge, but who has the right mindset. When the lights are the brightest, whose car will be the best? I think DH in the 11's my pick.
He seems to just get better and better. Now we hear from our pit reporters. We listen to Trevor Bay. Hey, Trevor.
Hey guys, as we get ready for the 600 miles
Gotta lighten
tonight,
it up
the
a
question
little
the
bit.
drivers always get is, how do you pace this marathon? And let me tell you, it's by running 1.5 mile sprints at a time. You get to the end of the stage break after 100 of those and you catch your breath and get ready to do it again. The enemy of the drivers here today is complacency, though. You cannot just settle. When you're leading the race, the track's going to change. You got to stay on top of it. If you're behind, you still know the track's going to change, so you've got some hope. You got to stay after it all day. You're never out of the game with this long of a race, and it's not for the drivers only, right, Kim?
That's right, not just a marathon for the drivers, a long night ahead for the pit crews. With 600 miles, these guys have at least 7 pit stops ahead of them. And with each pit cycle, they run the risk, if you're a contender, of setting yourself back with a mistake. Everyone comes into this race wanting to light the night on fire. It's a crown jewel, but you have to remember to pace yourself. Another thing that can be extra challenging, Marty, these pit stalls are very short, and you can easily get blocked in.
Kim, it's hard to believe Kyle Larson hasn't won in over a year. But
Yeah,
he's
it's
trying
crazy.
to end that streak tonight here. And talking to Cliff Daniels, they have one thing in their corner they haven't had the last 2 years. No Indy 500 this morning. He said that singular focus has helped us so much as a team. Danielle, 7 drivers
Tiny
have broken
Kyle.
a 30-plus
I love that.
winless streak here in the Coke 600. Kyle Larson trying to become the 8th.
So many of us still thinking about Kyle Busch. He'll be riding with the entire field tonight as we race with heavy hearts here at Charlotte. And now let's go trackside for the command.
Let's get these engines fired.
Please welcome USO Chief Executive Officer, Lieutenant General Retired Mike Lennington. He is joined today by the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Iso.
This Memorial Day, the USO and Coca-Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. On this 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600, I am honored to be here today with the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, the USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Coca-Cola 600 Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom. We are proud to stand here in remembrance of those we've lost and in gratitude for the people serving our great nation as members of the United States military.
Cool dog.
Please join the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom, in saying the most famous 4 words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engine!
Fire him up. Fire him the fuck up.
Well done, gentlemen. The engines have been fired. You've been watching NASCAR live from the grid, presented by Burger King. We're going green in NASCAR's longest night next.
Get the fuck out of here. Seriously.
I suddenly realized that
I was no longer driving conscious, and I was in a different dimension.
Thank you, Jaden.
Just going.
We got 21 people in here, and the race hasn't even started yet. Appreciate all that.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of.
Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day, powered by DoorDash.
The Burger King value menu lets you make the rules.
I decide how I keep it cool.
Grand Freeze. From chicken fries to the Whopper Jr. Build your $5 duo or $7 trio, now featuring Freezy Kings.
They'll tell you who you are. What you can't do.
Where you don't belong.
But with the right people at your side, you write your own story.
You don't wait for success. You chase it. Sharper, tougher, faster, with every lap.
And when you give everything you got, you don't just win. You inspire what comes next.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
There is plenty of emotion in the NASCAR community this weekend. On Thursday, we lost one of the all-time greats, Kyle Busch. Tonight, we honor his legacy. And on this Memorial Day weekend, we pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our
Kimi Antonelli won the F1 race.
We remember. NASCAR on Prime welcomes you to the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600. As part of tonight's 600 miles of remembrance, each car in the field will carry the name of a fallen soldier on their windshield banner. And now we look at the Coca-Cola starting grid. Qualifying rained out here yesterday. Points leader Tyler Reddick starts on the pole next to Ty Gibbs. Row 2, the man that won a couple of weeks ago at Watkins Glen, Shane Van Gisbergen, next to Michael McDowell, making his 550th Cup Series start. Row 3, Chase Briscoe and Ryan Blaney, who won here in 2023. Row 4, two drivers from the Ford camp, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric. Austin Dillon got his first career victory in the 600 in 2017. He's in row 5 with A.J. Allmendinger. Denny Hamlin won this race in 2022. He sits alongside
There's Austin Hill getting ready to roll off.
In row 7, Austin Hill driving the 33. That's the second entry for Richard Childress Racing. The 8 will not compete tonight. He's there with Daniel Suarez in the 7. Let's go trackside to Marty Snyder.
Adam, because of rain in the Charlotte area yesterday, qualifying was canceled, so the field was set by the Matrix, which means
the Matrix.
Tyler Reddick will start on the pole
The field was
today.
set by the Matrix, guys.
Chief Billy Scott, the biggest advantage from that. He said, normally every week I would tell you the track position, but today I will tell you because of the #1 stall on pit road. He expects pit road to be very chaotic tonight with very tight pit windows and a lot of cars on pit road at the same time. That #1
Cars are rolling off.
big advantages for Tyler Reddick.
Continuing the starting
Once again, this is a 400-lap race around a mile-and-a-half racetrack.
Bill George's own Chase Elliott back in row 9. A couple of favorites tonight to keep an eye on.
That comes out to 400 miles, or 600 miles, sorry. 400 laps are on a 400 laps are on a mile-and-a-half racetrack, comes out to 600 miles. That's what the race is.
The old Carson Hocevar tonight, back in row 12 with the 23 of Bubba Wallace. And rookie sensation Connor Zillich and the veteran Keselowski make up row 13. Row 14 last
It's
year's
4
winner,
stages.
Marquez
It's the only race with 4 stages. Each of them are 100 laps, so it's like an NBA game, quarters. Fuel run is 61 to 68 laps, so if every stage goes green, you will have to pit under. Or, yeah, I mean, not every stage is going to go green, but you'll have to pit
wins already.
Under
Chase
green.
Elliott has a lot of confidence coming in today.
With each stage went green.
Practice, and Alan Gustafson told me that maybe Chase is being a little critical of himself. He's done a great job figuring out this race car.
My win pick is Tyler Reddick, the pole sitter. Dom has Denny Hamlin, and Jaden has Kyle Larson. My money guy, like I said, is Tyler Reddick. So I doubled down. That's my win pick. And Dom's also doubled down on his win pick. Denny Hamlin is his starting spot in 11th.
Joey Logano and Josh Berry both behind the wheel of Ford. Row 18, Ty Dillon out of Welcome, North Carolina, will start next to Timmy Hill. Back in row 19, completing the second leg of the double, Catherine Legg, who was in the Indy 500 earlier. She'll start next to Cody Ware. And rounding out the field in row 20, the 23-year-old Corey Heim. Kim.
Well, Steve, you mentioned the dominant performance last year for William Byron. He swept all the stages and led, goes to the fourth stage before finishing second, but it's going to be an uphill battle for the 24 to have that kind of night. He starts 31st after qualifying was canceled, like Marty mentioned. Crew Chief Rudy Fugle telling me it's going to be hard to pass that many cars to even earn points in stage one. Also, Rudy adding it's been really hard to get the car where they want it this season overall with the new body, but they do feel like they are making small gains in the right direction.
Thank you so much, Kim. Great night for racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's get a little weather update, maybe our track facts before we go green, Steve.
We talk a lot about 600 miles and what does that look like? Well, as Kim just pointed out, that extra stage, 4 equal stages tonight of 100 laps each will equal the 600 miles of racing. Pit window 65 to 70, so they will need a pit stop in every stage to make it on fuel. Pit road 45 miles per hour, and normally weather from day to night. That's the famous line. That's what
there's one scary looking cloud right there.
It was going to be an overcast day.
Yeah, I think we're going to be good.
The clouds have broke. The sun has come out. 70 degrees right now. Not a lot of wind. But how much will the track change? The magic to this race is when the lights come on. You have to be great at the finish.
And my weather app says there's not going to be anything until around 1 a.m. There is, ranging from like 15 to 20% chance of rain every hour, but I don't think we're going to see any of that.
Cools down, the cars get freer. It's going to be tough for crew.
I'll check AccuWeather though. I always like to check too.
45 minutes of practice yesterday, but it was cool.
AccuWeather says we can get some rain around 8, but that's it. I don't think we will though.
If you weren't careful, a whole lot to manage for all these teams here tonight.
We saw lap times in practice faster than qualifying a year ago. And some of that is team making gains every year, but some of that was grip, and now we're on board. Ty Gibbs' machine as we come down pit road. Monster Energy on board. The teams have this opportunity to kind of verify what they think the settings should be around pit road speed.
And you get the fuck out of here. I don't need you dumbass bitches fucking
minimum of 7 trips down
in my goddamn live stream.
We've seen a lot of yellows at times in this race.
Yeah, on the monitors of all these pit boxes.
Thank you, Jay.
They'll see the time, the segment times of all these teams as they go down pit road, and they'll be able to see their car, where their car is speeding, where they might need to adjust the lights, tell the driver, hey, it's a little quick here, be more careful here, dial it back, or you can be more aggressive in certain areas. So all that information coming from crew chief sitting on the pit box.
It's been a long time since they've been around. Wonder what happened. Probably the switch to Prime. Not as many people have it, so they're trying to like advertise their fucking way of watching it or something. Their illegal stream. The missing man. What the fuck?
So much emotion here this weekend for so many reasons. We honor Kyle Busch, think about everything we do to to recognize the men and women that we've lost fighting for our country. And the execution has been outstanding. The fans are out in full force. Sold out crowd for tonight's Coca-Cola 600. And now let's listen in on some of these teams as they get ready to go green in NASCAR's longest race. We start with a 3-team, Austin Dillon behind the wheel.
It's the longest race of the year. I know we all want it. Can't win it on the first lap, one lap at a time. Focus in on.
I will get to root for my favorite driver tonight.
No matter the result, work is off. Make TB proud.
Austin Hill is not my favorite driver. I haven't found a new one. It's going to be a while till I think I can. But I still do have his number up here, just because I couldn't think of who else to put up there. So.
All night for you guys. Love you, brother. Love you too.
So much emotion as we talk about, but eventually you've got to turn that.
That was very appropriate, because I think usually the pole sitter wouldn't be the one to back up in the missing man formation.
Everybody wants to go out there and win this race for Kyle and be the one that gets to stand in front of the fans tonight and give that epic bow that Kyle used to give after every win. A lot of emotion, and once this race gets underway, everybody will be gunning, trying to figure out how to get themselves to the front. It is a long race, but they don't run it how they used to, Steve. They used
All right,
to
gotta
set
get one to
pace,
go at the line.
let it come to them, but the way the strategy works, the way the stops work, the way the fuel runs work, you have to be hustling all night long. Track position is going to be different any other way than just being fast on the track.
I thought Trevor did an amazing job of really describing it as mile-and-a-half sprint after mile-and-a-half sprint, because that's what these drivers are asked to do in today's world of NASCAR. The equipment is top-notch. The engines can withstand the punishment of 600 miles. So it truly is a 4-hour sprint, if you can believe it. And
it's not a sprint.
We can just kind of manage the ups and downs of the day, because it's going to throw a tremendous amount of challenge at you. And here's we see one to go. The lights will go off. It kind of becomes real. To your point about the transition, this is the moment, right? You have to pull your belts tight if you're inside the car. The crew chief, you're just
Johnny
making sure
Gaudreau.
all the details are checked.
Let's get a final word from our pit reporters. Trevor?
Yes, sir, Adam. I talked to Jonathan Hassler earlier, crew chief for the number 12 car, and asked him about that car carrying the flag for Team Penske. The struggles for this group have been well documented, but Ryan Blaney's been able to find speed. I asked him what they were looking to lean on for Charlotte, and he went back to their Chicagoland test that some of these teams were able to do, and said they took a lot away from that they could bring into tonight to help them run good. Kim?
Well, Trevor, Chase Briscoe currently sits one spot outside the Chase standings, a mere 6 points away from that final spot.
It's time to do this. It's time to move on.
Race,
I mean, not really move on, but it's time to focus on the task at hand.
A lot of points online today. The 19 team hopes to take advantage, Marty.
Kim, if you watched our pre-race, you heard the emotion from Bubba Wallace.
If I can do it,
drivers in the field
so can you
want
guys.
to win this race for Kyle Busch, but an emotional Wallace credited Kyle Busch with starting his Cup Series career. He was so fantastic in that interview, and you know there's a little extra motivation tonight, Adam, for the young man driving that 23 car.
No doubt about that. Gorgeous night for racing in Concord, North Carolina. It's a crown jewel event at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So happy to be back with NASCAR on Prime.
It's time to lock the fuck in. All right. Here we go. Here comes the pace car.
Pace car coming to pit road. We're going green. And
the Coca-Cola 600, NASCAR's longest race, is underway. Green flag is in the air at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. Waiting all day to crack open one of these.
making it 3 wide down the back straightaway. Reddick, advantage, inside lane. He's going to lead the opening lap.
Yeah, we heard on the radio about being patient. It's a great.
So Tyler Reddick leads the first lap there.
To go and go right away. We saw a big move out of the 7 back in the field. SVG doing a nice job there inside row 3, using that good qualifying effort. His result from Watkins Glen, trying to settle in here in the front.
Michael McDowell third, that dark number 71, working that outside lane, red, white, blue, number 12, Ryan Blaney going for a spot in the top 5. Gets around Shane Vengelsbergen.
Blaney and the Penske Ford, they've struggled on the 1.5 miles this year, but showing speed in practice. They need to make a lot of gains on tracks like this throughout the season to be able to get the better results.
High pace opening first.
SVG and Blaney side by side in the corner.
Those are qualifying speeds here at Charlotte, so these cars glued to the racetrack early in a run.
It really just hit me.
Has been fun. Thought Blaney had it. SVG
like
wouldn't give
his
it
name's not on the leaderboard.
His teammate coming from back behind him. That bright number 2.
Like I know it's obvious, but just,
Yeah, a little side drive.
like I keep looking for it and it's just not there.
Cindric not going to be able to take the spot. Goes back single file down at the corner. They have to fan out a little bit, trying to look for clean air. Give themselves the best opportunity to make the speed to the corner.
Right behind Cindric, Mr. Consistent out of RFK. Chris Buescher in that 17 car, black hood, kind of blue on the quarter panels, up the lane. He's running around the middle of the racetrack. This is a team that I feel just finds the most out of their car every week. Once again, nice move, a little bit of a crossover here. He'll turn to the left. Bottom of the racetrack can be difficult at times. Will he be able to carry the speed through the middle?
I like the bottom of 3 and 4. They'll put the left front on that paint. It's a little bit of extra grip down there.
We get a Rowdy tribute ad next week from Cheddar's as a, I don't know if I like the idea of using someone's death in an advertisement, you know.
A place where they'll find a ton of speed.
Imagine they did that for this race. The race after Kyle Busch dies. The Coca-Cola 600. 6 p.m. on Prime. Like, imagine they did that shit.
For speed and grip in the middle and the top of the racetrack at times.
See a lot of movement early. Qualifying being rained out. Some really good cars coming from deep in the field. Blaney trying to get another one. Racing inside of Michael McDowell for third.
Gotta feel good about this. A little loose right
McDowell and Blaney racing side by side for third place. Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs have kind of pulled away. 2-car breakaway, and then it's about a 2-second gap to third place.
And a very special moment coming here. As we work lap 8, we go silent in honor of Kyle Busch.
That was beautiful. And I had some tears in my eyes during that. Cried a lot of tears this weekend.
Tributes have been unbelievable.
We do that every week.
They continue here tonight, and the fans getting involved.
45-car Reddick.
Could do this too. I guess, does this make more sense, or does it? Which do you like better? Which do you like better, this or this?
I think they're a much better team this year. I think that gives them a really good shot to come in here with the confidence that they can get the job done. Ran into top 5 all last year to some late issues.
Tell you what though, the gap from first to second as we get the Monster Energy onboard camera, not a lot of distance that Reddick's able to create between himself and Ty Gibbs. 54 hanging in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're going to talk about a driver with 5 wins yet. I'm not sure of those 5 they were just dominating the performances. They were great execution.
Which do we like better, this or this?
But I look at that 54 car in second as probably the most improved from year to year. What he's been able to do behind the wheel, I know he got that win, and we're going to talk a lot about Bristol, but it hasn't been just Bristol. Other than Texas and Talladega that were accidents, all these finishes for the last couple months have been in the single digits. Ty has turned this corner. His maturity is clear. At 135 starts, he's really becoming a confident race car driver at the Cup level.
That's what I was going to say. It's maturity, but it's also confidence. And when you get those results, they're up there top 10 in points in a really good position for weekly success. Kim, what's going on?
And something that comes with maturity is focus. And when I talked to crew chief Tyler Allen about
5 and 3 is how you would normally do it.
Ty has shown a
But I like the 4 and 4.
on his focus for driving
Being
the average
even.
400-mile race we typically see each weekend. And he said, now we got to add 200 more miles. So the goal today was to keep him focused. They are absolutely doing that on the radio right now, telling him really good off 3 and 4, reminding him to settle in, make it live, and be sure to take care of that right front.
That's important information about keeping the right front on the car. These guys
What?
have these cars. Well, they love these
Apparently
cars.
the Prime video broadcast was piping in over Michael McDowell's radio for a second.
That right front tire is
It's fucking hilarious.
manage how much they're beating up the right front tire and abusing that right front. The driver that can change the arc of the corner, shape the corner to help that right front tire without making the car loose, without wearing the right rear, that's the driver that had a good run tonight.
And Dale, you, I'm sure, are a fan of this, as throwback as you are about the days of old.
You know, way to just place the 8 as the thumbnail.
Built this tire.
I mean, I could change it after the stream. I probably could change it right now. I mean, I can do that.
It's more in the driver's hands. You can abuse it. It's available, but you also, that ability to take care of it, I think it's a skill set that the great ones have.
You know, they got tires that wear out now, but they also got tires, once you get them hot, they get mad, they don't want to work. So you slide the right rear, if you're working the right rear lap after lap in the corner and get the tire temp up, it loses grip. And so you have to kind of drive the car and stay off the right rear, kind of keep using the right front, pushing the right front, making the right front do all the work.
Hendrick, Cars.com onboard camera riding with Kyle Larson.
Still about 7 back of the 9.
14th on the board behind Denny Hamlin. Not a lot of movement for driver 11 early in the race. 13th position for the man that picked up $1 million last Sunday in the All-Star race.
A lot of eyes on that 5 car. A year, and exactly, over a year now since we've seen him go to victory lane, and this is a driver that won about every 5 or 6 starts until then, right? And now there's been this little bit of a dry spell.
Yeah, Larson's gained a few spots since the start of the race. And that 5 car, trying to figure out a way to get the next position there over a car that I believe is his best car in practice. And so mired in the middle of the pack right here, it's going to be tough to get that spot. 11 there driving away a little bit here in the last couple of corners.
16 laps in to the Coca-Cola 600. Reddick leads Gibbs, Blaney, McDowell, and Van Gisbergen. Everybody chasing a win in the Coke 600. You want to win, and you want to offer the bow in honor of the late Kyle Busch.
One thing I really like about the Prime broadcast is the side-by-side. The race is actually on this side. It's kind of just more in line with my eyes, with my eyesight. It's a lot better than being on the other side. Now that I say that, though, they're probably going to change that, because now they know that I'm not looking at the ads.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old. What have you started?
Christopher Bell taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again, Bell.
Yeah, I saw that video, Jane. That broke me.
Again, how about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of.
Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day, powered by DoorDash.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly.
So now TSN gets the Prime broadcast? Aren't you still in America?
And there was the first great American.
Can't you just... Wait, you probably don't have Prime.
Across history.
This country
It's
doesn't tiptoe
what,
onto the world
$5 a
stage.
month?
Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Go camping, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Does a rash spreading faster than these two got bored with the great outdoors sound like fun? Lucky Amazon Health AI is on your side. You can upload a few pics from wherever you are, and it helps you, which is good. Because Lewis and Clark over there sure aren't gonna.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Just over 20 laps in, opening stage, Coke 600, it's NASCAR on prime. Chase Briscoe looks good early. Moving through the field, Shane Van Gisbergen continues to race with Michael. It's all happening for the 5th position.
McDowell's lost 3 spots in the last half lap. The 19 went by on the front straightaway there. He loses a couple more spots down the back straightaway, so the balance on that 71. Suffering just a little bit as we get into this run, Steve.
And that's really what we heard from a lot of drivers yesterday. We heard a lot of radios in practice. A car is good for 3 or 4 or 5 laps, and then that balance, taking care of those tires that you talked about, those gremlins show up, whether it's the front starts to lose grip or the rear starts to lose grip.
Ryan Preece, orange number 60, flexing some muscle. Getting 7th away from McDowell.
Yeah, we are getting some fall off.
This pass here, and another car is flexing some
About a
muscle.
second and a half
Mentioned him at the top of the show, the 24,
so far.
William Byron, see him running right against the
I'd
wall.
imagine everybody would
3 and
probably
4.
make their pit stop around lap 50. Some people might try to do it a little earlier, some people might try to do it a little later, but
Who was shotgun on the field, and Alex Bowman as well, plus 9 spots since the start of this race. That 24 car moved to the front.
I mentioned it in the starting grid when we went through the lineup, but a year ago this 24 car looked unbeatable. Ross Chastain didn't get the memo because he continued to make his car better.
Catherine Legg is going to lap
really
down.
Simply ran him down and was better. And that has to be on the mind of this 24 looking back at this race.
Also, Alex Bowman did go to the rear.
The racetrack to make sure just because we're good early, we have to be good late. I bring that up because they seem to be good early. To Dale's point.
It was an unapproved adjustment.
Kind of flipping the script here, right? If you're the 24 team last year, you start out front,
He's made his way to
dominate, you lead all
30th.
the laps with the stages. Tonight, compromised with your starting position after qualifying is rained out. But he's showing once again just how good he is. Local kid from right here in Charlotte.
Seen the lap time drop to mid 31s or low 31s. We're 27 laps. We think they're going to come, if we go green, we're going to come to pit road around lap 45. So 20 more laps here. Guys are starting to fade. More opportunity for this 24 car to grab a few more spots before they come to pit road and get tires. So hit the reset button. This 12 car had a big gap in 3rd place over Briscoe. Briscoe's closed that down quickly. This 19 car showing some muscle. Set on the pole here last year, but kind of faded to the backside of the top 10 in the 600. Rallied to get a good result. But tonight, they've come with some speed right out of the gate. Trevor, what you got?
Yeah, so I'd expect to start seeing pit stops in the next 20 to 25 laps.
You move forward 3 spots right away, but starting to fade pretty hard. Really struggling with the balance of that car. Take a listen.
Absolutely screaming. Trying to just be conservative, but we're struggling bad. Okay, face down a little if you want.
Blaney saying the rear tires on that car are just screaming at him. I've seen him move its line around. We talked about that arc earlier, Dale. He has not been one of those guys that can move his arc out while those rear tires are yelling at him.
Going back a lap on that onboard, we can see the 12 car. Look at him right there. A lot of movement in the back of this car, extremely loose, super uncomfortable. He has no idea how much rear grip he has. No confidence to be able to go in there and laterally load that car into the banking. That is the worst thing for a driver, especially with the next gen era.
Here's this onboard you were talking about, on board with Briscoe, looking at Blaney, watching.
He's just uncomfortable, a lot of movement in the steering wheel, not sure about the rear of the car, he doesn't trust it.
What I loved about that radio was I heard the emotion in Blaney about just how bad the car was driving, and instead of trying to coach or push, they said, if you need to, back it down. We are 371 laps from the finish of this race. This goes back to what we were talking about, managing the day, and that help from your spotter, from your crew chief. Make it feel like you're not out there alone, because it can feel that way, I'm sure, for a driver battling an ill-handling car.
And as we're going later in the night, you're assuming the grip is going to improve, and that front grip is going to improve. So the swing they need to make on this car would be tremendous as we go. You know, around lap 50, we have a big transition in the balance of the racetrack. It gets looser, and so they've got a lot of work to do to get him comfortable.
On board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin. National Debt Relief onboard camera. Watch the back of this 3 compared to what we saw with Blaney. Look at the 3. When he puts in the gas, the car drives relatively straight, relatively stuck. It is bouncing over the bumps, but not as much left to right like Blaney. Still not making a difference, though, as the 11 hasn't run into 1.
Yeah, it looked like 3 got a little bit tight up across the racetrack there. Now, did it to the bottom. Trying to make this bottom work. It's a little tough down here. No resin to run in, no grip.
Denny started 11th, fell back to 14th, I think, as deep as he was in the running order. But as the run goes on, picking up the pace, not surprised from the veteran driver who just seems to have it in the wind all season long. It's accomplished on the 3, 11 up to the 9th spot. What's going on there, Kim?
And Adam, that's exactly what crew chief
Denny Hamlin takes the 9th place from Austin Dillon.
was good on the long run for them yesterday. Specifically, the backside of pace is always good with Hamlin on these intermediates. That's one of his strengths. The balance, though, yesterday needed a little work. It still needs some more work today. Fired up really tight. Denny's still complaining of a tight condition.
Back to what you were saying about the cooling night, I feel more comfortable with that. I think as the track cools, the cars normally turn better. So compare Blaney, who's already on the lead side. I think you have a more of an
Reddick and Gibbs seem to be the class of the field, at least so far. I mean, they're within a half a second of each other, and
the way it will play out, probably
about a 7-second gap back to 3rd place.
Green flag pit stops here in the opening stage. It's Tyler Reddick leading Ty Gibbs, Briscoe, Van Gisbergen, and Reese.
How about SVG running in 4th?
At Napa,
Caution.
we know how to keep undercar under control.
Trouble.
That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop,
Josh Berry.
go, grow.
Josh Berry's up in, or he's not up in smoke. I think he's spun around.
Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business.
And that'll bring out the first caution of the race after a 17-minute and 37-second green flag run to start the race. We are under our first caution.
Since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP.
Josh Berry got into the wall. Just looks like he lost it. Went around. Yeah.
Guided Delivery Catering.
Will you sell my pancakes?
I want some rowdy energy right now.
Smile. The time.
They should bring that back.
The cost. The anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
They just mad that I'm him, and if you don't like it, you can...
But everybody will be able to make it to the end of the stage after this restart. Got 65 laps to go on the stage right now.
All right, Chewy. Some other questions.
You actually have a couple cans still. Yeah, unfortunately I don't.
Why do you hate the band?
I used to drink that a lot, but...
That's why. When's your next flea and tick delivery? It's tomorrow. See? Good boy. Can we get some sleep during fireworks season?
We got you.
Thanks.
For food, meds, and expert care. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
You saw it side by side under caution at Charlotte for Josh Berry.
Yeah, Josh gets loose right up here against the wall, tries to keep it out of the wall, slides down the racetrack steep, but one big concern there was the car sliding across the apron. Trevor.
Yeah, guys, Shane Van Gisbergen very happy with that first run to be able to maintain track position. Very happy with his car, just saying it turns from the rear on throttle, Kim.
top right, Chase Briscoe. He said, I need more rear grip and help with the right rear fork. Fresh tires, snowboat fuel time, gets bottom left. He said, balance is good, just needs a little help in the rear, Marty.
Kim, this caution coming earlier in stage one than the crew chiefs would have liked it. It's going to create a long run to finish this stage. Tyler Reddick described his car as neutral. No changes, just that 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that 45.
Everybody getting 4. +1 for Briscoe, -1 for Gibbs. Reddick, home serve coming off the pit lane. Green when we return.
3 for me, only at Chili's, is now available with the big crispy chicken sandwich that's so big the McDonald's McCrispy has nowhere to hide. Oh, never mind. It was hiding right there. Hey, little fella. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. As long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, you're all set.
Thanks, Ted.
Oh, check it out.
Oh, man. I think he's gonna do it.
This might be a good moment to share.
Mom, you seeing this?
Hey, baby, I'm here. Is he gonna dunk it?
No way.
When the connection matters, it has to be AT&T.
Bro, no charge card?
Your defense is trash, Ted.
Get home internet from AT&T. Now available across the nation.
I suddenly realized that
This is the first race without a bush. Without a bush in the field since... When was Kurt's debut?
just going.
I know it's the first race without an Earnhardt or a Busch since 1979, but it's the first race without a Busch since Dover in 2000.
Only at Burger King. Have it the way. Now playing in theaters.
Everything cool?
What happened to your face?
I know, Jaden. I know that's not true. I was waiting to see if you'd pick up on that. Do you know how that's not true? Can you explain to me how that's not true? Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Jaden.
I hope they find someone.
Making sure you were paying attention.
Closing on the midway point, stage 1 in the Coca-Cola 600. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. And this relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Timmy Hill will return to the lead lap here.
We documented the handling issues for Ryan Blaney. Will pit road no better in 6th, out 20th. This is the Achilles heel of this team. And take a look on the right rear. Watch this exchange back here. Watch the time it takes. This should be quick. Tire on, tire off. They have some sort of fumble. The jackman lets it down. He has
Brian Blaney with another very bad pit stop. Changed the pit crews, but the struggles continue.
You take an ill-handling car, you lose track position. That is a very tough combination, and we see the 77 also taking some extra time.
77 of Hocevar with a slow pit stop too.
But time spent on
I'm proud of you, Jaden, for being able to pick up on that.
They wanted to get ahead of some adjustments. We didn't quite see the start of it, but the result the same. The 77 of Hocevar will start nearly the tail end of the field all the way back at 37.
Talk about Blaney and the problems they had on pit road. Denny Hamlin, that 11 team, other end of the spectrum, he goes +4. Going to restart outside row 3. Tyler Reddick, the control car, takes the inside lane to his right, Chase Briscoe. Another Toyota on the inside of row 2, Ty Gibbs. Ryan Preece alongside him. Got his best running position of the night.
All right, coming back green.
To the Echo Park Automotive restart zone.
Lap 40.
Briscoe did a really good job there.
Got 60 laps to go on the stage. Everybody is able to make it to the end of stage 1.
Heading off into turn 1. Watch that 5 car. Inside row 4, Kyle Larson right in the game. 17.
3 wide down the back straightaway for the lead.
Chris Buescher making a move in the back. Briscoe trying to get to the outside of Reddick for the lead. They continue side by side for the top spot off of 4.
And Briscoe takes the lead from Tyler Reddick. He'll lead that
A
lap.
little bit of side drafting for the 45 off into turn 1. Trying to wrap tight around the bottom. He's clear.
Reddick led each of the first 39 laps. Chase Briscoe led lap 40.
How violent those cars are coming off of turn 2.
But now Reddick takes the lead back.
His arc into turn 3 is really, really late, the 45. So it's hard to guess where he's going to go. He's going to run the bottom, the middle. Almost dirties up the air pretty good for the entry on the car following.
Blaney, as we talked about, back in traffic because of the pit stop, and look at it back here. This is absolute chaos. Clean air is a joke. It doesn't exist. Up top, you see the leaders, and we have a move for second with the 54 of Ty Gibbs. 3 wide on the bottom with Chase Elliott. We have action in the front and the back of the pack.
42, John Hunter Nemechek sandwiched in between those 2 Hendrick cars, Elliott and Byron.
And all the Toyotas have found themselves up at the front of the field. You see Hamlin closing in there in 4th.
We talk about the Toyota advantage, Dale, and I know that the speed is real, but it's execution as well. Remember the 11 gains 4, and that kind of breaks that wall, that barrier of traffic, and now here 4 of them are racing for the lead.
Execution, name of the game. It's been there all season long for this 11 bunch.
Look at Ty Gibbs painting the bottom of the racetrack, that left front tire, left rear tire right on the paint. The bottom of 3 and 4, it's a beautiful thing when your car can get down there and take advantage of that. Does it as well down here in turn 1 and 2. So hard to make passes on the bottom of the racetrack, but that's an advantage you have to use. If your left front tire gets off of the paint, if you get up even a foot off of that paint, it's much slower, almost a 10th or so a lap. Run right on the bottom, right in the middle, or right up against the wall. Then he really doesn't have a choice here, trying to find some clean air. He's kind of got to be patient. You can see he can't do really much with the throttle there, trying to accelerate off the corner, gives up a little bit of space there.
Dale, how do you decide, painted line for the left front tire versus maybe splitting the 2 cars, trying to get that gulp of air that's between them? Like, is it? It looks a little bit like an Easter egg hunt back there, just trying to find that air.
Yeah, Denny just made a choice right there into turn 3 that didn't work out. He thought the 54 was going to run the middle, so he ran to the bottom. Well, that's where the 54 went. Denny lost a ton of speed because of the dirty air. It's fascinating with these cars how they have to search for that and how they're able to make speed in the middle, in the top of the racetrack. We see a ton of side-by-side racing right now. Denny fighting to keep that 4th position over Christopher Buescher.
I think Ryan Preece, who's been so impressive early in this race.
RFK, it's been well documented that maybe Team Penske doesn't have the pace, but this RFK camp, I mean, there it is, Preece and Buescher, right? They're running once again together, 5th and 6th, doing a really, really nice job. Brad Keselowski back in 22nd, so a little split in the organization, but second year for Preece at RFK, he seems very comfortable. Derek Finley on top of the pit box, they just do a nice job. He won all the way at the beginning of the year, he won the Clash. It was very emotional in Victory Lane, how much it meant to him.
Got a car coming to pit road.
Daniel Suarez coming to pit road. Looked like an unscheduled pit stop.
You have to wonder if this is a loose wheel, perhaps.
And we talk about mistakes.
I think it might be.
Seem to have it every year. Suarez unscheduled at the midway point here in this opening stage.
Yeah, running 11th. Spire is this team now that's not shocking anyone when they run inside the top 10, top 15.
Do you want that Tribute 8 graphic? Yes.
It's early.
Do you have it as a PNG?
It's going to be really hard to come back. He's easily going to go a lap down, as you see on the top of the leaders.
I would love that. But do you have it as a PNG, or is it?
Talking to him this morning, he's super excited about his car. Loved his car in practice. Looking forward to the race. Been running great all year long in that 7 car.
I mean, make an unscheduled stop, it really puts you at a deficit. The other thing to think about with Suarez, where he is in relation to that chase cut line. Doesn't have a lot of margin for error and giving up some spots here early in the race.
Connor Zillich right here. Coming up off the turn. Looks like he's going to get into the turn 2 fence. Pretty hard right there. lost the balance of the car, trapped behind a couple of cars. We saw a lot of issues off of turn 2 last year, guys getting loose, overcorrecting into the wall. Our leader, Tyler Reddick, did that off of turn 2 at one point, as well as John Hunter.
Connor Zilic running in 22nd. I think NASCAR was looking at the right side of his car a few laps ago. Don't know what was up there, but...
Lead staying pretty tight here with Briscoe, not allowing that 45 car to get away. Oh,
ooh,
to get out of the gas right
Briscoe
there.
lost it a little there.
Car got tight up off of 2. Look at those eyes.
You know, Briscoe here last year, you referenced the fact he started on the pole. They had a great finish, but lost in all of that. You look at the box score, you say, well, they're pretty good all night. The reality is they had a penalty.
No, it's on a PNG, but I could probably make it a PNG.
So the fact that he's got this track position now gives you a lot of hope about what they might be able to do as the night goes on. How about the race leader, Tyler Reddick, a half a second in front of Briscoe, Marty?
Adam, we talked about how short that first run was, just 35 laps, leaving a long into the stage run here of 60 laps. After that was happened, they came to pit road. They pulled the tires off the 45. Look at the right front, cording already in just 35 laps. Here's what Billy Scott told his driver, Tyler Reddick.
I was like, just starting to cord there.
Oh, we got a car in the wall, turn 2.
Caution. Oh, big crash! Oh my God! Huge hit by Zilic and Sindic. Is he good? Oh my God. I see him moving around in there. That's good to see. That was a fucking terrifying crash. Holy fuck. Damn. That's one of the harder hits I've seen in the next gen era.
And then down the racetrack, Connor Zilic comes by and collects him, and that's
that car is absolutely destroyed.
Terminal damage to the 88 as well as the 2.
Yeah,
I think he's leaking some fluid.
I guarantee the right doesn't look as well. I think he caught him in the right half. Yeah, there you go. The right rear.
That was a huge hit.
Sorry. Now, unlike in years past, this 88, as you see,
there's a piece of debris fell off.
Comes off the car. If you want to run a coilover shock, looks like. But unlike in years past, where it would be the end of the day.
All right, Sindic's out of the car. That's good to see.
Come in and see if repairs are possible.
He's walking away. That's good to see because that was a hard hit.
Day over. Let's take a look down.
Down on the bottom of the racetrack. Did he get a little help there or just get loose? Love to see that in a little.
You actually are ahead of me for once. Yes, that is a rule in my stream though, that if you are ahead of me, don't say anything until you see it on my stream. That is like probably the #1 rule in my chat.
Off the bottom of the racetrack, we talked about keeping the tires on the paint and the grip that's there. Looked like the 2 just missed the bottom a little bit. The back comes around.
The 24.
Right.
Oh, there's damage. Yeah, you definitely saw some contact. So the right side of the 24 is going to have to be looking at.
Oh my God. You know, that reminds me of Logano and Kyle at Kansas in 2013.
Was right there.
Might back it down. Stay calm. Go top here. Go top. You're good.
Oh, man.
Riding with Hosa.
Byron's got some
I was
damage.
just thinking about the reaction on the spotter stand because there were so many other cars coming through, and well, there's a really good shot of it, the damage on the right side of the 24.
When I was looking at the wheel, I could see the damage on the fender top, but the wheel itself doesn't look discolored. So sometimes if you unfortunately, just like your street car at home, these aluminum wheels, when you hit a curb, they kind of get shiny. The right rear wheel doesn't look shiny or discolored where it didn't make contact.
Body looks good.
Yeah.
Only thing you're going to worry about is if that right rear is pointing in the right direction.
That's right.
Denny Hamlin talked about how it can get just a very, very small amount of flex or bend in any of those suspension parts, and your car changes entirely how it drives. So
That was a massive wreck.
To the thousands, it's just perfection in how these cars are set up and which way those tires are pointing. So
Still leaking some fluid. I would stop that tow truck.
Bad break for one. The 2 of Cindric, a great break for the 7 of Suarez, who we saw make that unscheduled pit stop. He'll get his free pass. So while track position from 11th has been given up, he's back on the lead lap. A lot of racing still ahead.
Zilic to the garage.
Tough break for Cindric because he goes out early in this race And we talk so much about the standings, and he's another one of those drivers that was flirting with that chase cut line. This relief lap, sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Daniel Suarez gets a lap back here. Steve, you just referenced that, getting him on the lead lap. Be 36 cars now on the lead lap. Well, it's been an interesting start to this race.
Yeah, something that we personally haven't been able to talk much about now that we're in the booth is how detrimental that result will be for the two car. You know, in past years with the points in the elimination factor and winning you're in, you know, we really didn't talk about these bad days as having too big of an impact on the team. But they will, you know, regardless of what happens, they'll look back at the end of the year and go, man, we really needed those points we gave away that night in Charlotte. Came in here 15th. It's going to leave here more than likely just outside of that top 16 that make the chase. So.
And they have been running really well lately. I was talking to Cindric's crew chief, Brian Wilson, in the garage. He said the one thing we did early in the year, didn't have all the great finishes we wanted, but we were collecting a lot of stage points to keep us in the game. And in recent weeks, a run of top 10s and top 15s, very, very competitive. So they were doing damage on the point side of things that way. And tonight going to pay a big, big price.
Got a whole bunch of cars planning on coming to pit road here.
Yeah, I believe even with 14 laps, this is, you know, tires are losing grip. I think you might see a gamble later in the field. There's a chance somebody might do something different. A few cars staying out, but the majority are going to kind of stick with the plan right here. Fuel, maybe a two-tire option. That would also be...
So getting some more pit stops. Now everybody should really be good to go to the end. I mean, everybody was pretty good to go to the end of the first stage, but now they'll be they won't have as much tire issues.
Top right, feels like he's on the limiter. He said worse at the three-quarter mark in 3 and 4, just too edgy to go fast. And finally, Ty Gibbs said fired off good, just a little snub. Marty.
Reddick said, I'm quote, getting step-out moments on the entry of turn 3. They go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and there's a lot of debris down in the middle of 1 and 2. You can see the cars go directly on the racetrack when they pull off pit road.
4 drivers stay out. Among them, last year's winner, Ross Chastain. First off the pit lane is Ryan Preece. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. Tonight, it's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Ruben Marcus Fernandez,
That's Pete.
United States Army.
Private John Calvin Morgan, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Thomas Lazaro, United States Army.
Sergeant Zana K. Kramer, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Matthew Ammerman, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Ryan Chris Grimal, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
NBA playoffs are back. You ever miss it, Blake?
Miss it. I'm in the playoffs right now. Scoring points, getting blocks, grabbing boards.
Draining threes.
This guy gets it.
You drained a lot of playoff threes, Blake?
29, brother.
Huh. I guess anything can happen in the playoffs.
Did that feel a little insulting?
Yeah. Be a part of the NBA playoffs with better payouts on FanDuel.
You make yourself more than just a man. You become a legend, Mr. Wayne.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
I got the dog. It's a good dog. No.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It's sure paved.
Okay. Okay, fine.
The challenge just to finish.
Connersville's night is done.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect.
Getting one to go here.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Prime, live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. As part of Coca-Cola's Mission 600 initiative, last year's race winner Ross Chastain participated in the annual wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery's tomb of the unknown soldier. Chastain going to be leading the field here. He stayed out. The three other drivers that stayed on the racetrack in that cycle of stops have now come down. So Chastain leads us. Priest and Buescher get a couple
This is even worse for Syndic because this race has 4 stages, so it's even a bigger points hit for him. He won't get any stage points.
Ready to get it going once again. 41 to go.
And green flag's back in the air. 41 laps to go on the stage. Ross Chastain, the defending Coca-Cola 600 winner, has the lead. Brian Priest in second. Ooh. Bubba. Bubba's slow.
Really unfortunate for Bubba. He started this race back around
Woo.
20th, drove his way up into the top 10. And
Here comes Zane Smith for the lead.
Smith out of line, working over Ryan Priest.
Side by side with Ryan Priest.
8 looking good on the restart.
Looks like the end of the race, these guys are driving tails off. It's insane. These restarts are wild. This racetrack's been like that all weekend with the trucks.
Bubba's coming to pit road. Making obviously an unscheduled pit stop.
You mentioned Dale, both front side tires look like they have damage. We'll just have to see how much damage there is on that 23. A lot of interesting eyes on the one of Chastain with those little bit older Goodyears. Definitely having a hard time keeping pace.
Yeah, he's sliding back. Zane Smith has the lead. Priest is second. And look who's right behind him. Tyler Reddick got those 4 tires. 45 looking at the runner-up spot. No problem. Reddick is electric here in the early portion of this race.
Let's take a look at that restart. You see William Byron in the middle, Bubba on the top, that white tail. You're going to see some contact.
William Byron has
between
met
the
minimum
24 and I
speed.
believe the 71,
Oh yeah, that was
which
Byron who got
jumps
into Bubba.
24 to the right, hitting the 23. He has no choice but to hit the wall. The contact continued between the 34. Look how hard this hit is. Man, that's a pretty hard hit. Car jumped right off the ground with the contact.
Todd Gilliland had a little bit of contact there too.
14. Just a mess. So aggressive trying to gain spots on these restarts. See his teammate Corey Heim flashing by in the 67. Next week we go to Nashville Super Speedway. A couple of years ago, Zane Smith had his best ever run there. He was second. And he's been top 10 in the Coke 600 before. He knows success here in Charlotte. 38 looks good out front.
Now Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe, teammates racing side by side
The 19
for 6th place.
Briscoe, Hamlin trying to get the position.
Reddick's now trying to catch Zane Smith, who has the
The
lead.
racetrack going to carry the momentum down the front straightaway. And he's going to take that
5 laps away from Mr. 69.
There with Briscoe.
Renson repeated the All-Star race last week when they duked it out.
Would have been a lot to win tonight for him. Well, he's only a lap down.
Toyota Racing on board with Briscoe here down the back straightaway.
We're not even at 100 miles yet.
Road with an issue.
Almost are, but
Larson has been quiet, but he's getting it done tonight. Trying to get 4th away from Buescher.
You're hearing reports of a potential flat tire for Hocevar. That's what brought him to pit road. Zane Smith running outside the top 12 before the gamble to take 2 tires. Great.
Carson Hocevar pitted.
Think about what this does, right? Even if he can't hold the lead, which I don't think he'll be able to, Reddick, on the 4 tires, but Ryan Bergenti gambling, leaving in his young driver, the 26-year-old. This not only helps track position, but what this does more than anything is how is our car drive up front? Now that we have clean air and we get a great balance, this can be so valuable for decision making for the rest of the night.
Chastain continues the slide on those older tires. Logano flashes by in the 22. 48's there. Alex Bowman, Noah Gregson, and the 21 of Josh Berry, who had the early problems.
So Zane Smith leads at 100 miles.
We saw that last year, Steve. The back half of the field is a
We are 100 miles down in the Coca-Cola 600. Zane Smith wins the Coca-Cola 100.
We all watched the race back. The air, I mean, it's what this car creates. They are all looking for clean air, the cleanest air they can find, and there is none back here, right? And so this is what we have.
1.5. Roll your momentum. There you
Pass after pass after pass, side by side by side, 3 wide.
Play on you.
They're running all over this racetrack.
Corey Heim, young talented driver, Toyota Racing onboard camera. Talk about learning by jumping off the boat in the middle of the ocean. I mean, he is right in the middle of it here.
We're on lap 69 right now.
And wondering where the Chevrolets
Looks like Zane
are.
Smith is going to get his first ever Mr. 69. I at least think it would be.
Side by side with the 45 of Reddick. Couldn't get the job done, but
Zane Smith is Mr.
he
69.
speed in practice. Now he's up the front of the field. We're seeing what this car is capable of. I think the 45 is one of the cars that can. Oh, look at this. 45 tried to shut the door, couldn't do it. He had to make an adjustment there. That's going to allow Larson to be able to get up beside him down the back straightaway. Late side draft, position himself with a bit of a slingshot into turn 3. Can the 45 jump in the throttle, carry the momentum around, go to the bumps? Can't stay there. He got in the throttle, and then he got to the 2/3 mark.
By the way, that last green flag run before that last caution came out was 7 minutes.
Larson the second. Look at how vicious those bumps are getting down into turn 1. We talk about bumps. Watch this. Watch his head bounce around. Down the back straightaway, there's some big swells across where the crossover gate is now to the bottom of the racetrack. And this is the bottom. This is the good part. It's even worse up top. Imagine doing this 400 laps. Look at him trying to move his head around, just getting a little relief on the straightaway. And it's just as rough down here in 1 and 2. Landing down into the bottom of the corner. Oh, look at those eyes. Trying to focus. That's the smooth end. He got tight. He got tight off the corner and to get out of the gas. He's looking in the mirror. Here comes the 45.
And Reddick back around Larson for second.
Now he's up at the bumps. Your head's just, oh man, that's vicious. And you're doing this every single lap all night long, and you really can't see all that well. We've talked to the drivers. They talk about their vision. A bit blurry through the corners at times. Corey talked about that in the truck race this morning. Just trying to get some relief on these straightaways.
Zane Smith doesn't mind this battle, right? You just keep after it. I'll drive away out front.
Well, we talk about, you know, the extra stage, right? Well, we're 28, soon to be 27 laps away from 10 points being paid to win the stage. So when you think about someone like Zane Smith in the year he's having, you know, he's currently 23rd in points. 10 points is a huge chunk. Stage points specifically. You go back there in the 20s, most of those drivers only have 10 to 20 stage points all year. So when you score those stage points, that is a big factor of who succeeds when you look further down the points grid.
Yeah, he's one of the cars that took 2 tires. Also, Priest, Busher, staying in the top 10 with that 2-tire change. Byron has fell out of the top 10 all the way back to 16th right now.
Byron's issue was that he took 2 tires, but then got blocked in or slow to exit with the 42 in front of him. Remember, qualifying rained out. Byron qualified poorly because of the results from Watkins Glen. and that's what hurt the two-tire call. If you only change two, you really need track position. He was unable to get it.
Byron racing Elliott here. Coca-Cola onboard camera with number 9.
He's got less tire.
This one's for
and
Kyle.
horse air. Yeah, right back there than these other guys. So yeah. Now look at the headrest on the 9 car, Chase Elliott. Look how smooth.
I should take 18 shots for Kyle.
There's a little movement. You can see the head
Right.
move down the straightaway, but look how he leans hard against the headrest in the corner. And his head doesn't move quite as much. Now we're not able to really see his head inside because of the visor, how dark it is. Maybe late in the race, he takes the visor tint off, and we can see his head moving around there. There's a comparison between the two. It looks to me like Chase has a much smoother ride, whereas with the 5 car here, he's got quite the job trying to stay focused on what he's seeing. I agree. I think that's more than headrest foam that I'm looking at right there. I don't know what's different between the setups, but I'll take the more cushy Cadillac ride for the 9 than the sports car Corvette that Kyle Larson might be sitting in. Well, it looks like Larson doesn't really lay his head against the right headrest in the corner. He's still using his neck muscles and trying to lean to the left, whereas the 9 car Chase and many other drivers,
I can't do 18 shots. Maybe 8.
Chase lays against that headrest.
Maybe 8.
Briscoe does that as well.
Maybe we can do 5. That was his original.
Like Chase goes in the corner, his whole body
When he first got
lays
the
into
cup.
the right side of the seat. His head lays into the headrest. He's just being lazy there. You know what I'm saying? He's just loud. Instead of working his neck muscles and doing anything unnecessarily, he's just relaxing into the seat.
I wondered which version would be, but after that comparison, I think I'd be
lazy is the wrong word.
I would say Elliott's helmet movement matches his personality.
Just relax. Relax, we're digging a hole.
We better take a break and reset. 22 laps to go, stage 1. Zane Smith leading. He's led more laps tonight than he has ever in a race in his career.
Some people just hold their work to a higher standard. They only use the top tools for the job. And they know better tools means better results. Top Dog makes professional-grade diagnostic tools for professional-grade do-it-yourselfers just like you. When you want to fix like a pro, you can't top Dog.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery.
Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day, powered by DoorDash.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish. He's done it again. Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Jack Ryan, what do you know about styling?
You mean an unsanctioned black ops team designed for psychological warfare, assassinations?
Let's shut it down. The Starling has been resurrected.
The storm is coming.
You ready?
Let's go cause an incident.
Jack Ryan, Ghost War, rated R, now streaming on Prime Video.
The 2026 NFL schedule is out now. Thursday Night Football kicks off September 17th. Detroit going to Buffalo to get the Bills in their new stadium. For the full Prime Video schedule, visit Amazon.com/TNF. I love some NASCAR, but I enjoy the fall as well. Thursday nights are good to me.
Got 16 laps to go in this first stage.
I mean, I was working for the home team. Okay, Steve, I just read the card.
I know. I like a little Thursday night NFL, though. That's a great way to kick off a weekend. Plus, has no idea what Ryan Fitzpatrick's going to say, so I just,
try to make this pass on Reddick. Battle for second.
I tell you what, as we see Reddick and Hamlin battle right here, hats off to Zane Smith and this 38 team. There are a bunch of guys that took 2 tires. These cars behind him took 4. He's driven out to a 2nd and a quarter lead.
Well, look at the drivers behind him. Tyler Reddick, 5 wins this year. Denny Hamlin, one of the greatest ever. Kyle Larson, our reigning champ. I mean, he's just doing an incredible job and holding off the best in the business.
I would say that out of in the last couple of years that Zane's been in this 38, he has been one of the better highlights of front row. And I think he flashes real potential. And so, always fun to see him. I mean, he gets results that I just don't know are realistic or capable. This team's capable of, Kim.
Yeah, and these laps led for Zane Smith is absolutely the shot in the arm that this team needs. I talked to crew chief Ryan Briganti earlier today, and he said, look, we have not done much well in the last 6 races. In fact, Vegas was the last time we felt we had a race we were happy with. So they were very much going back to the basics this weekend. Ryan, though, always a crew chief that's willing to take a gamble. He did that with 2 tires. And yes, there were other teams that took 4, but there were other teams that also took 2 tires only. Zane coming out with the lead, so I do want to give a little fist bump to their crew. Remember, last weekend was the All-Star race at Dover, where we see a pit stop challenge. The 38 team won that pit stop challenge and is at absolute bragging rights along pit road to win that. So just giving them the flowers that they deserve after that last 2-tire stop.
We talk about calm demeanor guys, and Zane certainly fits that. And look at this photo that he posted. A young Zane Smith with Kyle Busch. So much of this coming out this week, and I love the reflection from guys that are now delivering at the top level of NASCAR and what Kyle Busch meant to them when they were just a kid.
Yeah, Kyle took a lot of photos with a lot of these young drivers that are either in this field or in the O'Reilly field, Truck Series, and they've been saying some incredible things about how much he impacted their careers and their initiative to become race car drivers, right?
Oh, trouble, Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott in the wall. Caution is out.
Caution number 3. 2-time winner this year, Chase Elliott.
Yeah, running just outside the top 15 and 16.
They're all flat. Having a great year. A couple of wins. A lot of
driving points.
Yep, a lot of great finishes. He doesn't love to be called consistent, but that's what they've been over the past couple of seasons. Let's see how this started. Right up against the wall here. Looks like it just gets loose. We saw this last year. I mentioned it earlier in the show. We had a couple of cars just backing around, lose the back of the car, lose the car kind of. He's a little free. Ooh. I mean, there's just no way of knowing that's going to happen. It doesn't look like these drivers have any real warning that the car is going to get loose there, and there's no way to save it. Once it starts coming around, it doesn't seem like that they have an option or an opportunity to correct this and drive out of it. So frustrating. But when they're running the top and the high line around turns 1 and 2, Steve, they get into the turn and they load really heavily into the banking, but that load goes away coming up off the corner, and the car gets light before you finish the turn, and that's how that back's coming up out of the racetrack. This will be a great look at it for the 22 car.
It's exactly how you pointed out, and to be successful.
So it was a 26-minute green flag run right there.
So long that,
sorry, a 16-minute green flag run.
All the way back in the middle of the
16
corner.
minutes.
That's where you have to be wide open for the top to work, and it just comes out from underneath you so quick.
Caution comes out at a really interesting time here. 9 to go in the stage, and maybe some opportunities. I don't know. What do you think here,
Yeah,
Steve?
this is where I'm so thankful I'm up here and not down there because, stage points, we will definitely restart before the end. After seeing what happened to the one at Chastain, I don't think if you stay out, you can even score stage points. That's the only saving grace. I believe you have to pit here. Anyone that took 2 is going to have to take 4. There may be options for Hamlin and Reddick to take 2, but I think they're thinking of the bigger prize and winning the race. For that reason, I'm ignoring the stage end. It's 4 tires if I'm a crew chief today, Kim.
And the 11 of Denny Hamlin with the first time tonight where there was no complaints. He said that was better, way more stable. They will take 4 tires. You see Zane Smith, top right, they told him good job holding on with 2 tires just a little tight there. And then finally Ty Gibbs there.
Very good pit stop there for Zane Smith.
That run, not so good in traffic. Marty.
Reddick said the car started to get too free in that run, Kim, but they were catching up on the end, so made the decision to leave it alone. 4 fresh tires. And to Steve's point, I think those who pitted here.
So Eric Jones wins the race off pit road.
4 drivers stay out. Ross Chastain among them again. Eric Jones goes plus 13 with 2 tires. We'll reset the running order when we come back. Short run to the finish in stage 1. Boxing for Chase Elliott.
This is Arby's quarter-pound pulled pork and chopped brisket. Both are smoked slow for up to 13 hours. Tender, juicy barbecue like this isn't magic, although there is a lot of smoke involved. Poof!
Arby's, we have the meat. Every day of the week, running, every word I speak, running, every ride I ride is a lost cause. Every dream I see is on the inside.
At the end of the day, we're all chasing something. Imagine what you could do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. From rapid pump jacks to mechanics tool sets, whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do, do it for less. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
The true West has no fences. There's an edge, but you gotta find it. Find comfort from the traditions that help define it, and the confidence from having the courage to defy it. But being brave isn't about being different. It's about being yourself. Now, we might not need more people in the West, but would it hurt to have a little more West in the people?
Do parents cover kids' eyes to protect them?
Uh-oh, that's a scary part.
Or to secretly steal their Reese's?
It doesn't sound scary. Super scary.
Perhaps moms know everything happens for a Reese's. They said luxury was untouchable. We touched it anyway. This is pure horsepower stitched into the very fiber of your race day favorites. Our signature fragrance, Ode to Barbecue. You won't need a tiny designer dog or a Swiss bank account, just 78 years of hell yeah, and a guy named Dale. This isn't fast fashion, it's fast fashion. The official uniform of the most epic fan base in the world. NASCAR shop, get yours.
Inside of 10 laps to go. It's the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Tonight, we race to remember.
We race in your honor. First Sergeant Glenn L. Harris, United States Army.
Corporal Anthony J. Smaka, United States Army.
Specialist Christopher Horton, United States Army.
Sergeant Martin Anthony Lugo Jr., United
Christopher
States
Bell has a penalty for equipment interference. Adam Stevens was not having it.
Christopher Chambers, United States Navy.
Fireman first class.
We ran over their hose, but it was lying on pit road. We can't just wait for them to pull it. Yeah. I get that.
Such a special weekend in the NASCAR community as we do our 600 miles of remembrance here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A couple of things to clean up from pit road. Zane Smith, unfortunately, had a speeding penalty, so big hiccup for them and an issue for the 20 of Christopher Bell.
20 of Bell has an equipment interference. Let's listen in.
Right front tire interfering with the 4 car. I don't understand what the penalty is. The right front tire was the perfect position. It's completely legal.
So obviously the
Zane Smith had a speeding penalty? I did not see that. That's crazy.
See if we can find the video, but we'll keep an eye
That's
on that.
unfortunate because he had a really good pit stop.
Is sticking behind the penalty. The 20 falls all the way back to 29.
We're going to have 5 laps to go on the stage. Green flag is back in the air.
Now, check front row stayed out. Those other drivers that stayed out have since come down pit road. 5 to go, opening stage. We got a whole lot on the line here. Michael McDowell with a jump. Hamlin coming through on tires. Inside lane, Kyle Larson driving to the race.
And Kyle Larson to the lead.
43 is going to push the 11. Does Denny take this run to the outside? He's there.
Here comes Hamlin on the outside.
He can stick to the throttle here.
Denny Hamlin around Larson for the lead. He'll lead that lap.
Hamlin outside, Larson inside.
Oof.
Briscoe in their hip
Here comes
pocket.
Briscoe.
Oh, Larson up the racetrack.
Larson retakes the lead.
Finish the corner and breathe the throttle just a little bit there, but he does take the spot away from Denny. Side by side teammates. Briscoe, Hamlin into turn 3.
Look at Larson painting the line. Reddick able to drive through to 4th. He's on 4 tires, passing Eric Jones, who took only
3 to go on the
last
stage.
cycle. 3 to go, opening stint of the race.
Oh, Briscoe drives up the racetrack, trying to take the air away from his teammates. Going to do it. Denny just not comfortable enough to have the foul speed to do the things he needs to do to beat these guys. On the long run, I think he's got it. Back there behind him, Reddick around the top. A lot of momentum from that 45 car down the front straightaway.
1 Chevrolet, 3 Toyotas. You mentioned it. 4 Toyotas.
Switched to being 2 seconds ahead of me.
Mix back there in 5th. That's been the 11's weakness. Has been the first couple laps after a restart.
Like I said, the #1 rule in my stream is never comment on anything in my chat until you see me react to it on stream.
As long as he could to decide on where he wanted to run. Now he's looking at slow arc into 3. Everybody has to kind of wait to see what he's going to do so they can go where they need to go to get clean air. And he's trying to make that decision as late as possible. Look, trying to go down the racetrack, breaking the draft.
Final lap of the stage.
Final lap, opening stage. It's Larson and 3 Toyotas. Briscoe, Reddick, and Hamlin.
Briscoe's got a little run down the back straightaway.
This first stage took over an hour to complete.
4 car lengths, 3 car lengths, 2 car lengths.
Thought Larson would drive away.
Around comes Larson.
Do that, but he's going to win the stage. Reigning
Oh yeah, that's
champ
true.
on
Yeah.
point, getting the green and white checkered.
Larson wins stage 1 at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Coca-Cola 600 from Concord, North Carolina.
7 straight years, Hendrick Motorsports has won stage 1 in this crown jewel race. Good points for Briscoe, Reddick, Hamlin.
So it was a 2-minute and 39-second green flag run there to end the first stage. I'm going to go outside and smoke. I'll be back for the start of stage 2.
Coca-Cola 600 and a eventful opening stage. We're glad you're with us on Memorial Day weekend. It's NASCAR on Prime.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way, with preparation. Practice is about consistency, because mastery isn't about where you start, it's about how you train. Feel the road, own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck.
Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound? Watch this.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the USO. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
Say you get a surf shack on Airbnb. Now you can also get a surf lesson with a pro surfer. Or if you get a place in Mexico City, you can also get a taco tasting with a food critic. You can even get a home in the heart of Seoul and a dance class, K-pop style.
All of my girls looking good and they got their own money.
Homes, experiences, and services. Now you can Airbnb more than an Airbnb.
The WNBA is on Prime Thursday night. The Las Vegas Aces take on the Dallas Wings. Then it's the Indiana Fever facing the Golden State Valkyries. Thursday starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's on Prime.
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Coca-Cola, the proud signature partner of America 250. Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com. Get smiling today. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt.
Pit road was open that time. Most of the leaders stay on the racetrack, but a few come to pit road. The 43 of Jones, 17 of Buscher, the 4 of Gregson. The 43 was on just 2 tires and probably needed to get those left sides, but it worked for Jones. He scored stage points. Buscher now coming to the service of his crew.
Buscher spent so much the first half, first 3 quarters of that stage inside the top 5, 6, 7 positions. Lost a little ground there through the cycles. And free pass here goes to Carson Hocevar. So I look at a number of drivers that have had some problems tonight, kind of fighting their way back. Hocevar back on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace got a free pass. He's back on the lead lap. And I have a feeling our Chili's onboard camera is going to give us some love tonight. You know Hocevar's waiting to put on a show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Ride the Dente. I thought you were going to. All right, so we played some radio. The 20th Christopher Bell, a yellow ago, was penalized for equipment interference. Normally, that means you interfere with another pit box. So look up here in this area. Watch this tire as it rolls in right there. You see that tire changer have to jump and go over that tire. Remember, you own your pit box, not the one. This is going to be a great look. We're going to pause it right there. Look at this guy right here. This tire changer is in his pit box trying to service the 4 car. He has to climb over the 20 tire. It's only 2 feet in the 4 stall. I understand the confusion, but I will have to admit that is a clear penalty. If the 4 is not pitting, you can use that space, but you cannot interfere with another crew's pit stop. So a good call by NASCAR. Understandably, frustration out of the 20.
How did I get here? Shooting all the action despite vision loss from wet AMD. It started when Vabysmo opened up my world. I was worried when I started to lose my sight, but my doctor recommended Vabysmo. Vabysmo is different. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD. So I'm back doing what I love, knowing that Vabysmo improves vision. And there's a chance for up to 4 months between treatments.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, and uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your doctor or retina specialist right away.
Now, I'm bringing it all into focus. Open up your world with Vabysmo.
Trust the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for wet AMD and diabetic macular edema. Ask your retina specialist about Vabysmo.
This is Body Armor Flash IV, the only rapid rehydration drink that's scientifically formulated with electrolytes, zinc, coconut water, and no artificial dyes. For days that don't slow down, choose Body Armor Flash IV.
Just like that.
For the 17th time, the next.
That's how you become the legend of the woods, with battery life for days from the processor your PC wishes it had.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast. Look, it's pancakes! Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes?
My fellow American, today I bring you good news. I am your savior.
You can lay down right there, buddy. That'd be nice. You want to sit here and watch the race with me?
Let's get into our stage break presented by Snapdragon. Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, just over this hospitality wall, we see the 9 team of Chase Elliott at Hendrick Motorsports packing up their pit box. NASCAR's most popular driver will have to wait another year if he's hoping to win this crown jewel, the Coke 600.
So Chase Elliott's done for the night.
Elliott now.
Chase, we saw the car snap out from under you there off of turn 2. Did you have any warning? What'd you feel?
My balance had been that way for a bit, and I was just trying to push and find some pace. Feel like we were bleeding out really bad, and was just trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, I stepped over the line and made a mistake. So super unfortunate, man. I feel like I've spent way more than I've watched more of the ends of these Coca-Cola 600s from the couch than I have been a part of. It has been just a horrendous race for me throughout the course of my career. So just really bummed. Apologize to everybody at HMS and all the guys on the 9 team. Just made a mistake and got over my head and paid for it.
Thank you, Chase. Guys, we talked about how hard it is to manage the pace of this race. Marathon with a 5K sprint.
You can hear the frustration in Chase Elliott's voice, Trevor. Thank you. And we've also seen the aggression. Already 3 cautions in this race in stage 1. Carl, what do you make of it?
One of the most talented drivers in the sport just lost it, right? We take for granted how difficult it is to drive one of these cars on the edge. You're the only one with a prime microphone that's done it. Tell us what that really feels like for the people at home to be on that edge.
Well, you hear Chase Elliott just talk about stepping over the line. With the older car, Kyle, that line was a little bit bigger. You had a little bit more warning to kind of slide that car around. This car, that wheel gets a little light, and you're thinking the right rear's there, and instantly you brake track and you're around. Obviously, you had some effect from the car right behind him, but the line is razor thin with this next-gen car, and we saw it bite Chase Elliott and other guys. We saw it bite the 2. We saw it bite Josh Berry earlier in the day.
I was in the TRD sim this week. You can make some time, but when it slipped, it was gone. So you're seeing 600 miles of just right on that razor's edge, and I still don't understand how you manage the people behind you. That's spectacular.
And we still have 300 laps to go, so how close
still have forever to go in this race.
And still be there at the end, because the 9 cars ain't having a good day.
Carl said, I could not be able to save it in these next-gen cars like I was in my iteration of car. Why is
Getting
that?
to choose here.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the way the air flows under the car and past the diffuser. We could have Letarte explain it in detail, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Kyle Larson, one of the guys with the most car control on Earth, is at the front of this.
Well, he's also the most comfortable on that razor edge.
Kyle Edwards was meant to be a broadcaster. I remember one time at Pocono.
Kyle Larson won the first stage. The
Pocono
last time
2011
went on to sweep them all
on TNT.
and win the Coca-Cola 600 in 2021.
It was back when it was 500 miles. Carl Edwards
Champion, off to a great start.
started the race, had an issue with his car, was out for like literally most of the race. He went into the TNT booth, like from his wrecked car, got out of his car, went to the TNT booth, got in the booth, and then was just in the booth for most of the race. And then they were ready to go. He got out of the booth, went back into the car, and finished the race 141 laps down.
Those drivers that came down pit road into stage 1 have been cycled back outside the top 25. We'll see if they make any progress here. Front row
We love Carl.
will begin our second stage. Larson, the control car inside of Briscoe.
All right, here we go.
Pace car is in. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Auto.
And back green. Green flag's back in the air. And Larson's going to pull away with the lead right there
Oh, Brad Gulowski.
in turn 1.
Issue right at the top of the racetrack. Had to jump out of the gas. Oh, a little contact back there. Battling around 6 or 7.
So many red, white, and blue cars. It was hard to tell who's who, but yeah, it was Daniel Suarez. Had the problems, unscheduled pit stop, got a lap down. He's right in the game. Larson gets away with a lead on the restart.
Side by side here for second, now for third. Toyota's trying to figure out a plan. There's Blaney. Ty Gibbs back into it.
Give a lot of credit to Ryan Blaney. He went from 6th to 20th on that cycle of stops when they had the issue, but he has stayed with it. Got stage points in stage 1.
And I feel like the Toyotas are just a little bit faster than that 5 car, but Larson's doing everything he can to make that 5 as wide as possible.
Kyle Larson's led 13 laps tonight. He's on the last 13 laps. Briscoe's coming on the inside, though, as we head into the backstretch.
Here they are, back in the mix. I didn't think the balance was good enough to drive back to the field, but they've improved it a little bit.
And Briscoe passed Larson for the lead.
Taking the lead away, Briscoe to the front.
Talk about what a pivotal moment this could be in a driver's career. To win this race and get on a hot streak over the summer. Briscoe, a guy that needs it. He's been in the game all night long, and he now leads Larson in the Coke 600.
Another car we saw that was really fast in practice, 47 of Stenhouse. He was the fastest car in that short practice we had this weekend. We wondered if that was real, Steve. A couple of cars up there in the top 10 of practice that we weren't quite sure if they really, truly, genuinely were going to be able to have that speed or produce that speed today. Look at this 47.
I mean, this is a good track for him. You don't always think of Ricky at the 1.5 miles, but when you look at his numbers in the Coke 600, he's a sleeper. He's an underdog, and he seems to pop when we come to this race.
I think it's that blue-collar mentality. Some drivers are thinking, whoo, 400 laps. I think Ricky's thinking, absolutely, let's run 5 or 6 or 700. He's unbelievably physically fit, and I think that mental toughness comes with those tough workouts he does. But you got to think about that team and how just at a disadvantage they are, one single-car team. Not a whole lot of data and resources to be able to share among teammates. Fighting against these bigger teams with a lot more resources, a lot more funding. So impressive work for them to be able to go out there and be able to match their speed.
Work that will continue into the future. Worth noting, it was announced earlier that the 47 Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has re-signed with an extension for High Ag Motorsports. Great pairing. Happy to see they're sticking it out for more years.
Well, and you talk about the pairing with Ricky and the team, Mike Kelly, the crew chief, they've had a great relationship over the years. Continuity pays. We talked about that yesterday during our practice session. Look at our pylon here. And if you look at the top 10, we talk about the comeback for Blaney. I mentioned Suarez. Josh Berry had the early problem. He's back inside the top 10.
Dude, Josh is spun out and down across the apron.
The most lead changes in a Coca-Cola 600 is 54. That was in 1979.
But they have been able to get that car back onto the racetrack. Apparently the damage underneath not too severe. And I'm going to give you
Darrell Waltrip won that race.
Just in front of this battle is a 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen. Started up front because we went off Watkins Glen. We all know he's so good at the road courses, but his ovals are improving rapidly. For as little practice as we receive and as little testing as we receive, driver 97 is figuring it out.
Busy times for him. Ran the truck race earlier today. Right with Brad Keselowski here. This is the BuiltSubmarines.com onboard camera. Man that won this race 2020. Having a solid night up to 9th.
SVG, one of those drivers that did run that truck race to your point, you know, all those laps. Just laps and laps and laps. Man, look at Suarez. Dives to the bottom.
Suarez trying to get around Barry for 10th. Barry had that spin in stage 1.
Kind of scrub that speed. Now
he was back into the top 10, but battling with Suarez for 10th.
Forward on the top side, give a little push, and now Buescher's going to run that middle lane, not because he loves it, but because that's not trailing either car, even though you still see a wiggle out of 17.
It was a nice little dance there, wasn't there?
Barry back to the inside here, side by side, bring the fight back to Suarez. Suarez going to try to side draft off into the corner. But Barry's going to take that spot right back.
Those little wiggles, Dale, didn't bother me until I watched Chase Elliott spin out by himself. Now I'm a little bit more sensitive to the back.
Now 17, a Busher trying to take the spot away from Suarez as well.
And make a note of this, Steve. Talking about Busher, he's one of those drivers that came down and pitted at the end of the stage, lost all that track position, but big time on the move since the restart to begin stage 2 on those 4 fresh tires.
And look who else has joined the fray, right? We talked about Priest and Busher. Well, in front of them is team owner driver Brad Keselowski, all the way up in the 9th position. So RFK at this point, worst running car, if you can believe it, is Priest in 14th, doing a really nice job with all 3 automobiles.
Logano in the 22, another team looking for speed, looking for results. Man, they have had an awful season trying to be able to get the speed, the 22 car to be able to run up front. Here's a battle for 4th. Gibbs, Larson, looks like Gibbs is going to take that one away from the 5 car.
Well, you said it on the restart. I'm not sure that Larson is faster. He's doing a good job playing defense. And since that time, he's been on the slide, going from 1st to 5th as Gibbs completes the pass.
It's obvious the Toyotas are the team to be here. If you drive a Toyota, you've got an advantage. Seems like that their cars are better on the 1.5 miles. It's a better package of downforce and power. Whereas the Chevrolets, they have a new car. They're working the kinks out on what this car likes, what it loves. They will figure it out. They will figure it out. They will be able to match what the Toyotas are doing. They got a little work tonight.
Bell, that interstate battery scheme.
It's a pretty sick scheme, I won't lie. I actually do like that. Some people might not like it, and I kind of see where they're coming from, but I do like it. I think it's really cool.
These guys take a run like a speedway race.
Would look sick in that 18 Kyle Busch car, you know?
Christopher Bell's the one Toyota that's not been able to show the speed. He's anxious to be able to get up there and match his teammates in performance. They've been searching for that speed this year. In the 20
Kyle should have always stayed in the 18.
He is now riding the Dente, Steve. I mean, it's plus 20 since the restart. Let's get an update. Driver 12, Ryan Blaney. What's up there, Trevor?
Yeah, guys, Ryan Blaney, early on, we saw how fast he took off at the beginning of this race, but faded hard. Since then, they tried to work on that long-run speed, maybe overstepped.
So Briscoe has a half-second lead over Denny Hamlin. Larson's fallen back to 5th.
To have speed on both ends of the run, Marty.
After having the lead on the restart.
Stenhouse Jr. feels like the Charlotte Motor Speedway is one of his best racetracks. And this is straight up.
Definitely some good racing tonight.
47 team as he battles the 97 for that 7th position. A drive from
18 people in here right now. Thank you, guys.
Kelly told me today, hey, listen, I feel like this format, night racing like this at a 1.5 miles, perfect for Ricky, and they're showing it early in this race.
You know, he's been pretty friendly when it comes to competition on concrete racetracks as well. We go to Nashville next weekend.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Ricky is we see him lose a spot there. He talked about his car in practice. Feels awesome for 3 laps, but after that, he starts to lose the balance quickly. You know, we see.
Okay, well, someone left. Fuck you.
Can they figure out what he needs for that long run so they can maintain that track position?
Great point, Dale, because that first stage was broken up with a lot of yellows. So with 77 to go in this stage, if we run clean and green, you know, will that hurt the 47? Does that not suit the balance that they have?
What's going on? Brad Keselowski looks pretty solid tonight, Kim. They're 9th.
Yeah, they made some major changes halfway through stage 1, lowered the left front. That seems to have helped the car. Brad saying we haven't gained everything we need, but that definitely was a step in the right direction. But there's a bigger problem from Brad. His cool suit is not working. They tried to reset it around lap 56, 57. It has been glitchy ever since. So the next yellow flag, they will flush that. He'll stop to purge that warm water that's circulating through the suit when we do get a yellow flag.
And I'll say this too, humid evening here in Concord, North Carolina. Let's get more on that 16 radio.
Yeah, copy that. I'm freaking burning in this car, man. I keep resetting this thing. You know, Jeremy, there's weeks I feel like I get paid too much, and there's weeks like I feel like I don't get paid enough. And it's just going to have to be one of the latter of the two. I'll just tough it out, man.
as driver owner, I'm wondering, does that mean he's an owner some weeks and a driver some weeks? How does that work?
I don't think anybody's going to tell him no if he wants to come down pit road and fix it. So,
but to be serious, the cool suit is, when it stops working, it's worse than nothing because it just holds the liquid without recirculating. The liquid heats up, and now you're almost like you're wearing a heated vest.
It's really, really thick. When it works, it's great. But when it doesn't work, it's just like wearing several layers of thermal. So not going to be comfortable until he can figure out how to get anything to give a little relief out of it.
Closing on 30 laps complete in stage 2. Briscoe leads Hamlin, Reddick, Gibbs, and Larson tonight at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We race, we remember.
We say your names so we never forget. Staff Sergeant Frank Peroni, United States Army Air Force. Sergeant First Class Eugene Ashley Jr., United States Army. Corporal Matthew Paul Skiert, United States Army. Sergeant Robert Wayne Crow Jr., United States Army. First Lieutenant Ace Wayne Tyler, United States Air Force. We honor your sacrifice.
Brad's cool suit isn't working. That's not good.
Discover an epic menu inspired by the Mandalorian and Grogu. Only at Burger King. Have it the way. Now playing in theaters.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
What causes a current? Is it Peyronie's disease? Is there somebody I can talk to for help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease? There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Over 250 years ago, we didn't like the taxes, so we dumped the tea. Now with the Rand Declaration of Deals, we're pledging our allegiance to the American people. 0% financing for 60 months on select 2026 models, or we'll cover your sales tax, plus no monthly payments for 90 days, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Nothing stops Rand.
Or purchase and get
Brad Keselowski is still running in 9th. He does not have a working cool suit, which is very unfortunate at this time.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G.
75 degrees there.
Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day. Powered by DoorDash.
It's time to go racing under the lights.
There could be chaos here tonight. It's going to be a great night for racing.
We're going to bring home a trophy tonight.
Doing it under the lights is so special.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. This Saturday night from Nashville at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
And Chase Briscoe
And now we get our
wins
Harbor
the
Freight
Coca-Cola 200.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the 600. It's day 2 night. The conditions change. The ever-changing conditions. The lights started to come on. To be good, you're going to have to stay in front of them.
And you got to manage the ups and downs as well. There'll be issues, maybe mistakes on pit road. You're going to lose spots. Try to stay in the fight. Try to keep yourself, keep your spirits up. Keep your team's morale high. It's a long race. A lot of opportunity to recover.
Don't allow the length of the race to fool you. You have to be great when the lights come on. Ross Chastain proved it last year when he passed William Byron in the last 50 laps. Keep yourself close, but don't dial your car out of the speed it needs when it grips up, pulls down, and the trophy's on the line.
We've talked so much about the length of this race, and I feel like all of our driver analysts at some point in our meetings have talked about driving down into turn 1. You glance up at the scoring pylon, and you're like, what? We got how many laps left?
Well, we're guessing we're about 10 laps away from a pit stop. breaking the stage in half. 65 to go here. Last year, guys are coming to pit road 43, 45 laps into the run. Okay, what you got on the three car?
Yeah, the 3 car of Austin Dillon, do expect him on pit road. He said he had a right front coming down. Was supposed to pit the last time by. It looks like he missed pit road, but we do expect him to come down to change that tire. So we'll see if he can make it. Yep, as we see Austin coming right down. Right now, again.
So Austin Dillon's coming down pit road.
Stop. It is not going to be what they intended to be
You
their
see?
green flag stop, but still out there.
Well, the good news for the 3, with 63 to go in the stage, he can make it to the end of the stage on fuel. Let's see, bottom screen, Austin Dillon, will he choose to pit this time?
Austin Dillon's coming to pit road.
Stays on the racetrack,
No.
and I think at this point,
It looked like he was slowing
you
down.
Just paint the picture. Hey, 63 to go. If you have to come,
He's not
we're
pitting.
ready, and we're inside of fuel, and we would prefer to run 15 more laps or so as we're on board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who's run Briscoe down. Battle for the lead, no surprise. Longer we run, the better.
It would have been really funny if Austin Dillon won the Coke 600. Kyle comes back and he's just like, what did he say? I'm not surprised about anything. Congratulations. And throws his microphone down.
I don't think Denny's going to be able to get up there to the quarter panel and do much here. 19 will have great momentum off the top. Starts driving away a little bit down the back straightaway. The draft picks Denny back up. At the end of the straightaway, that's right there. The 19 waits.
That man was funny.
The 19 waits before he commits to the bottom.
That man, we loved him for a reason.
So the 19 makes a big arc and drives.
We didn't just love him because he was the M&M's guy.
Look at the gap now.
You know, we loved him for a reason.
That's what the leader has to do. And it's frustrating for Denny, but he's going to be able to keep coming and close that gap again and try again to try to take the position away. He has the faster car. Just got to figure out a way to outsmart or trick the 19.
Talked about the fact Thursday night football just a few months away.
Yeah, Prime tricked us, Jaden.
Out front here tonight.
Oh, for sure. Yep. 11's closing back in, and Briscoe will start looking in the mirror, trying to figure out, all right, what's Denny going to do? How do I trick him? How's he going to trick me? Battle for 11th right here, the 22 of Logano. Hosevar all the way up to 12th.
About 2 months from NFL training camp starting.
7 right there, just lost the car. And I wonder how many
Excited,
times
and
you
we're
really
about,
just rode on board for all 400 laps. How many
still
times
almost
your car just skates up the racetrack?
3.5 months away from the season starting.
Recover and go back on the offense.
Still a long
And
time.
he's not letting Briscoe out of sight here.
He ran the top of 3 and 4. Should produce good momentum down the front straightaway.
That's where the 11's better, is on the top.
Oh, man. He just followed him. He doesn't know. You know, he's like, are you going to the bottom? Are you? No? You're not? Okay. Well, it's kind of tough for him because Briscoe's trying to camouflage, right, where he's going to end up in the middle of the corner. That big arc into the corner. You would think, oh, he's going to the bottom? I don't know.
That's what I like.
I think we are at the midway point of the NFL offseason, though.
He has a run. Can he get to a quarter panel on quarter entry? And he's trying to wait for the top of the race.
It's been 3.5 months since the Super Bowl.
But he doesn't really want it. Oh, look at him. Trying to push. Oh, he made 19 tight.
And it's about 3.5 months till the season starts.
Has to get out of the gas. But it'll be tough for Denny to finish the pass down here.
Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe battling for the lead.
19 gasses up through the middle of the corner just to not allow the 11 to clear, but he will be able to finish the pass.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin takes the lead from Chase Briscoe.
Green flag pit stops. Teammates going at it for the lead in the Coke 600.
This is what I liked about the package. In years past, when the 11 passed the 19's kind of done. The air gets shut off, he loses it. But you saw in the front stretch, he actually kind of got a toe back to the rear bumper. Now, I don't know if he's good enough to use that draft.
I don't think he has the speed the 11 does right now. He's about 2/10 off. Denny.
All right, we're getting green flag pit stops. First taker is William Byron.
Early side of the cycle, but if your car's ill handling, which some are, they'll come to pit road early. It looks like the 24.
William Byron is running at
William Byron's gonna
26th.
start the plan.
And 24 comes to a stop in his pit stall. The biggest complaint
not having a great night.
just can't feel the front tires. Maybe just a little slow on the right side, but 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and for the 3 of Austin Dillon finally coming down. We talked about him thinking he had a right front going down. He did in fact think that his crew chief Richard Boswell calling him down to pit road. Austin saying, "Can we make it till the green flag cycle stops?" They told him no. He decided to stay out on the track and nurse it.
Got more
We
pit
also
stops
have
here. Daniel Suarez
on
pitting.
pit lane.
Todd Gilliland, Austin Dillon's now finally on pit
A
road.
little bit more help on.
Austin Hill on pit road in that 33. John Nemechek on pit road. Brad Keselowski's on pit road. Well, you know, that's kind of funny. It never fails the RCR pit crew for Kyle Busch to do a fuck up there. You know, just like old times. Just like old times. Now we need an Austin Hill speeding penalty.
They make that chassis adjustment. As you see, Chase Briscoe making his stop right now. He said it fired off great that run. In fact, the best it's fired off all night. It feels almost like it does in clean air, just a slight chassis adjustment, Marty.
Again, the terrific fire-off speed we saw from Ryan Preece from RFK earlier in the race. He didn't really have that on this run, so the car was just way too free. We can kind of hear drivers in their voice.
Yeah, we didn't realize we were living in the good days when we had it. I don't care. I'd rather have Kyle Busch fucking running 30th than not at all.
Any big adjustments on this stop as they put fresh rubber and Sunoco fuel in that car.
All this cycles Ty Gibbs to the race lead. Reddick is second, Steve.
On board with Briscoe on the bottom of your screen. He was running second to the 11. He came
Hamlin's on pit road. Briscoe just pitted. Ty Gibbs is the leader now.
So as you see the 11 exit pit road on the bottom left, you see the map right here. Let's see what the 19 does. It's hard. We don't know exactly where their pit stops were, how they compare. I think the 11's going to keep the lead as the 19 is kind of battling with Bell. That tells me that Denny Hamlin did a really nice job on and off.
A good pit stop there for Denny Hamlin. He's going to have a pretty big lead. Significant lead over Briscoe, but
performance by the 11.
He's not going to have it yet.
Remember, both of these cars have already pitted, so they're
back in 18th and 19th.
It's not the battle for the race.
Sorry, 17th and 18th.
Once everything cycles through, it likely will have been. Here's Tyler Reddick, Marty.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick saying the car just got way too free on both ends of the racetrack, and quote, the entry was choppy over the bumps, especially out in turn 3, already back out on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming down. We talked about that front run speed for Stenhouse. He was a little bit worried about his right front tire towards the end of that run. Mike Kelly said, hey, if you can stay up a little bit longer for me, I would love that to make the second run shorter. I would love to split it closer to half. They're pitting here with 51 to go in stage 2.
Yeah, we're right at the midway point of the second stage. Christopher Bell now leads.
Just Stenhouse, Jones, and Preece all pitted right there.
These cars are pitting with 40-45
Christopher Bell is your leader at the moment.
So you could run
he still needs to pit.
Perfect split point. Now the advantage of coming early.
Bowman unlapping himself.
It's time for the 20. That was the radio.
Sorry,
the 20 as we see.
taking himself from 2 laps down to 1 lap down.
Issue on the 22
Oh, Joey Logano with a slow pit stop. Got Chris Buescher also pitting. Catherine Alleg doing double duty. Did not go very far in the Indy 500, but she's having just making the laps tonight in Charlotte. Michael McDowell's on pit road now. Here's Christopher Bell on pit road, handing the lead over to Carson Hocevar.
Lean right side, Jackman around with that patented swing around the back with the jack, left side down and away. Don't blink. I mean, 9-second pit stops happened in an absolute flurry. Top of the screen, I watched the 11 come through, so Bell will rejoin. But remember, he'll have a little bit fresher tires. There'll be 48 laps to go in the stage. On the pylon, you see him falling. He should rejoin somewhere inside the top 10.
He was 7th when the cycle began.
So probably 9th or 10th. Let's see how he does. 9th right now. SVG.
Still need Hocevar and Bubba to pit. But yeah, Bubba's back on the lead lap. As of now, I mean, once he pits, he'll probably go a lap down.
Looks like about 4 seconds. He should make that up in theory with fresher tires over the longer run. It really just comes down to, how traffic catches him. Here he is. Oh boy, coming to pit road, back to the car, kind of stepping out.
When the audio matches the video. Is that what that was?
That was sound effects. It was pretty good.
So a couple of drivers yet to come to pit road. Hocevar and Bubba Wallace, they still have to make their scheduled green flag pit stop here in the middle of stage 2. Then everything will cycle back to Hamilton.
Bubba's on pit road right now with the 23 car.
Hocevar honestly might not go a lap down. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty close though.
After some contact with the outside wall on a restart.
Bubba's pitting.
See Bubba Wallace coming down pit road.
So now Hamlin takes over second.
Next time, yeah,
Hamlin's like kind of a real leader right now, but here's Hocevar pitting.
Able to fix the toe on that 23 car. Meanwhile, if Carson Hocevar told anybody in the field about that last run, they told everybody tires are very important tonight. He restarted 34th.
So Denny Hamlin takes over the lead here in the Coca-Cola 600.
They bring him here down pit road right now. 46 to go here in stage 2. Clearly some speed in that 77 after a problem earlier, and now a problem on the right rear.
Oh, problem for Hocevar once again. This is bad. This is big. He did not need this, because I think he would not have gone a lap down. But now he definitely will.
Change to a fresh wheel nut. Go back over, but this probably will be an extra lap lost by the 77. Good news is the tire changer realized that the wheel was not tight.
He's finally got away. That was a 29-second pit stop for Carson Hocevar. Timmy Hill just completed his pit stop.
In the air. So let's just take a look at this. He comes in on the mark, right sides up. Is it a handle issue? That's exactly what happens. So on the exchange, the tire carrier, a little bit messy, he kind of stepped on the hose, then he bumped the quarter panel, and the jackman doesn't even look. To do a 9-second pit stop, it is a timing situation. And then right here, they had to get an extra wheel nut. Jackman helps him out. Damage is done, but slow pit stop's never good, but better than leaving with the wheel loose.
So Hocevar's back in 33rd, one lap down. Went from leading the race to 33rd, a lap down.
Better to do it now than later. Still plenty of time to recover. They've already come back once tonight.
Yeah.
Past the halfway point, stage 2 at Charlotte, the Coke 600. Denny Hamlin in charge from Joe Gibbs Racing.
I just really can't believe Kyle's not racing. I mean, not even that he's not racing, just not here with us.
I suddenly realized that I was no longer driving conscious, and I was in a different dimension.
It's really hitting now that this sunset's starting, you know? It's when racing's the most beautiful. And I don't have my guy in the racing. Or at all.
I like being different.
You fought against the odds in every inch of every race with endless determination and grit. All of your hard work and dedication have brought you to where you are today. Keep moving forward. Talk to your doctor about Breztri, 3 medicines in 1 inhaler. Learn more at Breztri.com.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new
Got 40 laps to go in the second stage.
Pockets $3.99 and a 6-inch sub of the day $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
My name is Daniel. I've been a barista for 8 years, but I wanted to bring my take on real coffee to the community, and my Toyota BZ helped me get there.
Imagine what you could do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota. Let's go places.
When a varied mission resurfaces, Jack Ryan is pulled back into the CIA. John Krasinski returns in Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan Ghost War. Rated R, a new movie streaming now only on Prime Video. Inside of 40 laps to go, stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600. We're live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street. Just wrapped the cycle of green flag pit stops. Let's go to the pit lane and Marty Snyder.
Adam, I wanted to show you the tire, the front tire that came off Carson Hocevar's car. We've talked about these teams being worried about right front tires hoarding steam, and we saw a number of them on this last run. We saw it from Kyle Larson, we saw it from Tyler Reddick, we saw it from Carson Hocevar's car as well. And in fact, Luke Lambert told Carson Hocevar on the radio, I think this is going to be the game for the rest of the race. You're going to have to take care of my right front for me. Team's talking about, there's that right front from Carson Hocevar. Team's talking about it getting cooler, the track getting freer. So what's your level of concern when you see that right front off the 77?
Well, it's for certain concerning because as the pace picks up, I don't think the wear will get better, and that unwinding the fabric you
So
see.
you're 41% through the Coca-Cola 600.
You literally have a layer of cords, and they're wound around. Think about like a ball of yarn, and once you wear through it, kind of break the first piece, it unwinds across the tire, and you have to. The good news is, I think the driver can feel it. He knows it's happening, which I love. I think, you know, I don't like tires that just kind of fail. I like the driver to know, hey, I push it too hard, I have to pit. That's part of trying to managing the race.
Hocevar, the fourth driver in the one lap down category, fourth in order, I should say, those drivers that are a lap down, 31st. So he's got some work to do if he's going to put himself in a free pass position at the end of the stage. Got 35, now 34 laps to go here in this second run of the race, Kim.
The second unscheduled green flag stop of the night for Daniel Suarez. He was reporting a vibration, came down, they took all four tires off and changed them. Looking at the team, as they check the tires out right now, they don't really see anything in particular. Daniel coming on the radio, though, and saying something is not right. The team telling him, under the next caution stop, we will take a look at everything. So what could be causing an issue to where he would feel a vibration, but the team is not seeing anything on the tires?
So it's interesting because when we say he feels a vibration, you know, Dale, is he feeling the seat, feeling his feet, is he feeling the steering wheel? I have seen driveline vibrations, obviously tire vibrations. This is going to sound crazy. I've seen aero vibrations where parts and pieces on the cars break and they shudder. You know, when you open, you crack just the driver's window and the guys in the back seat can't stand it driving down the interstate. Think about that. That's at 70 miles an hour. Well, at 180 miles an hour, that pressure can be so violent, it can shake a part of the car at a harmonic that, Dale, you can't tell if it's aero or what it is. You just know there's a buzz or a vibration.
Yeah, back in the COT days when they first brought the splitters, we had these splitter braces, and you might break a splitter brace, and the splitter would shudder, and it would take grip out of the car. It would make you feel like you couldn't drive the car as hard as you wanted to. It really kind of
32 laps to go in the stage.
To the tire to understand really the level of grip and how much you can commit to the corner. Anytime you got a vibration in a race car, it absolutely makes it harder for you to know how much grip you have in the car, and then, therefore you can't confidently commit to the corner like you want to. Battle right here for second place, Briscoe, the 54 Gibbs. Gibbs trying to close in and take this spot away. Briscoe's car is fast, just not quite as fast as some of his teammates here.
All four Gibbs Toyotas inside the top six, and each of their drivers have led at least one lap in this race tonight. Very much in the game, all of them.
Right before we pitted, Denny came up and drove by the 19. 19 was fading on the end.
30 to go on the stage.
Now the 54 is up here trying to annoy the 19 of Briscoe.
Still 230 laps to go in the race.
What do we need to get? What do we got to do? What are our teammates doing? We know what they're doing. We know all their parts and pieces, air pressures, everything. What do we have? Or what do they have that I need or could help me find the speed to be able to match his teammates? Doing a pretty good job, though, hanging on to this second spot.
We talked about the 19 and 11's battle through green flag pit stops. I thought there would be an advantage for coming earlier. Look at them side by side, the 19, the 11. Watch how similar these stops look. Very clean on the 11, a little bit slow on the right side of the 19. If you can believe, there is over a second and a half difference. That's how quick these stops happen. I mean, the 11 gone, the 19 still working. No big difference. And think about this. 8.86.
So Denny Hamlin has a 4-second lead over second place Chase Briscoe. He's pulled out to a big lead.
What looks like, if you don't put them side by side, you could barely tell the difference. But that is a huge difference. I think it's important when we start talking pit stop times to really show you what a second half looks like, because it's not as obvious as you think it would be.
Long green flag run here, and Denny Hamlin has now put Austin Hill a lap down. So 24 cars on the lead lap. And I referenced the number of cars on the lead lap because we talk about how congested this pit road is. You're going to have some more pit stops tonight under caution. Boy, if you're those front runners, you don't want anybody around you. You want to be as clean as you can. So the more guys we put a lap down, the door opens for some of these guys to have success.
And Denny Hamlin's putting Austin Hill a lap down.
Yeah, Austin's going to fight on the outside here. He's going to try to do it respectfully, you know.
Actually, no, not right there.
But not just lay over.
Just like Kyle fighting back.
Take the lap away.
Hill, an awesome veteran of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
I think Austin's learning too, right? He doesn't drive these cars all the time, so every lap he's getting better. Every lap he's getting smarter. It's a great opportunity for him to be around.
But then, just like Kyle in an RCR car, gets lapped anyway.
Already told the story. 33-second car this weekend for Richard Childress Racing. As they will not run the 8 in honor of Kyle Busch.
It's just crazy.
25 laps to go, stage 2. Hamlin picking
like, I don't have my idol with me anymore.
26 laps tonight.
And he's been racing with the 32 a little bit, so looking at his lap times, I'm kind of wondering if Gibbs is better right now. Denny doesn't have the fire-off speed on restarts, but we know, I believe he's the class in the field in the long run. Once they get beyond, 5-10 laps, he seems to have the best car. Now the 54 here, Gibbs in some traffic, so we really can't compare the laps. I think both of them in clean air running 31 teens. The rest of the field a little bit slower than that, but these two cars right now are the best out of the field.
One of the great stories of the night, ninth place, Shane Van Gisbergen doing an unbelievable job, Trevor.
Yeah, how about that? We would expect this at a road course, and that's kind of what got Shane his track position. The metric from Watkins Glen allowed him to start this race third. Really, I believed he would kind of sink back into the bottom half of the top 10 and maybe the top 15 by the end of stage 1, but he has fought hard, stayed in the top 10 all night.
Jaden, are you still here?
This race that he was able to do that, but now he's settling in, starting to work on this
I have a
car,
question.
saying he needs a little bit more short run speed, a little bit tight right now, getting fired off.
Been working with Shane. SVG's been taking me to school about all the road courses we've seen this year for a little digital series, and he's so fun
You
to
are?
talk
All
to
right.
about the road courses.
What is the
So
metric?
confident,
Like, what
so
is...
much confidence about what
I know it's a
he's doing, what
combination
he's
of a
doing,
few
what
different
he's doing
things, but
here.
what is the metric again?
About the ovals, and he's so
When
respectful to the
they,
talent in the field. And
don't
he's-
qualify?
and so much humility. He won't admit, I think, that he's getting better.
When they don't
I
have
keep telling him,
qualifying?
Man, you look like you're very comfortable out there. He reminded me he was not comfortable yet. He thought it was taking too much effort to run the pace he needs, but he was thankful he could run the pace.
By the way,
Where he thought
Ty
last year,
Gibbs has
just
taken
that
over
pace
second
wasn't
place
even
from
in
Chase
there.
Briscoe.
Wasn't sure what he needed to
21
do
laps to go on the
better.
stage. Ty Gibbs
Great transition.
is seeming to
Over here,
slowly
stock
somewhat
cars,
close the gap
now at these ovals.
on Hamlin, but I don't
Last
think
year,
he'll
I think we
catch
saw
him by the end of the
some,
second
evidence
stage
of
unless we
improvement,
have a
running in top
caution.
20, 25 all night long, started easing forward in 14th overall at the end of the race, at the end of 600 miles here. That's hard to do. And we also got to look at Trackhouse. They're trying to get better. They aren't where they want to be as an organization. But if he, if he's running as well as he is tonight, I think that says a lot about his progress. Because you definitely have to, handicap the vehicle just a bit. I think that's the honest thing to do because Trackhouse has struggled just a little bit this year.
You've never been here. So the facility's just unbelievable. What a shot.
Oh, I've been there.
Weekend every time we come here on Memorial Day.
Oh, okay. 70? Oh, wait, no, it's only 2 things? I thought it was 3 things. Are you sure it's only 2 things? 70% last race finish, 30% points position.
Sergeant Michael David Verrado, United States Army.
Chief Warrant Officer Michael L. Wright, United States Air Force.
Corporal Eddie Wade Forrest II, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant First Class Glenn Jacob Wetton, United States Army.
Captain Ralph Earl Hines, United States Marine Corps. Captain William Jacobson, United States Army. We say your names so we never forget.
The 3 for me?
Was updated this year.
Available with the big crispy chicken sandwich? Wait, and it still comes with bottomless chips and salsa and a bottomless drink? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
And there it was, the first great American meal. echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Got 20 people in here. I really do appreciate everybody joining in tonight. It's about to... I didn't even see that comment, Daniel. It's about to storm for you. Where are you at?
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the pros?
If you don't mind me asking.
Or
for even still in here.
Some might say that that is an unfair advantage. But I say, everything happens for a Reese's.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence. To celebrate men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
Scan the QR code to shop Logitech G's newest products and hottest deals. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. Denny Hamlin continues to just drive his way through the field. Going around Riley, Herbst putting him a lap down. Riley running the 23rd position.
Last handful of laps.
So Hamlin's lapped up to 23rd.
Over Gibbs. And Briscoe's kind of hanging in there, only about a second behind the 54. So things are kind of leveling out. I think it's because they're all in this type of a situation with lap traffic. And it's how well can you get through. Everybody's going to run the preferred line, which is up the racetrack. That's where Denny would want to go. But if the traffic's there, he has to run the bottom, and you can see he can't get off the corner quite as well. A little bit of help down the back straightaway right there.
Closing on 10 to go in the stage. Let's get a report. Alex Bowman, what's going on there, Marty?
Yeah, I wanted to give a quick update, Adam, on the 48 car. They've had a transaxle issue for pretty much all of stage 2. No first or second gear for Alex Bowman. I got to give him some credit, Junior. I mean, even with that issue, he stayed on the lead lap until that last green flag stop. And I mean, man, it took him 10 seconds to get out of his pit stall with no first or second gear. I'm sure there are few things more frustrating to a driver than trying to
Reddick is trying to get around Larson.
With no first or second gear.
Yeah, that's something I don't think any of these guys have a ton of experience with.
Wait, who doesn't have first or second gear?
Transaxle. So they'll be soldiering through the night trying to figure out how to get this car home.
Bowman?
Hopefully whatever's, destroyed inside that transaxle doesn't become a bigger issue.
Denny Hamlin just lapped William Byron. That car hasn't really been the same since that contact with
Bowman.
The two of Cindric. So I don't know what happened to that 24, but it's not awful. It's 22nd, but I think it was a little bit faster before that.
Yeah, it's like that right rear's got just tweaked just a little bit, something just slightly bent. Can't really see with the naked eye, but if it's if that toe's just a thousandth or a couple thousandths off, it's gonna affect how that car drives, especially on the right rear tire.
9 to go on the
right
stage.
Here, the 5 of Larson trying to hang on to 4th. Reddick in 5th.
Some real great recoveries inside this top 10. Bell had a penalty on pit road. He's up to 6th. Right here in the picture. We talked about him. Zane Smith is 12th after an issue on pit road. Josh Berry's 13th after spinning down the banking. So
what about Eric Jones right there behind him? He does the 2-tire stop. He's able to get stage points, loses all the track position when they make their stop, but he's driven back up inside the top 15. Give some love to Cole Custer. He He hadn't had a top 15 finish this year until Watkins Glen, and he's 15th tonight.
Fun little battle right here. See if Bell's got better tires, right? He pitted later than everybody else, and look at that. He's going to drive in there. Oh, he's going to cross the wake right there. He's going to lose a lot of speed. Here goes the 45 back by. And so, you know, he made that commitment to the entry of the corner to clear the 45 with a bit of a slide job. But then he had to cross the wake of the 5 and couldn't finish the throttle on corner exit. So gave the spot right back. And look at Reddick in the 5. Again, Larson, not quite as good as the Toyotas. Trying to do everything he can to keep the spot with 2 cars that are faster than him on his heels. And Briscoe keeps telling, just keep swapping the spots back there. I got 7 more laps to get in this stage.
Tyler Reddick dominates the early portion of this race. 5th right now. They've been quiet lately, Marty.
Yeah, haven't really seen the strength from the 45 as he continues to try to get that 4th spot from Kyle Larson here in stage 2. But he's not unhappy with how the car is handled. Listen to the radio.
Pretty close. I think the top's going to wake up and help our bounce a little bit. Pretty happy at the moment. I'll let you know as it goes.
Adam, this has been a fun battle to watch, but Junior, why would Tyler Reddick say that? Why would the top wake up so late in this race, and why will that help that 45?
I think the track's really green. They haven't ran a ton of laps all weekend long, so there's not a lot of rubber down on this racetrack, and as they start to put rubber down, that top groove will start to get a little bit better as the bottom tightens up, but that's happening really, really slow tonight. You can see these guys, there's a lot of cars that are actually
5 to go on the stage.
Late into this race. Around this point in the race, I mean, yet last year, lap 14, we had cars on the fence running the wall. The leaders were running the wall at lap 14 of the race. Not a lot of people are going to the top of the racetrack and making a ton of time up there.
One thing consistent from last year to this year, turn 2 is a challenge. We saw Chase Elliott spin earlier a lap and a half ago. Watch this 45
car right here. I so appreciate it.
Oh,
Austin Dillon's been lapped.
He's not sure where the 20 is. He has to put some wheel in it to not get up into the 5, and then the back tires just could not accept any more wheel, and this is going to be a 3-wide squeeze. Now right there, really, really slow off the corner.
Yeah, he's a lap down back in 25th.
Yeah, he's coming to pit road.
He's got an issue.
McDowell with an issue.
Track central, isn't it? I mean, you got Larson there, you got Reddick, you got Bell. Just
and McDowell's coming to pit road.
McDowell comes down to get his service.
We talk about right front tires. I wonder if the 71, see, he can go way up the racetrack trying to get to pit road. I wonder if he's lost the right front tire, if it's corded. It looks like he's been into the fence. There's no Goodyear on any of those tires.
That's got no sidewall. Oh,
look
yeah.
At that.
Absolute
Look how bad
great
that tire was corded. So look at that, makes me wonder about the rest of the field. We've got a handful of laps to go here, just 2 or 3 laps to go. Is everybody going to be able to get to the finish with no issues? Big battle right here, the 45 and the 5 off at the corner.
This might be where we get the issue right here. Hamlin leading Gibbs and
Larson, Reddick battling for 4th,
two.
side by side.
You called that out like you've been there before. Oh, yeah. The 71 had no chance of making the corner.
You hate it for McDowell because we're right here at the end of the stage. Just couldn't nurse it home. Now he cycles way back after that runner-up finish 2 weeks ago at Watkins Glen. Tonight making his 550th career start. Coming to 1 to go in the stage. Lots of traffic.
Oh, it's chaos in front of those cars. Hamlin's already lapped those cars, but
final lap of the stage.
In front of that battle.
Looks like the 38 car as well has the right front tire issue. Zane Smith trying to nurse it home. Just another lap to go. He's dropping like a rock back through the field.
Stage 2 has been all about Denny Hamlin.
Bottom of the screen right here. He's got a right front tire coming off of that car.
Zane Smith has an issue.
31 laps, speeding penalty.
Tire issue.
Here.
But Denny Hamlin will come around and he will win stage 2 at Charlotte, and he will be the Coca-Cola 300 winner.
He gets his second stage win in the Coca-Cola 600. Gibbs, Briscoe, Reddick, and Larson the top 5. 5 of the top 6 are Toyotas. Blaney stays in the game. Buscher back to 8. Van Gisbergen gets stage points, and so does Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And I will tell you, as a crew chief, seeing those right front tires not last, I might shift that green flag pit stop a little bit later to make sure I don't have to run 55 or 60 laps. Look at these right front tires that are worn out and then unwound. Drivers are just purely passengers when there's no tire on the car to steer.
So yeah, it was about a 48-minute and 23-second green flag run. long one there. Yeah, Denny Hamlin leads at halfway and also wins the Coca-Cola 300.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, a little contact right there. I don't think that had any I think the right front tire on the 71 was coming off the car over the course of multiple laps, right? So it finally just unwound. Same thing for the 38. That was something that was, you know, a process of the last 30 laps on that car. Incidental contact right there with Bubba Wallace.
Memorial Day weekend. A time to honor and remember. They do such an outstanding job every year, Memorial Day weekend here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The race is official in case we get rain. I don't think we will.
Drive down the pit lane, and we will go silent.
Alright, so we're doing a halfway break thing that they do at the Coke 600 every year.
It's impossible to fully express our gratitude for the men and women who work around the
Moment of
clock
silence.
and around the globe, providing us the freedom we all share tonight. Their selfless commitment allows us to live freely. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. We lift up their names, and we lift up those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one serving this great nation. Let's join together for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas.
We
or
love
prostate
America.
problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea
No, not
insulin
not
may
F
cause low blood
Toyota.
sugar.
We like
Side effects
Toyota.
include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this. Watch this.
Mom, I got it. Life is but a dream. Row, row your
happens fast. Lock in your internet price for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way. Today, the gap between the garage and the living room has never been smaller. Because mastery isn't about where you start, it's about where you train. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals, available now on Amazon.
NASCAR Powerball. The chase to 1 million is on.
Finalists, are you ready?
Don't miss your chance to collect cash prizes on your way to an all-new destination where you could take home $1 million.
Insane! The winner is contestant number 2!
I can't believe it. The official lottery game of NASCAR is back for the chase. Powerball. The chase to 1 million starts now.
The universe shall quake and buzz shudder.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it.
You may have the power, but you're too scared to use it.
I know how to use it. Masters of the Universe, holding theaters June 5th.
Prior to the Coca-Cola 600, Staff Sergeant Ian Storms was surprised with the keys to a brand new Toyota Tundra, courtesy of Coca-Cola and the USO. Staff Sergeant Storms is a C-17 loadmaster who's airlifted disaster relief and flown critical combat missions overseas. As the proud signature partner of America 250, Coca-Cola, in partnership with the USO, honored a true hero in Victory Lane, celebrating the service men and women who make this country great. What a scene here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the drone show. I was talking to Mike Helton from NASCAR when he was up here with us on the pre-race, and we were talking about this night. And I said, it just gets better and better every year. All the things that we do to recognize those that serve our country. And he said, this is like the party you keep going to every year, and as soon as you get here, you remember why you keep coming back. It's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember Lance Corporal John R. Wheatley Jr., United States Marine Corps. Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Mark Cardillo, United States Navy.
Staff Sergeant Jack Zigma Sky, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Michael H. Allis, United States Army.
Lieutenant Eric Parker Bryce, United States Navy.
Chief Warrant Officer Nicholas P. DeMona II, United States Army. And Specialist Nicholas P. DeMona III, United States Army. We honor the fallen.
And so now, start thinking once again about the second half of this race. One of the big elements, no doubt, going to be execution on pit road. The pit lane is open now. We're heading your way, Kim.
And for Denny Hamlin, he needs to fire off better. Could never get the right front end of the track. They're going to take 4 tires fuel, go on the jack. Chase Briscoe top right. He said, really rough ride, beating my brains out. Can't get the corner loose and over-rotated. He said, it's right for your grip. And then Ty Gibbs, car is worse this run. He said, needs to be a number tighter. Hardy.
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, man, I feel like we're in a tough spot here. I'd love to free up the early part of the run, but I'm really worried about how that will affect the right rear. Eventual the decision was to leave it alone. Everybody hit the road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Pretty conventional here. Everybody comes down. Everybody gets 4 tires. Going to be level to begin this third stage of the night. +1 for Briscoe. Gibbs goes one in the wrong direction. Larson feeling good. Reddick lost a spot. Chris Buescher stays in it. +2 for that 17 team. And I got to tell you, Shane Van Gisbergen, I mean, just doing an unbelievable job, and the crew delivering as well.
Well, I don't want to be the weatherman here in the booth, but I will tell you, in a race of ever-changing conditions, the sun has set, the lights have come on, and the rain that was a good distance away is closing in. And look, I don't know what it's going to do in the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, but I do think we're going to start hearing more and more radio chatter, because are we looking at a 600-mile race or a 500-mile race? And you start positioning yourself and leaving yourself the biggest window of opportunity to stay on the racetrack and think weather is coming. Let's listen in to Team 11.
I don't like that.
Tell the concept about, I don't know, 10, 11 miles out. I don't know if it'll hit us. It might just miss us. And then the rest of the stuff's still about 25 miles out, but still far away if it's going to actually hit us or not.
So what does all that mean? Remember, at halfway or the end of stage 2, the race is now official. If that little cell he's talking about gets the track wet, and then we wait a little bit, the big cell comes, I think that's what all these crew chiefs are trying to do. I think it's a nice job to let your driving
8
go down.
miles
I don't
southwest.
know if they can pick up, because it's been unbelievable already.
More like southwest.
I would be thinking that everybody's going to start racing like this is the final stage. This is the final run to the finish. You have to imagine if they're comfortable running 45 to 55 laps before they have any kind of a tire issue or want to get to pit road. We're probably going to have the weather here before then. So I absolutely think that you gotta gas it. The race is complete. We've got a lot of weather issues this weekend. There's a lot of weather building behind these cells.
Weather Channel lap says will be good.
Don't have the confidence that it could get restarted tonight. So I'm racing to win as soon as they drop the green flag here, and I think that's what everybody's going to be thinking.
Now our pit reporter.
AccuWeather says rain in 15 minutes.
Yeah, Adam, early in this day, we talked about the track taking changes. As the temperature changed, as the nightfall
light rain.
Well, we're here. It's cold, it's dark. Over that last run, we heard a lot of conversation around cars shifting, getting freer. Ryan Blaney was one of those guys on the radio talking about how bad the bumps are now because the back is just bouncing around and he can't take it. They're having a debate, though. How do we tighten this
Rain is
thing
in the
up
area,
without
got a
hurting our
long way to
short
go.
run? We're in traffic because everybody has been tied to dirty air, Kim.
Well, Trevor, Charlotte marks the halfway point between the regular season. So I asked crew chief James Small for the 19 team, where do they need to step up their game? And he said, look, stage points have been our Achilles heel so far. We have not been earning the stage points we need to. They've earned 40 stage points coming into this race on the season. That's less than half than Tyler Reddick at the top of the point standings. But he did remind me, that was the trend last year for the team too at this point. They were able to turn it around at this point in the season in 2025. And it looks like they're answering the call here tonight. Chase has earned the most stage points at 17, tied with his teammate Denny Hamlin. So maybe, Marty, they are in fact turning the corner on stage points earned.
Well, Kim, if you look at the top 5, it's Kyle Larson versus Toyota, isn't it? He's the only Chevy in that top 5 for Toyotas. He's trying to fight for this win against. Again, Larson has not won in over a year. 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus race winless streak here in the Coca-Cola 600. Larson certainly in a position to do that. Cliff Daniels wanted to make sure that his driver knew the right front that they pulled off of the 5-car last time had some pretty significant cording on it. He said, anything you can do, help me out with that. I know you're free. Do the best you can to take care of that right front. Steve, look at that right front that came off Larson's car.
You know, the good news is, if managed correctly, I'm not sure we're going to have to run that far on a right front tire, but it's always in the back of your mind. Just one more piece to the puzzle we're trying to put together as this race unfolds.
I want to fire Dale up and talk stage points. You know, 10 extra ones on the line here tonight with that added stage. And you look at the guys that are delivering, Hamlin and Briscoe, both putting 17 on the board. I mean, everybody down on pit road's talking about it. Kim referenced it with his 19 team, but you've got to go out and get it done. And Joe Gibbs Racing's doing it, but in particular Briscoe, who needs him coming in.
Yeah, Larson's having a good night there, and he needs it as well, 17 points. So he needs to climb a few spots to be comfortable about his opportunity to race for a championship this year. Ty Gibbs doing a great job, as he has done all year long. Sitting right now in the top 5 in points. That 54 car gobbling up some extra stage points tonight.
I'm waiting to see how this 11 does on the restart. That's been the one weakness of the 11 consistently for the year. And we had clean and green. He drove off to a pretty big lead, and now we're bunched back up. Can his car, can the balance, can the 11 do what it needs to do on the sprint right here off the go?
Fire Dale up with stage points. Want to fire Steve up with the betting numbers. Let's do our FanDuel race check.
Well, you see Denny Hamlin's the favorite for good reason. It has been an impressive performance, but like I just said, restarts have been his weakness. So if you think it's Briscoe or Gibbs, one of the other Toyotas, Reddick, or maybe the Chevy with Larson, now's perhaps the time. Because once they get out front, you're going to lose those odds. They're going to drop.
Briscoe's done a great job on these restarts on the front row, being out of, not the control car. He still fought hard to be on the outside of the control car up into one.
Can he do it again here?
Joe gets racing cars up front for the restart. Christopher Bell pitting outside the box, penalized. He'll have to come from deep in the field. Hamlin,
Here we go.
coming to the Echo Park Automotive restart.
Back green. Stage 3 is underway.
The Coke 600.
It's a great launch. About a 19. Denny doesn't have a ton of help. Off into turn 1 and 2. Oh, man, the 19 couldn't get the throttle just as good, but got a side draft here on the outside down the back straightaway. Can Denny slow him down? He does. Big run from the 5, Larson.
Reddick pushing through right behind him. Hamlin trying to get free in that inside lane to get the top spot. Is he all clear? Yes, he is. 11 back on point early.
Denny Hamlin back to the
That's
lead.
huge for Denny Hamlin to be able to clear there. Now he tries to make dirty air from the 19 car down into turn 1. He does.
Look at the bearing lines here. Low, middle, and high. Everybody's starting to flirt with it.
Oh, Catherine Legg is slow on track.
Side by side, Catherine Legg in the 78. She has right front tire flat, limping around with 3 and 4 apron.
She might be able to make it back around to pit road. We'll see.
Gotta salute Catherine doing the double. First woman to do it, 6th all time. Ran the Indy 500 earlier today. Unfortunately for her, crashed out early. About 17 and the tire just came off. She was trying to limp it back. It's going to be a caution.
Tire just came off. That will be a caution.
It's any higher. It looks like it's going to stay on the apron, but
caution.
Yeah.
Caution number 6.
Thought it was a flat tire. Obviously, it was a loose wheel, and then the wheel exits.
So it was about a minute and 27-second green flag run.
Flat and loose, and now removed.
Watched her in practice yesterday, and lap times were pretty decent for a 78 car. To not run these cars that often, come out here and the lap time that the field was running in practice was
long race, yeah.
In the next car. And she was right there clicking along some solid run laps as well.
She talked about how important it was to get practice because she had never been here in a Cup car. Ran the O'Reilly race here a season ago, but had not seen this place at the Cup level. Did get some practice. I would also say, you know, she's running a limited schedule. Was here from time to time the last couple of years. You know, her best ever finish was in a Crown Jewel event, Brickyard 400 last summer. So we congratulate her on all the other things she's done, and today competing in the double, which is, I know it didn't go the way she would have liked, but just an enormous challenge for anybody to take that on.
Pit road's closed this time around. Wouldn't shock me though when it opens if you see maybe some back half lead lap cars come, and it's more of a fuel game or a fresher tire game with the potential weather coming. You know, if you're a car right now, if you are Cole Custer running 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, with only 17 cars in the lead lap, you come, put some fresh tires on. We know tire wear is an issue. Maybe you can run a little longer into this green flag run. Maybe you know,
You're looking at the radar though, Steve. You're a crew chief on the pit box. What do you think? I mean, how long are we going to be running before we have to worry about the weather getting here? Are you willing to take that risk and give up that track position that you may never get back?
Man, I feel like I just got put right on the spot right there.
Well,
Even Adam's looking at me.
You've been in that position.
I'm making that assessment on those drivers because that's what I would do. If I'm in the top 10, I'm sticking with the plan. But I am telling you, if I'm Joey Logano in 12th and I'm looking literally for lightning to strike, I need something to jumpstart my season as we ride on board right here with the Ford onboard camera. I think, and Paul Wolf is Mr. Creative. Come down right here. Just stay ahead. So if another quick caution comes out, maybe you can stay out. Just try to keep my options open.
You mentioned Paul Wolf. He's always been so good at nickel and diming Joey into a great finish.
I was here the day David Ruderman stayed out, and we all pitted.
David Ruderman.
I was one of the cars that pitted. And we were like, it's just a quick shower. And then a day later, when it was canceled, we all dropped our head, and we were like, we could have been David Ruderman. Congratulations to them. They did a great job. Rodney Childers on the call that day. It was an impressive run. Let's listen to the 6 of Brad Kozlowski.
What's the story on tires? You got any left down there?
I got 7 sets laying, especially with the radar I'm looking at. I am not opposed.
Love it. Let's see it. Green light on pit road. Who's coming to pit road? If I'm Brad, I'm turning left right here. He is. You can tell out the rear
Brad's
window.
pitting.
Not the only one. Brad. I love this call. Keep crew chiefing. Keep giving your driver whatever advantage you can find.
Catherine Legg has been given a 2-lap penalty
What you didn't hear on the radio was
for that wheel falling off.
We'll see what that means when he gets to his box. He did report that he was just a little bit tight metal in the middle. They will at least take right side tires.
So Ryan Preece and Brad Keselowski, 2 RFK cars pit.
Kim Derek Finley raised his hand at Steve's proposal and said, hey, I'll take that shot right up. Remember the speed Preece had earlier in the race. They have not had it here in the second half of the race. So taking a swing just outside the top 10, pitting here with 188 to go and 88 in the stage.
I just think earlier into stage 1 when some guys came down and then the rally that they had on those tires next stint of the race. We'll see what these guys do here. We're underway. Stage number 3 in the Coca-Cola 600. Tonight we race to remember.
No race means more. Sergeant First Class Jonathan B. McCain, United States Army. Private First Class Willis Earl Norris, United States Army. Sergeant Bobby Frank Limerick, United States Army. Senior Airman Jason White, United States Air Force.
Lance Corporal Brent T. Broman, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant Ross A. Pennanen, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again. Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. From rapid
87 laps to go on the stage
to mechanics tool sets. Whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do, do it for less. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. and IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast. Look, it's pancakes! Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes? Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pick it up because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this.
I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. It's $35
I just
a month.
rage baited my dog. I just grabbed his paw and wouldn't let go.
Any way you want.
And he got mad. It's okay, because he fucking rage baits me all the time, too.
Schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped? Yep, they can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants.
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at safelight.com.
So getting the choose here.
Everything cool?
What happened to your face?
Walked into a door.
How many times?
Apparently there's weather coming in 45 minutes to an hour. Not sure if it will end the race or not.
I hope they find someone.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the
Hope
street.
it doesn't. I want to go 600 miles tonight.
Stage 3,
For
Coca-Cola 600. With the Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr., our crew chief Steve Letarte, I'm Adam Alexander. Big restart
Get
coming
ready to
here.
go back green.
Those drivers that came down pit road, took tires and fuel here. Priest, the best of the bunch, restarting. He's 15th prior to the choose.
Here we go.
Hamlin Briscoe up front. The Echo Park Automotive restart zone.
Green flag's back in the air.
Don't look now. But last year's winner, Ross
Hamlin and
Chastain,
Briscoe side by side down the backstretch.
outside lane.
Briscoe pulls out in front on the outside. Hamlin not giving in. He'll take it on the inside into the turn 3.
Oh, Hamlin with a big corner entry. He's coming back. Then he's going to give him the room. He's gonna
Now they're side by side once again on the front stretch. Chase Briscoe's going to lead that lap.
Does he go 3 wide? He does.
3 wide, turn 1.
3 wide. Here comes Reddick for the lead. Reddick passes his boss
On the restart. 45 going to the point in the 600.
for the lead.
And he slides up to block the 19 of
Wow,
Briscoe.
some great racing.
Uh-oh.
Then he got through the last restart, but this time a little bit of maybe an overdrive into 3 and allowed the 19 to get back to his right rear where the car just got tight. I'm not sure which. But either way, Reddick was there to take advantage. And Hamlin is still in a fight with the 19. I think he's going to finally clear him right here. He does. He slides up. Oh, man. You saw the 19 get out of the gas? Yes. Oh, the 19's like, please don't. Oh, and the lip block.
Attack.
4 tires on that 20th bell, making them work. All the way up to 10th already. Only 3 lap pressure tires. Tires matter, and it makes for great racing here at Charlotte.
You know, we've heard from Denny Hamlin. Wants to continue to improve his craft when it comes to restarts. Second now behind Reddick. Larson slides through to third. Little crossover from Briscoe. I mean, Van Gisbergen just not going away. It's unbelievable to me how consistent that team has been tonight.
Stenhouse as well, back there at 6, on board with Gibbs, looking ahead. The car behind him would be Stenhouse, but in front, Briscoe. Gibbs with a run. What does he do with it? Does he look low? He does.
There's a lot of balance to approach here, because you know the rain's coming. But you also could be racing a lot longer if it misses us. You don't want to throw away something really good, chasing a short-term gain.
And I'm going to tell you, I didn't think 3 laps would matter as much, but the 20th bell has kind of leaped through the canyon. He's now to 8th. He just passed the 17 on Busher, looking up to SVG, up the road ahead. Battle for the lead at the top. Bell slicing through traffic at the bottom.
They didn't make great time across the bottom of the racetrack right there. The 5 or the 45 of Reddick, not really able to take a lot of opportunity off the top here. So Denny to the bottom, going to wrap real tight, try to come up here and side draft down the straightaway. The 45
Denny to the bottom, side by side with Reddick. Not going to get him there.
Not making the pace at the top of the racetrack like he wants to. I think Denny takes the spot with ease right
Denny
here.
takes him there.
Hamlin wants to be in control, and he is again.
Denny Hamlin to the lead.
Off the corner, but he's able to hang on to it and maintain the top spot in front of Reddick.
None of them look like we could drive them.
I want no part of this.
No.
The climb continues for Bell.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I know the 20 is good, but I was thinking more of fresh tires for a strategic advantage, but Bell is thinking fresh tires for a speed advantage.
78 is Catherine Legg, brought out that caution when she lost a tire.
45's got a run here. Catherine's dirtying up there just a little bit for the leader. Now the 45's back to the bumper. Denny's going to go to the bottom. The 45 to the top. Denny misses the bottom of the corner. Here comes Reddick around the top.
And Reddick back around Hamlin.
Back and forth, Reddick and Hamlin.
Reddick takes the lead.
And whatever their balance is, it's almost like the trailing car either gets tighter. Like, I think they're all fighting loose, and when they get into second, they can...
It's like the Indy 500 earlier with Pulo Malukas.
Wouldn't surprise me if the 11 runs the 45 right back down.
Reddick's won 5
Bro, that felt way longer than...
Into the outside wall off of turn 2.
It was 5 hours ago now.
Hamlin has 1 victory, but Hamlin probably feels
felt
like
way longer ago than that.
Reddick should have 4. Go back to Kansas, mile and a half.
All right, I guess
Looks like
Malukas and Rosenquist.
What's this right here? Oh, so close right there. Denny just lost the handle of the car. Last handful of laps, last handful of corners not being great for this 11 car. Clearly looked like the better car of the two, but a little issue with lap traffic there, and now struggling to be able to get the 4 back and get the speed.
Duos combined to lead 130 laps here tonight, Reddick and Hamlin.
Well, Malukas and Rosenquist. Rosenquist along.
Up the standings kind of got halted. He got to the 97. SVG doing a really good
Yeah, it was
job
mainly
of getting
Palou
to
and
the top,
Malukas that
running
kept
the
trading
top.
that
Really
lead
no
back and forth
defensive moves on the 20.
for the
He's just
longest
forcing
time.
it to run the ball
And
on
then
the
McLaughlin was in that battle too.
97 and the 20, a heck of a battle.
It's more towards the end of the race when it kind of spread out that Rosenquist and Malukas were kind of trading it. And then they'll spawn up the restarts.
And he's going to start, where he might be giving guys some breaks, right? And maybe, hey, I don't have the speed to be up here. I don't have the speed to hold this car off. He's going to stop.
Welcome back, Daniel.
He's going to expect himself to be able to get up there and do this every single week. He's going to get tougher and tougher to race with, and tougher and harder to pass, as he should. And let me just add on that, Dale, right? The 88 was in an accident, so we can't use Connor Zillage. But, when you look for the one of Ross Chastain, you have the 97 in front of Ross Chastain. Last year's 600, where I think Ross is an amazing
Ross
race
Chastain
car.
around Logano for 10th.
Great bar for SVG to understand. If he can run with Ross or better than in any oval, he has to feel great about what he's doing behind the wheel, because you would assume they're very similar on equipment out of the same organization.
Chastain racing Logano, three-time champion Logano, celebrating his 36th birthday today. Happy birthday to him. The thing about Van Gisbergen, he wins at Watkins Glen, gets himself a chase position, but he was on the bubble. But what he's doing here tonight, and the problems for some of the other drivers, he's created some insurance. And now you think about next month, we're going to go road racing again. Provides a huge opportunity for him to put
Kyle Busch is honored ahead of Game 3 of the NHL, the Hockey Western Conference Finals,
he continues to impress, but nothing here for
where the Vegas Golden Knights are playing.
Ethan slides up for another spot.
Pretty respectful slide. I thought he could have really slammed the door in the middle of the corner, but he carried it around exit.
The Vegas Golden Knights are actually losing 3-0 to the
he's in the wall just a little bit. The
Colorado Avalanche.
Right,
But they're winning 2-0 in the series.
And the 20 did not get off that corner very well at all. And the people hitting the center of the...
So yeah, the final four teams in the NHL are the Colorado Avalanche, the Las Vegas Golden Knights, Carolina Hurricanes, and Montreal Canadiens.
Just for fourth, Ty Gibbs, been in the game all night long, racing Briscoe.
And that gets tight on corner exit. A little bit of lap traffic here is going to make things a little challenging, but present opportunities possibly for grab a spot.
66 Timmy Hill, several laps down.
It looks like Light Rain is within 2 miles of the track.
Back to Reddick. I know they were going around
Shit.
Catherine Lake, but he kind of
that ain't good.
bottom, as Dale pointed out, and Reddick is doing a marvelous job of maintaining about a half a second.
And this might possibly could be for the win.
Just over 30 laps in stage 3 at Charlotte. And as we run the Coca-Cola 600, we give you the Coca-Cola Racing.
No, we are past halfway.
Denny Hamlin best of the bunch. Logano, we talked about, into the top 10. Suarez not giving up despite the problems they've had. Wallace has been behind the 8 ball tonight. Austin Dillon has also faced some problems in this race.
Looking at that radar right there, it's hard to tell if it's going to go.
No, it's definitely going to hit the track.
Of the racetrack, and
I just don't think it'll be too big yet, at least.
Stuff building to the southwest is kind of breaking up a little bit, so we might get a little bit more time here.
Race is so good. I want to see all 400.
That's a lot of light rain. Oh, damn! I just burped midward.
It stops. Both on the way. What comes first? Stay with us. It's NASCAR on Prime.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice.
10 out of 10 burp. I'll have you know, if you think that's a 10 out of 10 burp, then I have something that'll put it off the charts for you. I have never burped like as amazing as Nick has. Nick has had some of the most amazing No, not even some of the most. He has had the most amazing burps I have ever seen.
There was a time when Burger King was king.
Like, Nick's burps are fucking insane.
Called out our restaurant service and mistakes. Oh, and this guy.
Nick's burps, like, are
I'm
generational.
Tom, the president. So we fired the king and crowned you. Reinvesting one restaurant.
Dude, an 18 out of 10 burp for me tonight? I don't know.
Because there's a new king.
We would need Nick here.
Chevy drivers need
for an 18 out of 10 burp.
That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way. Because mastery isn't about where you start. It's about where you train. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Every day, there are heroes among us. Men and women who serve something bigger than themselves. They sacrifice, they inspire, and they deserve to be honored in a way that lasts. Nominate a veteran or active duty service member for the NASCAR
16 people are watching. I need you all to speak right now. Reveal yourselves. That's exactly what I'm saying. I always fucking say that on my streams. I'm like, bro, there's this many people watching. Why aren't they commenting? And they fucking never do. I'm like, if you're watching right now, fucking comment.
Just over 60 laps to go, stage 3 in Charlotte.
So maybe get 1 or 2 comments.
To watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick this 19 car, Chase Briscoe.
Hi, Jaden.
Last year, ended up 3rd.
I had a feeling you were watching.
This is a time last year where this team got on a huge run to carry themselves into the playoffs and have a great season. So felt like tonight was another night for that. They've been struggling to find speed throughout the year, really put it together and execute right. Tonight, I think they might bring this thing to victory lane.
I can't change my pick now. It was Denny Hamlin before.
It's because they're here for your awesome leaderboard. Oh my god, I forgot to fucking put the credit thing back up.
He won back at Las Vegas on the same tire.
I'll put it back up now.
He's put those rings on the crown jewel races. Maybe tonight's number 8.
I took it off for the Indy 500 because obviously you didn't create that.
But I'm getting the guy that's
But then I forgot to. I should fucking shoot myself.
who until last year had never finished outside the top.
Yeah, no, I should. You're right, Jaden. No, like, there's you are right. I should kill myself. That's what Jaden thinks right now. He wants me to kill myself because I didn't do that.
Before coming in combined 80 out front this evening, Reddick is in control of this race.
Sam is a leaderboard stealer. Well, I'm giving it credit now. Isn't it better to realize my mistake and fix it than realize my mistake and double down on it?
Doing a little bit better job on restarts tonight than I think he has over the last several weeks. But this is the meat of the run, where that 11 car starts to really shine.
And he had it after the restart. Sorry, but remember, like, just made a little mistake into 3 and let Reddick get around him back on the outside. You know, that's even increased his determination, feeling like he should be that car leading.
So much conversation tonight about the Toyotas, Joe Gibbs Racing, but Larson just hanging tough with all of them right now, Marty.
Yeah, Adam, you look at that top 6, his Toyotas plus Kyle Larson, the lone Chevrolet representative in the top 6. And under the last caution, Kyle Larson had some interesting comments to Cliff Daniels. It's an end.
Yeah, I mean, I think my balance is okay. They just obviously have more potential. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you either.
Yeah, you want me to fucking
direction.
Put it like this? Will that make you feel better if I fucking put it like this? Fucking like that?
Is there a time on the calendar when you got a brand new body you got to work through that you would circle and say, hey, by this point in the year, I want to have it figured out, even if it's only 80% of the potential that we had in the last body?
I think for sure there are certain ones, this being the 600 is a big one just because it really is a true test of a man.
But would that make you feel better, Jaden, if I did that?
Our 5 prime races is Michigan. 2 miles, really, really fast, high speed. But when he talks about potential, what he means by that is you know, there's multiple things. But if you just talk about how fast can a car go, it really comes down to, hey, how much horsepower does it make? How much downforce or grip does it make? But what we forget a lot is drag. These cars are very draggy. They are pulling a very big parachute between the underbody and just the shape of the car. So one car might be able to make the same amount of grip with a more efficient, more streamlined setup, which makes it seem like it has more horsepower, but maybe it's a actual.
Well, too fucking bad, Jaden.
Is going to keep working
too bad.
On how this body needs to be placed on the racetrack. There's no doubt they're going to make gains. That's the one good news for them. With a new body, there's probably more potential gains ahead.
Watch this 5 car, watch the helmet. Running to the top of the racetrack, this is where the bumps are the worst in 3 and 4. Look at that. It's really bad. On corner exit. Unbelievable what these guys are having to put themselves through. And these cars, why they're bad, why their wide quality is bad, they sit these cars on the stops. They have to get them as low as possible to get that back of the car down to create that downforce underneath the car. And so they sit on stops. There's not really a whole lot of suspension happening.
But yeah, you're right, Camden. They don't fucking reveal themselves. They're dumb.
Getting to a real tough decision for these crew chiefs.
There's a bunch of fucking idiots.
Talk about the roughness of the racetrack and the compromise you have to make there. Well, another compromise they're going to have to make is when do you want to pit under green? The weather's coming. We're only about, you know, they have 36 laps on their tires, 52 to go in the stage. So there is something that says the front end of the window is probably in the next 1 or 2 laps, but are you willing to run long? Are you gambling on weather? There's more to the equation now than just simple math with the weather potential. Trevor.
The guys 21 starting this pit cycle here was really happy with his car on the short.
Jade's about to send me a video of like someone like eating my sister or some shit. What is this?
I don't think the answer is as clear as what I would do here because of that potential weather. A couple more on pit road. We have the 97 of SVG.
No, I don't want to watch that. Actually, I don't.
This could be a little bit more of a trickle.
Right now.
Normally we see a wave. They kind of all come in 2 laps.
It's going to make me too sad.
I'm not sure everyone's convinced, Trevor.
Ryan Blaney there was the best running Penske car for most of the race. His teammate Joey Logano had just gone by him a couple laps before. Ryan Blaney really finding a loose balance there, trying to work on this number 12 car as he hits pit road.
Now these cars will absolutely have a grip advantage.
Sorry, Jaden, that's just going to make me too sad right now.
Off tonight here at Charlotte, so new tires will instantly pick up that speed. Chris Buescher has joined the group that have now come to pit road, kind of focusing on the lead lap cars. Others continue to pit.
So we do have green flag pit stops here.
Your screen.
Leaders are coming to pit road here, the 45 and the 11.
Kim. A little slow there on the right side. They did remind Chris that they've been seeing cording in his right front tires, so just be careful with this next run. As we see more cars on pit road, the 19 of Chase Briscoe, I believe, coming in right now. So the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin's pitting.
Up there. She said, I just need to
Christopher Bell has the lead. Tyler Reddick's pitting.
He's good meaning Tyler Reddick. Marty.
Gibbs, Larson, Logano, Ryan Priest, Daniel Suarez, Carson Hocevar all pitting.
He had an outstanding restart, was able to get the lead, happier with the handling of the 45. See the 11 chasing him off pit road. While the 60 of Ryan Priest, he took tires. Remember when Steve said some of those at the back end should take tires? On that last time they did and drove into the top 10. And also Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They kind of migrated the speed, which was really on the front end for the 47 to the middle part of the run. They told them that they need to work on 3 and 4 the most. But this battle up front between the 45 and 11 after the cycle of stops, fun to watch, Adam.
Seems like that rain that was near the track is weakened.
So there's no drama of how they're going to blend. We just got to watch them do their work and slice and dice down the pit lane.
See that 45 car out front there, bottoming out down into turn 3. Got the car right on the surface of the racetrack on these low air pressures. He does it again. He's going to the top of the racetrack. Then he handles to the bottom here. Make up a little bit of time on this 45.
That car in front, I believe, is the 20th Bell. It is. That's the leader of the race. So this pass matters, but now they're back on the lead lap in case we do have a yellow. Very important pass for these two.
So they both get back on to the tail end of the lead lap. And there's 3 cars that are yet to make a pit stop. You talk about Bell, who is the official leader of the race. He's going to have to come down the pit lane. So is Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith. It will all cycle back to this duo. This right now basically the battle for the lead unless we get rain or something. Reddick just hanging tight in front of Hamlin.
You see that 45 bottom out? I mean, 185 miles an hour in the middle of the corner, and you have to contend with the car just bottom out.
Talk about how physical this track is. I go back to our production meeting earlier today. Corey LaJoie had run the truck race, and he came in. I mean, he was scrambled, and he told us that just because of how physical this racetrack is. We've watched it all night, and now we're heading toward the 4th quarter. You got to get locked in, and these 2 greats are going at it.
These guys are battling.
Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick.
But as soon as the cycle ends, it will be
Right now battling for 4th and 5th, but it will end up being the battle for the lead. As long as rain doesn't come within the next few laps.
Last time through 3 and 4.
He's going to get there, I think. Almost to the quarter panel.
I was going to say, last time through 3 and 4, the 11 kind of hitched to the right. I wonder if the 45 is going to shut that off this time.
45 doesn't go to the top of the racetrack, crosses down in front of the 11.
Now it looks like rain is closer again.
Push way up the racetrack, lose a lot of speed.
The radar on the screen will show you that because that's one reason why I believe the 20 is running long, thinking the rain could come, and they are controlling the race right now. The negative, though, is they are losing.
Really don't know if that would be race ending, though.
You see it now. Our pylon showing Christopher Bell in making his scheduled stop, Trevor.
And we saw this play earlier in stage 2 where they ran a little bit long and took that tire advantage on the backside. This stop looking clean so far. 4 tires for Christopher Bell. Really happy with his balance, and they want to keep this track position.
Zane Smith gives up the lead, comes down pit road as well, so it cycles back. It's Reddick P1, Hamlin P2. Well, we'll see the merge here, but there they go by, no problem at all.
Yeah, it's a great way to kind of pay off the distance, but look who has joined the fray. The 19 of Briscoe, from a pretty decent ways back, has run these 2 down.
Yeah, must know what I'm talking about. Briscoe going up there to take the lead, give you the win.
Thank you very much.
Yes, done this before. Check out the 11 of Denny Hamlin, how much he gains all the way to the rear bumper. The 45 almost making contact. Watch this. It was so close. And then watch the race off. The 45's launch out of the pit box is out of control. I thought they were door to door. And watch this right here. It's like the 45.
John Nemechek too fast on pit road.
Loop is, he doesn't have to really kind of
Penalty for John Hunter Nemechek.
The gas up again. So he is pedaled down all the way from pit stall 1. And it's like a top fuel dragster. Just the momentum carries out in front of the 11.
It's already in 33rd, 2 laps down.
See if we can see what Denny might be struggling with on this race car. Looked like he was fast enough to go up there and maybe take the spot away from the 45 of Reddick, but now he's trying to fend off the 19 of Briscoe to keep second place.
Yeah, Corey Heim's also in 31st. It is not Heim time.
Briscoe's car seems to woke up a little bit. Can it sustain this advantage over the course of the
You
run?
say go 5 car? 5 car is in 5th place. It's in 5th place.
From the center of the corner off.
Hey, you talk about Briscoe, and we said coming in this could be their night. The 17 stage points he's accumulated, it's gone from below the chase cut line to 11. That's plus 6 for him so far tonight. It's Tyler Reddick leading the Coke 600.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then,
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Do parents cover kids' eyes to protect them?
Uh-oh, that's a scary part.
Or to secretly steal their Reese's?
It doesn't sound scary. Super scary.
Perhaps moms know everything happens for a Reese's.
I've doubted myself more times than I can count. Heard every opinion. Read every headline. Surrounded by the right people, you learn it's about more than just racing. It's about why you're racing, who you're racing for. And when you realize that, you take control of your story.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available.
So we're on lap 265 right now.
At Napa,
36 laps to go in the stage.
That's why our solutions are
136 laps to go in the race.
Stop, go, grow. Stop safety.
Don't know what the weather's gonna do
before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
NASCAR returns next Sunday on Prime. And we're looking forward to Nashville Super Speedway. It's the Cracker Barrel 400. Live from Music City. NASCAR live on the air. 6 p.m. Eastern time as we race on the concrete. So fun.
Under the lights, too. You know,
yeah.
We've seen some delays that got us under the lights, but normally been a day race under the lights.
Tyler Reddick drove off to a comfortable lead over Denny Hamlin. The second car they're trying to get around the 45 has newer tires.
McDowell about 10 laps pressure off the pit road, so.
You know, and I look at Christopher Bell, who pitted later. We talked about that. After the cycle, he had fallen back to 9th. Bell has gotten himself back up to 6th in the running order.
Yeah, I was just talking to Dale under that first. He only has 6 lap pressure tires, but they're worth about a half a second at this point in the run. So, you know, that's just, you got to kind of always have that in the back of your mind. If you get the right yellow at the right time, that decision to pit or not pit and 2 tires, look here, big test.
The 19's called Denny and got to his quarter panel down on the back straightaway. Can he finish the pass? He's going to be able to clear him here, I think so. Behind them, you see the black car, Ty Gibbs, kind of closing into this. Denny's car not looking as good on the long run here.
So you and I talked about that this week. When we went back and reviewed last year's tape, we watched the race. We thought that when the cars all stopped,
Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe racing side by side for second place.
You throw a red flag, everybody comes off the track. I don't know the phenomenon, but if the cars leave the track,
Briscoe has second. Here comes Hamlin on the inside.
It seems like the 11 is maybe at
not going to do it there.
In stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, if there's any kind of a break where the track rests, it's going to change. It's going to cool. It's going to affect your car. Will not drive identically when you get back out there. And sometimes that improves for some guys, and some cars don't improve. We heard other drivers last year say, well, after the break I was tighter. After the break I was looser. After a break I was this. So there's definitely something to the track resting. We see that as well. You mentioned in practice. We see it qualifying as well. There's a commercial break in qualifying where we don't have cars on the track. Those breaks, I think, do affect the racetrack somewhat. And then the next group of cars go out and either go a little faster or a little slower. So maybe Denny and those guys got a little work to do to get the balance back to where he was happiest earlier in this race.
Yeah, sorry, Dale. Inside of 30 laps to go here in this third stage. We could be looking at 2 more pit stops. Don't know how it's going to play out. Cautions obviously could change the thought process on that. But Steve, I look at our running order. The lead for Reddick is over a second. Is there an opportunity here late in this stage, manage the gap, save some fuel, so that when Reddick makes this next pit stop, shorten things up a little bit, and then you shorten that last stop so you got a chance to maintain, gain some track position.
I think they can be efficient on fuels, definitely would be an advantage for the pit stop. But let's go back to the last long run we had. In the closing laps, we had Zane Smith, we had other cars lose right front tires, just instantly corded right off the front of those vehicles. So you mentioned it, the cars pitted at 251, they're going to have to go nearly 50 laps on this cool, faster racetrack compared to a Bell who doesn't have to go that long. He only has to go about 44 laps. So that
who was
in my mind even more than fuel is, hey,
the Coca-Cola
once you
400
find
winner?
a place and you can settle in, you know, kind of click the laps off, and let's just make sure we get that right front tire to the end of stage 3.
Yeah, and that 19 car of Chase Briscoe kind of coming to life here right now, and that car just has gotten
Yeah, it was
better
Tyler
and better
Reddick.
as the run has gone through. In fact, Chase quiet on the radio, which usually means a happy driver. They didn't make a big adjustment that last stop, just took air pressure and 4 tires. Before that, though, he had noted that he didn't know what happened, and it was plowing. He turned, and it just went straight. That kind of went away by itself, so this car getting better throughout the night. I also want to note, Denny Hamlin running in that 3rd position just asked how many laps left to go, and they told him, again, this is a couple laps ago, 29 to go. So maybe a tire management situation for Denny that we're seeing right now?
I think he's smart enough right now that if he has a balance issue, you know, because he had lost some spots, maybe his car's not handling as well.
Yeah, his car looked a little funny to me. It didn't bobble a little bit off in a couple of the corners, so maybe he's calmed down, getting a little tire tip out of the tire, settle back in. You see he's starting to take a fight back to the 19 here. Just being smooth. That's Denny's MO, man. He's one of the smoothest drivers I've ever seen behind the wheel. Not a guy you're going to see yawed out sideways or overdriving the car, abusing the tires. And look, here he is.
There.
He's settled in, slowed down, worked on his race car a little bit, and now he's about to take the spot back to the 19.
Just a classic.
I think we're good on weather for now.
And better. As good now as
I don't think we'll see any weather.
He talks, you know, he will downplay like how good he is. Oh, I got to work harder than everybody else to be, you know, to be able to do what I do. But I've been around this guy since he was really young, and he's just an incredible talent. And drives a fast car fast and drives it really smooth. Doesn't abuse the car, and he's so smart, so clever behind the wheel. Always thinking ahead.
45 years old, so many opportunities for distraction. He's a team owner, co-owns with Michael Jordan at 23, 11, and you think about the growth of that organization, going from 1 car to 2 cars to 3. They got 4 entered here tonight. A change to the car that we run at the cup level. A lot of personal things too, right? I mean, you think about the loss of his father, but Denny stays in it and just seems to improve year by year, week by week, and now we're seeing
Bell is going to get around Larson for 5th.
Bell, no problems inside of Larson. 20 drives by for 5th.
Yeah, he's a handful of, you know, a couple 3 seconds off of the lead. 3 seconds out of second or so, so he's got a little bit of ground to make up before he can go up there and fight for the next spot. 20 laps to go.
But with that, it gives Toyota 1 through 5. We have 23-11 leading. The Gibbs organization 2nd through 5th. Remember, there's some damage to Bubba Wallace. If you want to know where that other Toyota was, he had some damage from a restart. Kind of got put in the fence down here. Eric Jones, I was kind of looking at the running board for Eric Jones. He had some moments today. He stayed out, got some stage points. He's doing a nice job running 13th. So most of those Toyotas have found their way near the front.
Yeah, we'll be surprised to see Jones figure out how to get himself into the top 10 when it's all said and done.
Got
They
20
ran
laps
all
left in the
last year.
stage.
Both cars, John Hunter Nemechecki and Eric Jones, ran really well throughout the race last year with good speed, with legacy. And
Jones was impressive last Sunday in the All-Star race, and he goes home in a couple of weeks. We race at Michigan.
Logano and Stenhouse here battling for ninth. Trevor, what you got on Logano?
Well, Logano's had a very quiet day considering it's his 36th birthday, but this team's continued to work on the car. And that discussion you had earlier about tire wear, he had a right front earlier in this race after 47 laps. That was the worst right front I've seen on pit road, completely unraveled. His team's a little bit nervous to run anything above that. And like you guys said, this is going to be longer if we stay green here to the end of the stage.
want to talk about drivers with the experience to find a way to manage it. I know he might only be 37 years old, but 627 starts. Those don't seem to go together. He just started so young. He has run so many races, so much experience, 37 wins, championships. Man, he's accomplished it.
Stenhouse trying to find a way around this 22. He's going to have a run here. He's going to want to try to get the top. He could have went to the inside there, but he'd rather have the top. Brad Keselowski drives into this battle in the 6th.
So we have now reached the 4-hour mark on the stream.
Oh, Stenhouse almost got to the outside. Couldn't quite do it. Now a race. We've got the top 4 here on the screen. As the 45 still leads the 19.
Still have 117 laps to go. A lot of racing left.
45 struggling on the bottom.
Still a lot of racing left.
19 down the back straightaway. He's going to have a big run. Does he go to the inside? He does.
Chase Briscoe. Going to be 16 to go. Stage 3. 19 lighting it up. Momentum outside lane for Reddick. That's tight as they close on the
Briscoe and Reddick battling for the lead.
For now, 45 stays out front.
And a little bit more lap traffic in front of these guys. Once they get by Austin Hill, look at Denny Hamlin now to the inside of the 19. Austin right around the top of the racetrack. It's going to make it difficult for these guys to get there. And here's a 20. I mean, all the Toyotas. Let's get them all in here.
Here comes Denny around Briscoe.
Austin Hill going
trying to use the 33 as a pick. Not going to happen there.
Looking high on Hamlin.
Bell has come from 9 seconds back after the pit stop. Can those fresher tires make that big a difference in the last 15 laps?
2 penalties tonight for the 20 team. They won't go away. Adam Stevens kind of a little bit out of balance in the way he's managed the strategy within the stage, but it is paying off with 15 to go in our 3rd stage of the night.
Gibbs had to get out of the gas there on the inside of the 33, the 20 to the middle of the racetrack. He might be able to get to the outside of Gibbs.
So it is like a 5-car battle here, kind of.
Battle for the lead up front, the 19 trying to get to the outside of 45.
And Briscoe now on the outside going to get past Reddick.
Are you kidding me? Briscoe wound up outside.
Now here comes Hamlin on the inside. Hamlin and Briscoe once again side by side for the lead.
Give it to number 19, not yet.
As they race the 20.
Now there's Hamlin.
Of the 45. Christopher Bell takes
past Briscoe in turn 3, but Briscoe on the outside. Is he going to get that run? No, Denny Hamlin's going to lead this lap.
That is not the first time we've seen that happen between these two off of turn 4.
Somewhere Joe Gibbs is covering his eyes. I mean, the coach is like, I love the numbers. I love what we're generating here. But my gosh, guys, keep it clean.
This is a good-ass race.
Bell, big rally in the 20, trying to get second for Briscoe.
Briscoe's going to have to be defensive here. He takes the top of the racetrack. Bell goes to the bottom. Be side by side off this corner with the 19, a huge run from the top. And Bell slow him down, can't quite do it, and fall back in line. And he's still out front, 12 to go in the stage. Great racing right here.
Well, I just hope we're racing like this with 12 to go in the race.
But we got to think, we got to think about Reddick. He must be struggling with the balance of that car. Is the right front starting to struggle?
Yeah, reading on the radio, he actually says that something's feeling a little weird with the right rear. So maybe he's finally got the balance free enough where he's burning the right rear up. I think he's just accepted they got to make adjustments here.
Briscoe almost into the wall there off of turn 4. Christopher Bell again with the newer tires, a little more speed in this car. Takes away second spot.
Now Bell takes second from Briscoe with 11 to go in the stage, but Briscoe getting a run on the outside, and he will take second, keep second from Bell.
Can't go up there and fight for the lead. Has to battle another lap here, trying to get around the 19. Now Briscoe back to the bottom.
I mean, in this situation, you're racing for stage
Got
points.
27 people in here. Thank you, guys.
Control when the stage ends, when you come
Appreciate
down and make that pit stop. So yeah, there's a long way to go in this race.
It's been a rough fucking weekend.
To go in stage 3.
One of the worst weekends of my life.
Foundation for your future.
And then he's got to work this lap traffic perfectly. You can't have it. Oh, the 19
Oh, Briscoe got a little bit in the wall there.
Turn 2. Christopher Bell is there. He goes to the top of the racetrack. Denny to the bottom. Denny's going to struggle in the throttle here. This could be a run for the 20 down the front straightaway.
And I think he wants the top. I think he's going to follow the 34 through and try to get to the
traffic.
right quarter panel of the 11, run the middle down here.
They
Bell really trying to get around Hamlin. Bell has that amazing paint scheme. I really like that paint scheme. So I think it would look better on Kyle Busch's car in the 18. Yeah.
For third.
Which should still be a thing.
Denny in a good spot right there around the top. It's going to have the momentum. 8 laps to go.
Ty Gibbs into third, got by Briscoe.
Now Christopher Bell's going to go around the top of the 23 car. Oh, he got a little bit loose right there. Top of 1 and 2. It's the 19 of Briscoe getting in the fence off of turn 2. Not terrible, but you certainly don't want to be hitting the wall.
30 people in the stream. Thank you, guys.
Suspension should be pretty
Love
decent
it.
on that car. He has lost a little speed.
Maybe get 33 for Austin Hill.
Air seems to be able to hold this distance right here between him and Christopher Bell, but Christopher Bell around the top of the racetrack is going to have the momentum down the back straightaway.
An update on Reddick all the way back to 6. Lost a lot of speed in that 45, so whenever he was feeling with that right rear tire, he's really trying to manage to the end of the stage.
Yeah, Kyle got 2 numbers retired.
Can't quite hook the left front to
That is Kobe shit. Oh my god, there's so many comparisons with Kyle Busch and Kobe. It's actually crazy. Like, you know, that's actually insane. Both initials KB, both died at 41. Both had like 2 numbers. I mean, Kyle had 3 numbers, but both were mainly known for 2 numbers.
Going to be 5 to go, stage 3. Hamlin, who's already won a stage tonight, trying to make it 2 in a row.
The thing I was just saying.
Trying to deny him.
Then he went to the bottom of the corner that time in 3 and 4. Bell took the top. Big run from the top of the racetrack. He's there. He's jumping to the outside here. I think if he gets to the outside corner of the 11, it's an easy spot. Bell's going by. Into throttle. Big momentum down the back straightaway. Denny can't slow him down. He loses the spot.
What a run. Christopher Bell on point in the Coke 600.
And Christopher Bell takes the lead in the Coca-Cola 600. Looking for his second Coke 600 win.
And get the trophy. And he's in control now. 4 laps to go, stage 3.
I'll give some credit to Adam Stevens. He sat there. The toughest thing to do is to run long. Keep your driver on the racetrack knowing you're going to lose time. Put him back on the racetrack 9 seconds behind. And Christopher Bell proved that it was the right call and drove the 20 car all the way to the lead.
That last lap, a whole half a second faster than Denny Hamlin. See the battle here for 4th. The 19s fell all the way back to Kyle Larson. Everybody just trying to soldier on. It seems like everybody's got balance issues, maybe some tires unraveling, some cording happening. Everybody just trying to finish the stage.
You mentioned Larson right here in 5th. Behind him, Reddick. He is almost 3/4 of a second off the leader. You see him all the way back here. I think he's doing just what you said, Dale. He just found a comfortable place
Tyler
to
Reddick
ride.
back in
Just
6th.
trying to manage this right rear tire.
What's
to
up,
the
brother?
finish.
Who I think is going to win? I think Tyler Reddick's going to win.
It happened Darlington 2024.
Chester, you all right?
Finished 32nd. Brad Keselowski won that
Yeah.
race.
I mean, he won the pole. I just think he's going to win, but I also win money if he wins. My friend does this thing at work where you pick a random starting spot.
2 seconds, just incredible what he's
And if the
done.
driver that,
He's
like,
got the lead now, pulling away.
And I think what you see is
Like the starting spot that you picked, if that driver wins, you get like all the money. Everybody puts in $5.
Really good point. Take care of yourself.
So if Tyler Reddick wins, I could win like $120.
Been some rough moments this year for Bell. He's had speed, hasn't had a lot of luck, but he's getting it done here tonight. On the move when you look at the chase standings and top of the leaderboard in the Coke 600 as we wrap our 3rd stage. Here comes driver 20, 3rd stage.
And Christopher Bell wins stage 3 at Charlotte
It's also his 3rd
in the
stage
Coca-Cola
win of the year.
600.
Nice assist to Adam Stevens on the pit box. Hamlin, Gibbs, Briscoe, Larson, the top 5. Talked about Reddick falling to 6th. Van Gisbergen outstanding tonight. Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse getting stage points. It's time for the fourth quarter. In NASCAR's longest night, it's a crown jewel race, the Coca-Cola 600. Pit stops when we return. You're watching NASCAR on Prime from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
So it's about a 44-minute and 46-second green flag run.
And I'm the pill version of Ozempic.
Yes, which should be kept in its actual bottle. Great, but why does she get a spotlight?
This, you think?
Well, she joined the Ozempic family. It's very exciting.
Yep. For adults with type 2 diabetes, I can help lower blood sugar. And if you're also at high risk for major cardiovascular
imagine
events like
Christopher
heart
Bell
attacks, stroke, or
as an
death,
NBA
FDA
player.
approved to lower your risk.
That's what I want us to all do right now.
Check this out. Wow. How'd you do that?
I know a guy. Spotlight guy.
Spotlight guy.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Don't share needles or
beautiful.
pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to
No,
it.
but I'm not giving you a choice. You will. You will be a I'm not fucking asking. All
Tell your
right.
provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure.
Are we fucking clear?
Or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking with a sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk. Side effects of nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Mom, I got it.
Woo! Camden went wild. You know what? You're lucky I'm not suspending you for a minute.
Change happens fast. Lock in your internet price for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast. Look, it's
Oh my god. Cannon.
Guided Delivery Catering.
Will you sign my pancakes?
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the proud signature partner
That's
of
kinda funny,
America
I won't lie.
250. Powered by Dindix Motorex. Shop now on Amazon. Logitech G, official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt. Getting ready for the final stage in the Coke 600, and we continue a 17-year tradition that has included Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain. The Coca-Cola 600 winner takes home a fully restored vintage Coca-Cola 600 vending machine. This year's winner will receive a 1953 model thanks to Coca-Cola. Look at this.
Oh, Timmy Hill on pit road on fire.
Yeah, it looks like
Is he out of that thing?
On the right side, we've been talking about these tires.
I'm hoping he's out of that thing.
Well, in certain circumstances, that fabric and that rubber can kind of get down in that rocker panel. There's Timmy.
Yeah, there he is. Okay, good.
To see. But it can kind of get caught
Timmy
in that
Hill.
area where the exhaust is, and we have
Yeah, he had
seen
a
this
fire in
years
that
ago,
car.
and it can be scary when it catches on fire.
Yeah, and I should have stopped that thing quicker.
Or flammable than other cars. We've seen this over the last few miles.
Got to his pit stall.
Yeah, just a little. But there's a track where we have a lot of tire debris, a lot of rubber.
Got a little bit into the other person's stall, but he just had to get out.
Build up can catch
Emergency situation.
a lot of starts.
Scary situation there.
But he always has a smile on his face.
He does, doesn't he? Anytime you see him in the
He's
garage.
a great dude.
Yes, sir.
He runs his own truck deal and ran some ARCA, and every now and then gets them around.
How many watch hours did I get today? I don't know. Man, I won't be able to see how many I got from this stream until afterwards. Maybe I can see how many I got from the last stream.
One reason I think pit road's going to remain closed is because not only do we have this car here, but he is sitting in some other team's pit boxes. Named Smith. He's half in Zane Smith's pit box, running 15th. So that team's going to want the car removed and some time to clean up what we got.
We had 26 hours of watch time from the Indy 500.
We had the Hall of Fame voting down in Charlotte.
And 15 hours of watch time
Decided on
from
who
the
they
truck
thought
race.
were the worthy nominees this year, and there you see.
We've already had like
great
41
list.
hours of watch time today,
Jeff Burton, Kevin Harvick,
heading into
Larry
this
Phillips.
stream.
Jeff has had an incredible career as a race car driver, but a lot of people will say that there's things that he's done outside of the car as far as safety, as a broadcaster, leading the driver council. This guy's had a huge impact and continues to have a massive impact on the sport. And obviously, Kevin
Sitting
Harvick,
back
to me,
watching
was
his
a
car
lot
get
for,
cremated.
his career, his 8 Crown Jewel wins, the championship, and 60 wins, Cup Series driver, along with all the other success that he had in the Rally Series and so forth. Then you got Larry Phillips, man. This guy has been trying for years to get himself into the Hall of Fame, and he has had everyone from Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, all the names have been pulling for this guy and talking to the world about why he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's a weekly series racer, but he was a 5-time champion, 13-time track champion across 3 states, one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers. Awesome to see Larry. I'm sure his family is thrilled to finally check that box. Well-deserving trio.
Yeah, I agree with all 3. Kevin Harvick for sure was the first ballot. I thought was a no-brainer. Jeff, selfishly, I was so excited. I've shared the booth with him now for over a decade, and I think you said it the best. It's those are what he did on the racetrack, but off the racetrack, I think it's impossible to list just the impact he's had, both when he was a driver and now as a broadcaster. It was great to see him go in, and always fun that, you know, we're going to talk a lot about these guys. They'll actually go into the hall in January, so great event down in
Lisa
Charlotte.
Branch Kennedy gets the Landmark Award, so that's exciting.
Yeah, Lisa has worked, alongside her family, managing NASCAR for years, and responsible for racetracks, responsible for Daytona's Rising and all the upgrades there. Managed a lot.
They forgot to include KFB into the Hall of Fame.
Souvenirs and a lot
Well, he's
of
not
things.
eligible yet.
She's kind of worked her way up the ladder.
And there's some people asking,
Over the last probably 3 or 4 decades.
and I'm a Kyle Busch fan here. You guys know I'm the biggest Kyle Busch fan here. But there's some people asking if he should just be willing to be put into the Hall of Fame next year.
I'll tell you, it's very humbling to walk in.
I think no. I think you should have to go through the process like everybody else. That's what I think.
There's a lot of questions, about, hey, why aren't we talking about this person more? Why aren't we considering this person? Everybody gets a chance, really, to say whatever they need to say. And I felt like this one was a bit easier than some that I did. I did it last year. That was a little more difficult. But sometimes a class it just stands right out there in front of you, and other times it's a really challenging decision.
Yeah, and I think it's, the process is interesting because everyone in there, their votes are all equal, right? Everybody in the room is one vote. So
I think it's awesome, and I cannot wait to see them give their speeches. I was telling Jeff Burton, I said,
Kyle should have to wait strictly because they have a Bifflin.
Is,
Kyle should have to wait because I think he should be subjected to the same,
give speeches all the time as a race car
criteria as everybody else.
They're always kind of nerve-wracking because you're getting up in front of your peers. That is the one speech that I could not wait to give. And as soon as you got to the podium, there's just something about it that's extremely motivating. And you're talking to the crowd, and a lot of the people you're going to mention and thank are in that room. And so it's a very personal, intimate conversation that you're kind of having with everybody there. Being in the Hall of Fame, to me, is kind of like the tippy top of the mountain. It's like the highest accolade, I guess, you could get in this industry. And you really make that speech count because it's kind of the final thank you. It's the biggest pat on the back you can probably get from the industry. So I'm very excited to see those guys. I've loved the ceremony every year, and you go up there and you see how emotional that is for everybody who gets to get up there and give that speech. It'll be great again next year.
A lot of conversation last few days about Kyle Busch as we remember him, and there's no doubt he's got a seat, first opportunity. He'll be in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and you think about the numbers that he's been able to compile, and all those numbers have come out, this week as we remember his life, but so many other great stories have come out And it's allowed us an opportunity to really reflect on the impact he's made on so many other drivers that are racing here tonight, crew members, all those guys that showed up in the garage with Accomplished Motorsports hats and shirts. And it's a good time to reflect on one of the best ever.
One of the stories that I did get to share was really telling to me about Kyle as the person. Everyone knows about our past, and we became friends over the course of many years. But I was getting married. I'm at one of the best days of my life, and we start the reception, the after party, and I hadn't seen everybody that was there, but we're standing there getting ready to start dancing. The DJ starts playing, and who's standing next to me, cheersing me with a beer, dancing with his own wife? It's Kyle Busch. And I'm thinking, in one of the moments that's most important to me, this guy wanted to be there and wanted to share that with me and be a part of that. And we had a blast. And, moments like that, I think that we all will have come across our minds. We'll remember those kind of moments over the course of time, and it really touches on just the kind of person he was. I really appreciated that about him. That was such a unique surprise that night.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the pre-race. For me, we've had 72 hours to just try to, I don't even know the word, try to understand what's happened and what's transpired, and those conversations, those stories that have come out that have maybe a little, I don't say even ease the pain, but it's helped the grieving process perhaps move forward. Kyle Busch was nearly the first driver I crew chief for. I was a year away from crew chiefing at Hendrick, and Kyle Busch was going to be the next big star there, and I had the opportunity. I would say that the paperwork was in place, like that was going to happen. I ended up crew chiefing for Jeff, but his just raw talent inside a race car was so unbelievable that I'm so thankful we get to hear these other stories.
Sorry guys, I got a little emotional there.
It's hard to believe we're sitting here today talking about this, but it's been great to hear all the stories and the support from the fans and just everything. And I will tell you, that pre-race,
got a little emotional
with Samantha and the family here, like it was their strength, I think, is really just kind of what resonated with me. The ability to be here and do what they did was unmatched in my mind. I can't put any words to it.
I can't even imagine that everyone would have forgiven them for taking some time. I was amazed at all that they were part of the festivities today. It was just insane.
Look at the guy leading this race, Christopher Bell.
Yeah.
And the man on the pit box.
He should be a unanimous.
And those two have such a connection to Kyle.
But honestly, if he's not, I wouldn't care.
Maybe to go out and win another crown jewel.
I think it'd be funny if there's just some asshole who hates him.
Pit road is open.
He just doesn't. I feel like that'd be kind of funny.
Set for the final stage in the Coca-Cola 600. Trevor?
It's like 99%.
Christopher Bell come to pit road after 2 pit infractions already today. He's recovered from those, driven from the rear. 62 green flag passes for Christopher Bell. Learned a lot about his car doing that. Really happy with it right now. Tear open 4 tires and fuel for him.
Denny Hamlin beginning of the run, good entry exit stability. Then the front tires go oversaturating. Tight 1 and 2 by the end of the run. Loose entry exit. Chase Briscoe said no rear grip, kept yawing out, killing the right rear. Thinks he cornered it, so we'll have to look at that tire. It's just way too loose.
Christopher Bell wins the race off pit road there.
20 team getting it done. +1 for Gibbs, -1 for Hamlin. Reddick going in the right direction. Restart next.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Eric Jones is in the top 10. Ty Gibbs is leading.
Wake it up with a roar.
Actually, this says Christopher Bell's
Only
leading.
at Chili's is now available with the big crispy chicken sandwich. Yeah, that looks pretty good, but do you still get bottomless chips and salsa? Okay, and what about a bottomless drink? Sure, but answer this. Is Chili's big crispy sandwich bigger than McDonald's McCrispy? Oh, well, yeah, that is way bigger. So all of that deliciousness is still just $10.99? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
Welcome back to the Coke 600. We're about to enter the fourth and final
Christopher
stage.
Bell,
And right now
leader.
it's all Team Toyota, with Joe Gibbs Racing going 1, 2, 3, 4 to end that third stage, with C-Bell coming across the line first, guys. And speaking of Toyota, man, they were putting on a show there, Corey. About 12 to go at the end of stage 3 with Reddick in the mix.
Talk about unbelievable racing. These guys are trying to fight for a stage win. You've got Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, and Denny Hamlin. These guys are going 3 wide, and they completely forgot about the guy who was on a 6-lap tire advantage, catching them down, and then passes everybody and wins the stage.
And that's Christopher Bell we're talking about. You know, as we watch these guys up here race for their lives, you know, we're in there as drivers watching this. We saw that little bit of rain coming, and we thought now is the time to go. Well, Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell, after practice, were not happy. I had the opportunity to be up in the lounge with them. They were talking about all sorts of issues. Basically, Adam got up, left to go to a meeting. Christopher got up and said, well, I guess we'll just get to work, and they've done it.
Well, we talk about the Coke 600.
ready to go back green.
89 laps to go, about staying in the fight all night. Who's going to be able to stay in the fight and keep making the very fine-tuned adjustments?
That was a very long
And guys,
yellow
we are
flag, though.
tracking some possible pop-up showers coming towards the racetrack from the southeast. Carl, how does that play into the mind entering this final stage for drivers and crew chiefs?
Well, it adds
That was
another
too long of a
layer.
caution.
And as you know, the drivers can imagine this going on. They're hoping. I was hoping when I was in the seat that my crew chief would tell me everything that's happening so that I know how much risk to take at any moment. So Letard and Dale could speak to it more. But as those storms keep coming, drivers are going to want to know how hard they have
Lightning
to go.
is within 11 miles, though.
Only going to see the intensity ratchet up from here.
This is the restart for the win, in my opinion, right here. We're about to watch.
Bell held serve coming off pit road, AA.
He's in control of the race. As we begin this fourth and final stage, teammate to his right. It's been all about
Here we
Toyota
go.
tonight. Bell, Gibbs, front row. As the leaders
Green flag's back in the air.
automotive restart zone. Stage 4, the Coke 600.
A little bit of an accordion effect on the front row there with the second row. The 11 bounced into the back bumper of the 20 pretty hard. Then he loses a lot of grip there coming up off the corner.
89 to go.
No momentum down the back
Or sorry, 88 to go.
Oh. Larson was going to get into him. Gibbs making it work outside lane. 3 wide. Reddick looking upstairs.
3 wide for the lead.
Back in there, Gibbs stays in front of Reddick down the front
Now
straightaway. Gets
Ty
the push,
Gibbs
clear into the lead.
to the
That
lead.
inside lane's been great on restarts tonight, but Gibbs taking advantage outside here. Reddick from the top.
SVG inside the top 5.
Showing what he's got early in the final stage.
Again on restarts, not good for
And
him.
now on the
All way
outside.
back to
Nope.
second place, just off the screen there. Larson to the inside for second place.
Larson trying to grab second from Reddick.
Around the middle of the corner. Sorry.
By 97, Schick Van Gisbergen right in the game. Eric Jones into the top 10. 43 showing something late.
Oh, man, the 19 up the racetrack, almost into the door of the 97. Here comes Denny to the inside. That cost all them a little bit of speed. Blaney right there on their screen trying to get in this battle. Oh, the 11 sideways up the track, almost into the door of the 19. You can feel how much harder these guys are going. They know final stage is here. Time to go. This is all for the win.
Well, you know, the radar, the rain is dancing
54 is
all around
winning
us.
with the
They talked
Kyle
about that
Namriel.
during the stage break there. Danielle
It's a former scheme Kyle used to run. That would be an emotional win.
I mean, before maybe you could serve whatever. Now you absolutely have to go get it.
The rain is close. There's some cells in there that could have electricity. Remember, that can end this. And I think all these drivers know that a shower at this point could and perhaps would be the end. But they are racing like it.
I hope it wouldn't.
Hocevar, Chastain, the 77 up top. Excuse me, Chastain in the middle. Oh, Hocevar door slams him. The one gets a shot back at the bumper cover. Somehow they both stay straight.
You want aggression? Give me Hocevar and Chastain. He's Chastain 2.0, I would say. Those two are not afraid to go after it.
Like the hammer and the
What's the problem with Ty Gibbs? I like Ty Gibbs.
We've talked a lot about Toyotas, and it's been hard to kind of root them
If
out.
Kylo Reddick won, I would get my money. Oh, trouble! Ross Chastain! Caution's out.
Caution number 8 in the Coke 600.
Ross Chastain brings out the caution.
I saw coming off of turn 2, like the 47 of Stenhouse had a huge run off the top of the racetrack on the 1.
Chastain moving around inside the race car.
So Chastain was running.
So it's about a 3-minute and 3-second green flag run.
Of the 47, had a big run off the top. I wonder if there was some contact. Let's see, going down in the corner. Here goes the 1 at the bottom of the racetrack. He's gonna try to clear himself off the nose. Here's the 47's got a little bit of a run and just bumps him. Yeah, just didn't like. He's like, hey, I don't like that. You pulled up in front of me. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. Do not get in front of me. 47 almost tried to make a move to go left and didn't clear. Clips him on the way by. And it's just frustration. You ask me. When you're running the top, those guys kind of want a little bit of more respect. You know, give me a lane. I'm coming off the top with a lot of speed. Stenhouse, a dirt guy. You know, there's a little bit of etiquette there. When you're running the top, you give a little bit of lane if you're running the bottom. And he didn't love that the 1 jumps right there in front of him, and he didn't want to lift. He had all that momentum he had built up. He ran that top to create that momentum. He's like, I don't want to get out of the gas for you. And so he drives to the inside, doesn't clear, clips him, wrecks the 1. Let's listen to the 47 and see what he says.
I don't really honestly know. I think he just tried to block and we didn't move, so.
So he feels like he was blocked and didn't want to give up the momentum he had. Late in the race, it's time to go. Not a lot of give. It's all take at this point. Taking a look at it. 47 didn't make a move low, but he knew that that was going to create contact. And
the difference I've seen from other runs is other people tonight that have been blocked after running the top kind of hit him square and give him a shot down the straightaway. This right here is kind of a shot as he was crossing the rear bumper. Watch this ride on board with Chastain. Man. My point being, we see this in speedway races. You know, there they push and shove a whole lot more, but this was, instead of a square push that we see, you know, accelerating somebody down the straightaway, this was kind of a crossing action that got him in the left rear, turning the 1, and then it was game over.
Michael McDowell going to get the free pass here. He scored 20, so we'll put 20 cars on the lead lap with 80 to go.
And decisions. Remember, it was a 6-lap tire advantage for Bell under green flag conditions in the last stage that helped, that and a very good race car, helped propel him to the lead. We've run 6 laps right here, 19 cars on the lead lap. What do they do? Do they pit? And if you do pit, I think it's 2 tires is your only option. I don't think there's any chance you can sit on pit road taking 4 tires and not expect to be one of the last cars off.
But by pitting here, you know,
let me help
yourself an opportunity to shorten up that last pit stop, you know?
I was going to say, fuel could maybe make it, but right front tires can't.
28
So, right,
people
you're
in here,
definitely
man.
having a pit stop,
I
but maybe
appreciate
that
it all.
will be a little bit
I
easier.
love y'all.
Now the opposite, let's talk through that. I'm talking front half cars.
I think
Two
this might
tires
be
off.
my watch time
If you
record for
are
a stream.
A back half of lead lap car, I think you could either stay out or you could take 4 tires here. We run 6 or 7 more, then you can take 2. You just always leave yourself kind of an option. And all of these pit stops now just have to be mistake-free. Trips down pit road have to be penalty-free. We've had a lot of great recoveries today, but with 79 laps to go in the race, you just can't believe there's time to recover. This is where, you know, the magnifying glass is
Ross
turned up.
throws the
Mistakes will
watermelon
cost
to
you more.
47.
Let's do our all-day value presented by IHOP.
Capturing a crown jewel is what all the drivers are trying to accomplish tonight. This is one that they all dream about. 600 miles, the longest race of the season. And that makes it a unique accomplishment for any driver in the field.
We just talked about it. When we were in that Hall of Fame room, the names are being discussed. Daytona 500s, Southern 500s, Coca-Cola 600s. Those are broken out when you start looking at statistics of people and you're trying to compare the greats to the greats to the greats. You start using, you know, different criteria, and this race is always part of the criteria. Pit road open, it's going to get busy, mixed decisions. See what everyone does.
Whoa, shot fake. Gibbs stays out. So does Van
Ty Gibbs stays out.
Others
Reddick
do as well,
pits.
but a bunch of them coming down and pitting here, Trevor.
Yes, sir. You see the 20 car hit pit road. We're waiting to see whether they go.
Might be
forward.
good
Two
because I
tires
still have
taken up.
to
Tell Christopher over the radio. They asked if he needed anything special. You see 2 tires almost hit
pit
the chain.
any. I don't know.
Going to be right side for Kyle Larson only. They left the decision, Billy Scott did, up to Tyler Reddick. And I think that fake out of Ty Gibbs may have brought the 45 to pit road. But they said, hey, that's okay. But Steve, they decided to go with 4 tires. And look at all those teams that went with 2.
Yeah,
Larson.
2 tires are going to be the first cars off pit road. But what's going to make this really messy is the group that stayed on the racetrack.
Gibbs, Van Gisbergen stay out. Restart when we return.
This is Body Armor Flash IV, the only rapid rehydration drink that's scientifically formulated with electrolytes, zinc, coconut water, and no artificial dyes. For days that don't slow down, choose Body Armor Flash IV.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein-packed choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World,
Got 90 laps to go.
Stand up for us. Year-round support for the USO. Exclusive discounts on new
No,
and
that's not
accessories
true.
for service members and local heroes.
We got 77 laps to go.
We're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are
Come on, Prime.
Our commitment.
Be better than that.
Camping World, America's RV company.
The universe quake and shudder.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it. I think every man, woman, or whatever that is.
They have the power, but you're too scared to use it. They know how to use it.
Masters of the universe. Only Peter's true fan.
77 absolute weapon.
Really? That's my job? This is Carson Oswald. He doesn't follow the script. He rewrites it.
Coolest guy in Cup right now.
1 minute flat out, inches from the wall.
Move out of the way.
Next, all chaos, full send.
unapologetic in a hurricane of hell yeah. All the way to victory lane.
I knew we were going to win. I really did.
Yeah, I thought more teams might stay out. The possible impending lightning.
Make sure you check out Prime's exclusive in-race feature, Key Moments, during the broadcast by clicking up on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with Rapid Recap, where you can see all key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Ty Gibbs stays out here. He'll be the control car. So let's rewind to when they did this in Bristol and how things played out for driver 54.
Used tires worked that day for the 54 on the high banks. Was able to seal the deal and get that first career win.
Yeah, it was a great fight. A couple notes. This is going to be a little bit different. Bristol on that top line, fending off the challenge off the bottom. A little more straightforward than what he's going to have to face here in a few more moments.
What do you have for us, Kim?
After Ty stayed out, he did ask his team, if we would have come, do you think they would have all stayed out? And they told him, not sure. So there was a little uncertainty from the driver on that call, but the team reassuring him, you're going to be okay. Listen to this in-car audio, though, a little strategy talk for the race moving forward.
There's a lightning 11 miles from the track.
That's our plan. And if we get a caution with enough laps on tires, they're going to come get them.
Remember, 8 miles. If it's within 8 miles, they would have to stop the race for 30 minutes.
Take our medicine. Come fill up once we're in the window.
Good discussion there. So basically, the first statement was, hey, we're all going to put under the green anyway, so just a few laps fresher tires isn't going to help us. The concern being we get a bunch of yellows. At some point, you're just going to have to pit anyway. Now, that's all assuming he can keep his track position on no tires. Earlier, we saw Chastain try it and a few more laps on their tires, but it did not work for Chastain. He sunk through the field. Now, 2 tires was very successful.
5-car
Smith,
speed.
I thought, was going to win the stage there. That's why I'm a little surprised
Larson's
by
in
Reddick's
third,
4
so I don't think he
tires,
did.
but look, you know, they've won 5 times, so who am I to question what this 45 car is doing? Because
Oh, you mean just he has speed.
This restart's going to be the most
He
important
does
thing.
have
If
speed.
you are on old tires, you must
He's
keep
on
clean
speed.
air. I think as soon as you lose clean air, those old tires will really
Speed the jerk.
hurt.
All right, getting ready to go back
A little
green.
concern for SVG. Having such a great day. You know, Gibbs has a lot more experience than maybe SVG in this situation, and he's not the control car on old tires, so we'll see how he does.
I don't think SVG knows if he's in a bad spot. He's probably just going to fight and try to get the clean air, try to get the lead here. He's got a real great opportunity starting on the front row. Just have to try to get the right launch. I mean, it seems to be important.
Apparently, weather is really close, so we got to go like hell here.
Working with whoever's behind you to be able
That's
to get the launch, get the shove down the frustrator.
radio communications to
Fight the shot
SVG.
off into turn 1 and 2.
SVG's in
Chastain released from
second.
the Care Center. How about this? We are commercial free to the checkered flag.
Really?
74 laps to go.
Unless we get cautions, I'd imagine.
Old tires. Ty Gibbs, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Green flag is back in the air.
Automotive restart zone. Big restart in the Coke 600.
74 to go.
Reddick up through the middle on those 4 tires. Outside lane, Van Gisbergen.
And SVG to the lead here on an oval.
What a job by the 97, drove right around the 54. I was concerned about him. He showed us no worries here. 54 not so fortunate.
Bell's trying to come, not going to get it there.
For SVG and Charlotte. Now, does SVG have the experience to be able to make
SVG leading laps on an oval. This is special.
I didn't have this on my bingo card. Shane Van Gisbergen leads with 70 to go in the Coke 600. And it's not by accident. He has been outstanding all night long. 3 wide here for position. Byron was a part of that mix with Zane Smith.
Shane looks like he's driven in NASCAR his whole life right here. Behind on tires, controlling the race.
There's that 3 wide battle.
Yeah, big dog fight in the back here. Briscoe trying to climb through the pack. Didn't get a good restart. Oh, there goes 17th around.
Oh, around goes Chris Buescher. Oh, trouble. More trouble. This is the big one. Multiple cars involved.
Caution number 9 in the Coke 600.
Josh Berry involved.
Seems they have no luck when they have a car that's going to score some points. Get caught up in this wreck. So much happened back there. I'm going to have to see the replay, but we saw the 60 of Priest with heavy damage. We saw Briscoe with damage. Ugh. Byron, Zane Smith, Priest, Busher. There was a group of cars. Thumbs up. Briscoe, talk about a guy that was needing to just start bouncing back at the points. He'll be able to look at all those stage points earned, which will ease the pain some for this 19 team, but another race that they're not going to see the checkered flag.
Briscoe has the momentum up off of the top of the corner here, and he goes to the inside. And very
So it's about a minute and 36 second green flag run there.
47-1. The push came as Briscoe is moving down the racetrack. We'll see right here. Oh, it looked like the 17 was anticipating the move from Briscoe and almost went to make a block. You know, try to defend. Say, hey man, don't make it 3 wide. And Briscoe had already committed to the move, and there was contact.
That's exactly right. I think this is 2 racing moves that collide. I think that Briscoe makes a hard left. The 17 makes on the later side a block, and there's just too much, you know, lateral movement in the cars. You can push a guy straight forward, but with the 19 turning left and the 17 also moving, watch this on board. This would be a great look. From there, it looks like he hits the 17, but we both know, Dale, from the outside view, that 17 was also moving left. It's not as clear cut as I think it looks at full speed.
Riding with Brad Keselowski. How about that? Able to dance through, avoid the incident. Brad's 11th right now in the running order.
And he avoids the incident.
I have to pee.
2 of his teammates jumped down there on the inside. That's got to be tough. Part owner of that organization. See them get swept up together in the same accident. We mentioned earlier how Ross was in that accident. It looked kind of similar to this. Trevor's caught up with Ross at the Info Center.
Yeah, guys, here in the final stage, we've seen the intensity pick up, the aggression pick up. Ross, what happened there off of turn 2? We saw the 47 have a little run, but were you surprised that he stayed in line and gave you that shot down the backstretch?
Yeah, for sure. I got up in front of him there, and our jockey Chevy, it felt like, he probably would have a run, and checked the camera, and he was closing, and I thought he would just go back inside or push me straight, and I saw him move left, and then I was spinning right. So, hate that I then crashed, overcorrected, but not the night we're looking for on the 1 car for sure to be racing back there. Actually, Ricky had been ahead of us most of the night. I think he had a bad restart. So, not the effort we want, but a big Shane fan right now. So, go back to the hauler and run on that 97.
I was going to ask you, Ben. I mean, Shane is surprising us all. Are you surprised by this, or have you kind of seen this potential on ovals growing for Shane Van Gisbergen?
I'm not surprised. We're all trying to figure out what our Trackhouse cars want and need for us to drive them. And people can downplay his oval banking racing. It's not true. He can drive a car. He can find the limits. So I keep saying whenever the car is right, he'll be able to put it there. So it definitely is not surprising to me.
Ross Chastain
Gonna do a breathalyzer right now.
The 1 car.
Yeah, Ryan Priest involved in the crash. He had finished on the lead lap in every race this year, so unfortunate for that group as well.
I think about SVG, and it reminds me of Mark Sambrose and how we got to see him develop into an oval racer.
0.06.
Racing the Cup Series for a long time, and finally got his opportunity in the O'Reilly and the Cup Series, and ended up having some really great moments on the ovals once he got got the hang of it, it's not uncommon to see him flash and have a good solid run.
I love to see Ross Chastain's belief in his teammate, right? I don't think anyone questions Shane's ability. I think it's his experience on the ovals versus the best oval racers in the world that perhaps is where we get some of our judgment. But I will tell you, any question I had about his learning curve, the restart I just saw and the laps he just ran, moved the meter a long ways for me. It's very hard to judge where people are at when they run back in traffic. We see how quick it is back there. It's kind of like you just have to kind of find your way through the corners and you know, not hit or be hit and try to find clean air. We don't get to see Shane on the front couple rows often. And when we just did what he performed on a tire deficit, that to me has kind of jumped him over the still learning, but no longer the new guy on the ovals.
Yeah, we get to see him up front, and as I mentioned earlier, stay out on the racetrack.
I love this call. Pit road is open, but I think they're married to this strategy and looking at the radar. I think it's just too close to pull your car in at this point.
We got a couple of takers coming.
I don't mind Ty Gibbs. Already has a win this year, and he's lost track position on old tires. So there's the, you know, same situation, but completely different calls, and I think both are correct for those cars.
How about it, Kim?
Yeah, and they'll kind of just take their medicine now. We saw him drop back after he was on old tires during that last restart. He said, I just
Ty Gibbs is pitting.
know what else to do, so they are going to free him up with that chassis adjustment you see right there. Go to the left side, put those 4 fresh Goodyears on and snow.
Got his average running position tonight. Really close coming off pit road there with Brad Keselowski.
And I'll just mention that 67 laps.
Ty Gibbs wins the race off pit road there, but not many cars pitted.
I'm not sure that they can get there on a right front tire. You know, we've seen the tires kind of about lap 50, 55, but so we have a couple more yellows. You know, 67 to go. It might not be 67 green. So if we ride right under yellow here, if we get a delay, or if we get another quick yellow, these guys could feel that they're in position to connect this to the end of the race on their tank of Sunoco gas.
Check that radar. It's been a big topic of conversation. We've had
not
reports
great
of rain in the Charlotte area, but you can tell right now the system's staying to our west when you look at where the rain is developed in relation to the racetrack. So we may be able to catch a break here tonight when it comes to Mother Nature.
I hope so. The racing was outstanding. The crowd is outstanding.
We might stay west, yeah.
I hope they get all 400 laps.
It is coming off the pit lane. We talked about it.
I just hope that even if it hits, we just still try to finish it.
Keselowski on the exit. Not as tight from that angle. The onboard, boy, it really made me nervous. You know, the one thing I would say, too, about pitting here is we watch this exit from another angle. Daniel Suarez gets the free pass. So you got 17 cars on the lead lap now. And I'm sure that is a part of the equation when you start making some of these decisions and where you are and the opportunity to overcome some compromised track position.
It's like you said earlier in the show, Adam. You can't give up. We can't write anybody off in this race.
My thing says there's lightning within 8 miles.
Guys get back on the lead lap.
That's not good.
Some track position. This race.
That's what my thing says. I don't know if that's true.
Cautions ago, where there's churn throughout the entire field, and so now we got all kinds of different tire strategies and so forth, and a lot of different things going on. But you can't never give up in this 600-mile race here at Charlotte.
Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Goodyear.
SVG has the lead.
Built for the street.
Imagine drive by this place most days of the year. It just doesn't look the same until it's filled up with race fans and the lights are on. Quite a facility. Across the street, the dirt track's even lit tonight.
I want to run this thing to completion. I don't care how long it takes.
Mecca of racing been built right here.
Let's get a report on our race leader, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, coming to a really important moment for Shane Van Gisbergen here. They've been discussing the choose. He's been really
But we just passed the Coca-Cola 500, and SVG was leading at that mark.
This 97's looking here to go to the top. Go with his gut. Where has he been good, Kim?
Well, Trevor, William Byron up to the 8th position. It's interesting because Pretty Frugal told me this morning, look, we've basically been an 8th place car all year long. That's not where we want to be. We are not happy being in the second half of the top 10. You got to imagine, though, that they're happy with where they are right now because it has been a blue-collar day. He has spent the race in the second half of the field for the majority of these 335 laps, and he has rooted and clawed his way back up there. At one point, was even a lap down. So right now, William Byron on the charge, Marty.
Kim, 65 to go, and look who is in the third position. Kyle Larson. Just talked to Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, just seconds ago. I said, does this caution help you out a little bit because you can shorten your 2 runs to make it to the end? Because they have had problems with hoarding, especially the right front on the 5. He said, no question, but I think it helps everybody in the field. But he said, honestly, I'm juggling a lot right now. There's lightning in the area. I think that's one thing we have to think about, and we have to figure out when we want to make that final stop. And is it 2 or 4 on that final stop? Cliff Daniels said, I don't know that yet, but there's a lot at play right now.
Thank you, Marty. And now we do the choose.
All right, we're going to get the choose.
We watched the last restart with the 54 on the inside. He could not finish the corner.
I want to see us get at least one more
Down the back
restart.
straightaway. As Trevor mentioned, on the older tire, there's going to be a little less grip. So we haven't seen anyone be able to launch Steve.
Lights are off on the base car.
Right? I agree. So if you know you're going to have somebody on your quarter panel on the outside, you don't have a shot. You've got to take the outside, which he does.
Please let us get a green flag restart.
In the turn 1 and 2, hold it wide open. The guy on the bottom, they struggle trying to finish throttle, and he can clear off a turn 2.
I think very simply, taking the top, you have 50-50 of maintaining the lead, but you're going to be top 2.
Please let us get a green flag
Bottom,
restart.
you could come off turn 2 in 6 or 7, and he just knows that can't. He's having a great day. He would love to win this race, but even if Bell clears him, he could settle in and try to have a great run. Let's listen in to Bell, who'll start inside front row.
So if there's no yellow, we have to run this out. That is correct. And we will have enough fuel. It's just going to be a matter of making the right side tires live. Have we had any tire issues today? They've been used up, but they haven't had an issue. I think we can squeak 10 more out of them.
I love this. Yeah, this is what we love. Hey, we've asked Goodyear to make that type of tire for us. Challenge these teams. Challenge these.
All right, looks like we're going to go back green.
We're going to have to manage a little bit of the tire. That's the part of the game. I love to see who can do it and who has a challenging time.
And that radio will help at 97. If you lose track position, you run 15 or 20, pit under green, go back out, and push those guys that are trying to stretch.
All right, pace car's off.
Wearing their tires out.
Look at race times this season. Over 500 miles already tonight. Over
Back green.
Time of day. Restart coming here. 63 to go.
63 to go. SVG with the lead.
Oh, almost 3 wide with Denny. He's going to have to back out.
Bell coming to the inside.
Here comes Bell on the inside for the lead. Now they're side by side. SVG and Bell. SVG on the outside down the back stretch. Bell on the inside into turn 3. Christopher Bell is going to clear SVG for the lead. 62 laps to go here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Bell back on point. It's like 27 laps tonight.
Here comes Denny Hamlin around the top of the racetrack. Does he have the run to be able to get around SVG? Doesn't want to let Christopher Bell get away. SVG goes low. That's going to get Denny the top of the racetrack. I kind of like that for the 11. Denny can't make it work up there. SVG with a great corner, actually. Close the gap a little bit to the 20.
Reddick goes around Larson for 4th. Remember, Reddick's in a little bit better tire situation. When a lot of guys took 2 on that last cycle when those guys pitted, he took 4. Might pay off in the long haul here. We'll see.
Now Bell has that information that he may not be coming to pit road again, so he's going to have to really manage his mirror. As we see, man, Osavar, Gibbs, McDowell, Jones, all stacked in there.
Denny side drafting SVG down the front straightaway. Still trying to get around this 97 for second.
He's like, clear.
Just about got him. Yeah, up the track he's going to clear.
Now this is going to be a really interesting battle because I thought the 11 was the best long-run car all night except for the last long run where it was Bell. A little bit better tires, but I really thought his car was better also. Now we're going to see 60 to go, 59 this time by.
59 laps left in the race.
The solid night for Christopher Bell. Didn't have great track position to start the evening because we didn't qualify here yesterday. They've had a couple of penalties on pit road. It's been a yo-yo night. Give it, take it back. Give it, take it back. But now here we are, fourth quarter. Everything's on the line, and Bell is out front and in control.
Reddick with a lot of momentum around the top of 3 and 4, going to the inside of SVG here. Tries to get to the quarter panel. He does.
Reddick to third.
45 should be able to clear. Go up the racetrack just a little bit and take that line away.
The 4 tires I was questioning on Reddick.
Reddick takes third from SVG. And Austin Dillon's smoking.
Smoking. Sorry. Huge damage on the right.
He's going to get to pit road.
No caution yet. Looks like we'll stay green.
Big contact with the right side there. Taking her to the garage.
Austin Dillon is headed to the garage.
What I was saying about the 45 is those fresher left side tires will aid in the wear on the right side. You know, like kind of helping them out.
Briscoe and Priest released from the care center after that crash we had moments ago. What do you have on the 45, Marty?
I was going to follow up on what you and Steve talked about with that 4-tire stop. Talked to Billy Scott, Steve, and he said, listen, I just felt like 4 tires at that point gave me way more optionality on the next stop. I feel like I can go right or 4 if I have to. I asked Cliff Daniels the same question. He said, I think everyone has to take 4. But Billy Scott thinking, I might be able to take 2 on this final stop.
The interesting thing is Bell and Adam Stevens were talking like there wasn't going to be a final stop for the 20 car. It's going to be a lot of chess match here with 56 to go.
Think about all these drivers in the top 10. Talk about the problems for Bell, the 2 penalties. You got Zane Smith back up there inside the top 10. He too had a penalty tonight, was caught speeding. Logano started 33rd, but he's running 7th right now. Blaney had the pit stop issue. He's in the top 10. Byron's been 120 laps. 1 lap down. He's 11th right now. Someone else to monitor, Ty Gibbs. They made that pit stop. Lap 333, got 4 tires. He's worked his way to 9th in the running order. On board here.
Look at the replay of the incident for the 3 car. He broke something on the right front, hard contact. Getting down to, oh, that's pretty hard. Something on the right front gave up.
I'll tell you, we mentioned Zane and overcoming the speeding penalty. This has just been so impressive. This young driver from California.
Yeah, this kid has what it takes. I know he's in a program that's trying to build and improve.
So yeah, we have passed the 5-hour mark on the stream.
Build off of and carry forward.
Got 52 laps to go.
I hope Zane can stick around and be in the Cup Series for a long time. But I truly believe he's got the talent.
Does have a Truck Series championship competing in NASCAR and racing right now behind one of the best.
When you think about the organization as a whole, you know, front row has 3 drivers.
I'm and Bowman are having a good
26 years old,
battle for
Gillen,
the free pass.
No, Graham, 27 years old. So
yeah, well, that's if that happens.
But normally you see one veteran driver mixed in to try to help lead through some of these decisions you have to be made. They have leaned into 3 young drivers. I think they all bring different things to the table. Zane, I think, is just proving right here, Kim, that when they have the car and the race falls their way, he can get it done behind the wheel.
Absolutely, and Brian Briganti, the crew chief, has been so complimentary of his young driver, saying he's very coachable, and that's what you want in a young driver. He just trusts Ryan with the decisions he makes as a crew chief. And Ryan also telling me they kind of reverted back to the middle of where they were last year in terms of what they're doing on 1.5 miles behind the scenes. Things kind of changing a little bit that have adjusted their approach coming to the intermediates, but right now just showing what they've got running in the 6th position.
Referenced this earlier, getting it done here tonight. And next Sunday, We race at Nashville Superspeedway, where 2 years ago he got his best ever finish at the Cup level, and running second. So a lot of promise for that team and optimism.
Last 2 laps on the racetrack, Denny Hamlin's been about a tenth and a half, 2 tenths quicker, and you can see he's starting to close the gap on Christopher Bell. Reddick back in third, matching lap times with Denny. Bell could be managing his pace, running just hard enough. Denny's having to go up here to the top of the racetrack. Super challenging up there, as rough as it is. But he can make a lot of time and speed. He does it just right. He has to be very careful not to put that car into the fence up there.
Go back to last year, Denny was in the game. They had that fueling issue, so we had to make an extra stop.
Caution.
There's a caution. 48 to go. Our 10th caution of the night for weather, as we have lightning in the
Weather.
area.
Lightning is in the area.
It's unfortunate. That was starting to develop into a pretty interesting process between these two drivers, but there you see some of the weather starting to kind of build closer.
So the caution is out for
What I do love, though,
weather.
is this big kind of gap behind it.
Mother Nature.
Stay dry. Lightning
She's kind of a
is normally,
bitch,
30 to 30
honestly.
minutes. So, you know, we
I
can
won't even
avoid
lie. Like, honestly, if
wet.
I could, like, speak to Mother Nature, I would just call her fucking mean-ass names.
Will this
I would, like, say
delay
really
get
rude
us
shit to her.
a weather situation?
Yeah, when lightning gets in the
Put up the
area,
clock, yeah.
you start moving us around, and you saw the red in the radar out to our west. So to Steve's point, you know, we're not getting rain here, but the lightning was just close enough. And once that
Actually, it's
cell
not
gets
even
through, and the lightning hold is
saying
lifted,
anything yet.
maybe
I'll wait till
avoid
it says something.
precipitation.
I have it on my
Get
phone,
this thing
so.
going once again in fairly short order.
We'll see what NASCAR does. In the past, they have treated lightning just like rain. What I mean by that is they don't open pit road while they are under red. We're going to work our way to a red flag condition here. Could not change the running order. So I think for Bell, Hamlin, Reddick, the decision right now is there is no decision. I think pit road's going to be closed. We'll stop the cars. Now, get to the other side of that. There's going to be a lot of decisions, but they'll have 30 minutes to ponder.
Is that good or bad? Sometimes quick decisions are easier than ones that you sit around and think about for a while.
Yeah, that was a 7-minute and 57-second green flag run.
That's right. Hey, give it credit where credit's due here. You know, Van Gisbergen on those older tires, and yeah, he didn't keep the lead on the restart, but he's hanging in the top 5, and now you get this caution. It might play right to them, you know?
Really done an amazing job, and you know, you can only there's parts of it. You learn how to like be more consistent, the ovals, and all these different things.
Dang it.
I don't think there's any sim
Doing
work, any
anything right
video
now.
work you can do other than running in the top 5.
Yeah,
right?
countdown
You learn how to
clock
race
thing.
around those guys in the top 5 and the tricks and of the trade around.
But
some
we
of
are
the
gonna
stars.
stop
You
the
talk
race.
about, you know, kind of turning in late and blocking the air, and he's been messing with these guys all night long.
He thinks he's very, very much alive to make this chase. Sitting right there as they run, 13th in points. And you got a couple of road courses here in the middle of the summer.
Like I said, I hope and I think we will be going back green.
15 in these ovals. He's going to take a spot that from someone else, and that's going to be pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a cool story, and you know that's the one thing, Dale. You and I have talked so much about the points and the change, and I know you've been a big advocate. We've heard you. You know, you were talking about it before the change, and you've really endorsed it since that time. But what it does for the summer months and the battles and the management within races and having to avoid the problems. And you look at the standings as we run here, Reddick's been outrageous, right? And he's at the midway point running away with that regular season crown. But if you look on back, there's a whole lot to be decided. Who's going to get in, and then maybe more importantly,
I don't know why
they
they didn't pull it down pit road there.
and really be where they need to be once we reset in September.
So just to remind the fan who's tuning in, this year we are back to a chase format, top 16 advanced, but advanced with a reset. Everyone's not equal, and the leader has a bigger advantage over second and third and so forth. And with all the simulations, everybody loves numbers and data crunching anymore. You know, there are examples. The Tony Stewart year, for example, if you go and have a magnificent 10 races, you can recover from outside that top 10, top 12. But if you take, quote, standard performance or consistent performance, top 5 or 6 cars definitely have a big advantage.
So you see the seating on the right side, and it's you know, we kind of have the old Chase back, but there is a massive advantage to being, say, in that top 6 or that top 5, as opposed to a driver who's 10th through 16th. Basically, 100. You know, if you're in 16th, you're 100 points out when the chase begins with 10 races. You're going to need not only the guy in the first seat, but also everyone below him, the next 5 or 6 spots, to have trouble to be able to climb your way back into an opportunity to win the championship. It's very unlikely. I feel like, personally, the champion comes out of the top 6, and yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out.
We just got word we've been cleared by the meteorologist. You know, the lightning hold is gone.
In the other direction.
Wait, the lightning hold is gone? Okay.
Here, 45 laps to go.
Trevor Bain, here they are.
Whatever.
Yes, sir, Steve. There was a lot of confusion on the radio for the 20 whether or not the pits were going to be open or whether they were going to go back green, but they decided to come down pit road, go ahead and get those 4 fresh Goodyears and fuel. No changes to this 20 car.
Trevor, there was a lot of confusion on every radio, including Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. He said that they're not doing a 30-minute hold, and Cliff Daniels said no, they're opening pit road right now. Larson's at a little bit too tight this run. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick coming down. Fresh Goodyear tires for Reddick, and a drag race off pit road that was almost 4 wide at one point, Adam.
Suarez, 2 tires plus 13. Bell and Hamlin.
Yeah, no, you're right, Cameron. There is,
4
but
tires, Larson and Reddick
they decided not to.
I'm glad to hear there's confusion down there.
They're like making shit up.
In the past, anytime there was a light,
What did they say? It was like a
within, what, 8 or so miles of the racetrack, there's a 30-minute hold. That has always sort of been the case over the last several years.
The lighting has been cleared by a meteorologist.
They had a meteorologist on site to tell them that they're good to go.
It's literally like when you're a kid and you're playing a game with like your friends, or like your siblings when you're like a little kid, and they just make up rules as you go along. that's what they're doing.
I'm guessing it's because I'm not going to claim to be a meteorologist, but it's
moving away. Yeah,
moving away. So
well, it's a new thing. We've
Yeah.
never done that before.
Hey, listen, if this gets some more racing for the fans and the experts say
So the meteorologist arrived for once.
Let's have some more racing. But I just expected, as did it sound like the crew chiefs expected, that we were under a warning. Yeah, 30 minutes for sure. Let's hear what the 11 had to say.
7, you know, they just said that they got the all clear from the lightning. It was 6 miles away, but buoy no way from it. Copy.
All right. Well, hey, I love it. I love it.
If that's all, I wish I knew that's all it took. I could have told that in a lot of other scenarios in the past, but it's moving away, guys.
Well, now we have Suarez out here, 2, a whole bunch of guys on 4, 43 to go.
And what a play for Suarez. I mean, we were talking about the standings and where everybody is, and you know, he comes in just above that chase cut line. Play some games here. Over 40 laps to go, right? Who knows? Put yourself in a position to roll the dice, and it hasn't been an easy night for Suarez, but we also have to salute what an outstanding job he has done in year 1 at Spire. I mean, questions about how would that go, and they really have done a solid job in the first half of the regular season.
I would have never said this was a move up, right? I would have never, if anything, maybe a lateral move from car to car, but it's actually been better for him. I think that he feels like he's in a situation where he can get the tools he needs, and we're going to find out just how tenacious he wants to be and how hungry he is on this restart. He's going to come to the chooser on the front straightaway, I believe, and if I were him on these tires, I would take the outside again. We talked about whether to be on the inside or outside. I think if you have used tires, you need to try to take the outside, but it'll be a little more difficult with that 20 car now, or the Goodyears. Well, he takes the bottom of the racetrack, so he goes low, 20 to the outside.
When SVG took the high lane on that last restart as the control car out front, that was only the 3rd time tonight the race leader had taken the outside lane.
The hope is that Suarez can get a launch and get a good shove from this guy right here, Kyle Larson. He wants to be clear through turns 1 and 2. He does not want the 20 car to be on his right rear quarter panel and side drafting him right here on corner exit down the back straightaway. It'll all come down to the launch and how well that car behind you in row 2 can work with you and help you push and shove.
All right, looks like we're going back green.
What's up, Kim?
Yeah, great job by Ryan Sparks and crew teams to call that 2-tire pit stop. But they've had a couple challenges up against her. Remember, they pitted under green unscheduled twice tonight. One where he thought he had a tire going down. The second where he had that early vibration. They also have 2 different crew members on their crew this week. The Jackman, Spencer Bishop new. The carrier, Andrew Eknarski, are both new this week. In fact, Daniel telling me they practiced twice this week. It's usually just once or twice a month. He doesn't remember the last time that he has practiced this much. Also of note, his entire family is here. They do not live in Charlotte, and he told me how special this weekend is because he barely gets to see them throughout the year. They make the trip for Memorial Day weekend, this race specifically, and so it's just time he really gets to spend with his family.
The 7 car's got his hand out the window. Watch his hand right here. You waving? All right, get the gas, Larson.
Daniel Suarez and Christopher Bell in the front row.
Restart 41 to go.
Now Daniel Suarez pulls away.
From the inside lane. Assist from Kyle Larson.
That's how you do it right there.
Lighting is close, so
Still thinking about the weather. Bell outside of Larson. Hamlin back there. Gibbs is in the game. Right down the middle. Tyler Reddick in the 45.
Rewind down the front straightaway to 2. Reddick's clear. Still side by side with his owner, Denny Hamlin. Denny to the top of the racetrack. Denny has good speed around the high side there. He's going to clear that 45. And he's got to run on the 5 down the back straightaway to the inside of Larson for third.
Still some concern about the weather.
Hamlin for third. There he is, making the move inside of Larson.
I'm seeing raindrops on that camera lens. Caution. Rain. Daniel Suarez, the leader.
Getting reports of rain in turn 2. So our second caution here in this final.
Daniel Suarez, the leader here.
Lightning, a very temporary hold there. And now some raindrops. You heard it on the radio. It's been dancing all around us.
We're on board with the 11th. No drops yet. Now, I'm all for the caution.
So that was a 1 minute green flag run.
Have gone in, and the rain comes right away. So I'm a believer that we put these spotters around the racetrack for a reason, and they need to be empowered that if they feel drops, we have to go under caution. Poor Danny and Bell probably think, could we have run one more lap or one more set of corners? But
this is goofy. Honestly, Camden, the way I'm seeing this is
it's going to be a quick little shower.
I don't even mind those right now. This has been such a traumatic weekend. It's been one of the worst weekends of my life. Then, like, yeah, if the rain comes and it takes longer, yeah, that sucks. But it also keeps me longer with the NASCAR. Like, it keeps NASCAR comforting me for longer.
That last set of corners with the leaders as well. I'm going to say it was.
Riley's like, he's like mad.
I do too.
Coming down
But
in the right front. A couple of buddies out there just arguing over a spot.
All these fans out here in the front row, waving their hats to the drivers as they go by. Awesome crowd. I couldn't believe last night. You know, I was here for the O'Reilly race, so the truck race rained out on Friday.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to cover me right now is the racing.
Saturday morning. Fans were here at 7:30 yesterday. The truck race didn't happen. Rains throughout the day. O'Reilly doesn't wrap last night till just short of midnight, and we still had fans here. They have, amazing. They have come out and been unbelievable all weekend long, despite Mother Nature not playing along with us.
Or just NASCAR in general.
I was watching those laps with the 7 car, Suarez out front, and I don't know that I loved what I saw in the last corner right before the caution come out. Set it to the top of the racetrack, checked up pretty hard in the middle of the corners. 20 of Bell right in his back bumper, and Denny almost to his inside. So even if we do get to go back to green, I worry about whether Suarez has enough tire and enough pace in this car to hang on to this lead. Excited to see it. I'm ready to go back green.
Racing has been incredible tonight. And the one thing I've always loved about the Coke 600 it's 4 stages, but it's kind of broken up into 8.
Yeah.
And, you're running to that middle portion of the stage to get your pit stop. And with that, the way the cycles are, it kind of keeps the field tightened up. And we just had a lot of fun here. Did it last year. It's been the same here tonight.
So if we go back to the last restart, the 7 had the hand out the window. He waves and says, all right, get in the gas, Larson. And Larson jumps in the gas, and then the 7 goes. So you give the 5 a chance to connect to the bumper, and then you throttle up. We do this all the time in Daytona, Talladega, stuff like that. And that allows the 7 to clear the 20, so he can't be side drafted through turns 1 and 2. And they continue to run here. Then you get up there behind that 20 and try to get down in the corner. It's a bad spot for the 5 to be in right there. A little bit dirty air behind that 7, so he loses second spot to Bell. Go down the front straightaway here. Denny's fighting back there, 3 wide with his teammates. The 7 crosses over in front of the 20 and takes a little bit of air away from him, but the 20 gets a good run down the back straightaway. Now watch.
So we're gonna go back green or what?
Me a little bit with the 7. We get down in the corner. 7 goes in the middle, but slides up in front of the 20. He's out of the gas. Here comes Denny. Caution comes out. So I'm not sure what happened right there, but it was like the 7 had a little bit of trouble in 3 and 4 with the balance of the car.
Away.
Riding on with a 5. Larson on the same restart.
Rolling. I'll roll here. Stay lined up with him. Still using the 20. Keep pushing down here. Keep pushing it. Keep push. Half of the 54 in line. Still out there, 20.
Just a good little restart between the 7 and the 5. We hadn't really seen anybody launch it well enough to clear entirely from the front row. We'll have to try to do it again.
What do you have for us, Kim?
I've got Ryan Sparks, crew chief for Daniel Suarez. You made the call for 2 tires there. If and when we go back green here, what's your concern with all the guys behind you having 4?
I had no concern. We were just in a perfect situation to take 2 right there. We saw the guys hang on earlier that did that. So we've got a fast freeway insured Chevrolet Camaro all night. We've had to overcome a lot. So, super proud of everybody hanging in there, and just appreciate all the men and women that fight for our country and allowing us to come out here and do this every weekend. So I got the best men for the job to see if we can capitalize here. But I'd love to see it rain a little harder here, but I think we're going to get back going. So if we can just net out, we'll be okay.
I was going to ask, I love a crew chief meteorologist perspective. You had the radar up on your computer. You closed it before we went on air. So what is your take on what the weather's going to do?
It's been crazy all weekend. You really haven't been able to predict it. We thought the whole weekend was going to be a washout, and it really hasn't been. It was crazy last night. There's no fog yet, so maybe that'll roll in, and we can top this thing off with a win.
Thanks, Ryan. Good luck. Trevor?
Here with Adam Stevens. Adam, you guys have been bad fast all day long, recovered from 2 penalties on pit road, passed more cars than anybody, but now you're in this situation of stop and go. How hard is this for you right now to watch these raindrops coming down in second place?
Gosh, it's tough. But looking at the radar, I think it's going to clear up soon. There's enough cars out there. They should get this thing dried up, and we can settle it on the track.
Tell me about the confusion there when the lightning happened. Sounded like on the radio everybody was kind of wondering, is pit road going to be open? You might have made a last-second call to get 4 tires. You think that's going to be enough to get by the 7 car here?
Yeah, the normal protocol is lightning is 30-minute hold. But I guess there's a new rule or procedure that if it's going away and it was a certain distance away, that they don't have to have a hold. So it was precautionary that they wouldn't get more lightning, and here we are. But the last thing as a competitor, you don't want them to open pit road when the caution came for weather, and then that's the end of the day. So that gets all jumbled up.
Bigger shower moving in shortly.
Here, and hopefully we can get back after it.
All right, guys, we're ready to go back racing here.
Trevor, let's chat with Cliff Daniels here. What a race it's been for Kyle Larson. You predicted the lightning. Can you predict the rain as well, Cliff?
I don't know about that. We're getting a lot of texts from all of our teammates back in the shop and guys that live near here. But yeah, overall solid day for our team. For the HinderCars.com Chevy, Kyle's done a great job. The team's done a great job hanging in there. We haven't had the best short run speed all day, but we've been pretty good middle to the end of the run. So we'll see. With as many laps left as there are, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more just to get a little longer run. But if we run a handful and get another shot to pit, then that's going to put it in our pit crew's hands as well. So we're still in the fight. We're going to keep fighting.
Overall, has this been one of the more well-executed races for the 5 team this year?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really hear what you said, but overall solid day.
Apparently the rain is past and the track is good for now.
Good job saving it. So, like I said, we're going to keep fighting.
You know why Cliff couldn't hear what I said, Adam? You can hear the pace pick up on the cars on the track, and hopefully we're going to get back to green here soon.
Yeah, doing the choose. It looks like Suarez picked the bottom again, and Bell and Hamlin to the top of the racetrack with
now lights are back on.
Slotted in there in third. Precipitation on the top of the roof of the 5 car there, down the back straightaway. But
see the lights back on.
Lights are back on, yeah.
All right, and we're going to come down the pit road this time.
Yep.
Whoa, how about that?
Red flag.
It's more than just pacing for a couple laps to see what's going on. There was pretty good participation happening around the racetrack.
Ryan Sparks getting what he needed.
Fucking blue balls.
Well, there's one little cell that's over us.
I don't think this will be that long.
Building 8 miles, so I'll tell you, I've seen it at this track before. Unfortunately, I was on the other end of it, but I love the chance. Now, if you are wondering, we chose without a pit road being open. That's a rule that NASCAR has implemented this year, just for this sort of occasion. Because if they would have had to open pit road and then the shower would have came, you can't go back to the last run. You can't revert back. So they have the ability to go to a caution flag
Please do not call us.
pit road. They implemented
I really want to see a full race.
It's a nice little change to the procedure. Because you heard Adam Stevens say the last thing you want is to.
That is true, Jaden. That would be pretty cool, but I want to see a full race.
Cars fired back up. I'm hoping though this rain kind of gets out of here and we see some racing.
So red flag is out here at 11:10.
Laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. And now we do our race recap in what's been an unbelievable day at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 3 race ceremonies here at the track. And the Busch family was here and honored. And look at the NASCAR community standing behind them.
very touching moment.
Remember the missing man formation prior to green, and then once we whip green, a silent lap number 8.
Holding up number 8.
Oh.
Kyle. First accident of the race. Josh Berry gets loose, slides down the racetrack. Gets his car to pit road.
No, I'd be okay with Suarez winning. I'm not gonna lie. I love Suarez, and that'd be really cool.
Had that car back in the top 10.
You know, once a KBM driver winning this race would be awesome.
Here you're going to see Zillage comes in nowhere to go. Heavy
My thing is, I just want to see this race go to full completion.
We checked the release, they were fine, but heavy contact.
Another driver involved in this, 24 Byron, just barely flipped the 2. Hadn't really been that great tonight. Maybe a little damage from this wreck as well. And then something you don't see every day, Chase Elliott losing control of the Napa Chevrolet down the back straightaway into the inside wall. Maybe the end of the night for Chase.
Hamlin's been good throughout the night. Larson has been able to.
Do I think the 45 can win this? I do if they go that green. I do if this race goes to the full scheduled distance.
Here between teammates, the 19 and Briscoe and Denny Hamlin, but Hamlin dominated a very calm stage 2.
Hamlin's led 75 laps tonight into stage 2. All the drivers come down pit road. We honor, we remember our fallen heroes with a moment of silence and an unbelievable drone show here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Just please don't call this thing official.
Unfortunately, has had some issues here tonight after crashing at Indy, but what a feat to try to pull it off in the 2 different cities the same day.
Yeah, wheel comes off at the 3rd stage there, forcing a yellow flag.
And Christopher Bell
Runs a little bit long for the green flag pit stop. Comes out with fresh tires. Storms from 9 seconds back all the way to the lead to win.
See, I don't even think this is for lightning. This is just for the precipitation.
Another accident. 47. Stenhouse gets
My lightning app says there's lightning in the area, but the
big hit for the one. That just kind of started the action on the backstretch. That was the hot spot for the next handful of laps. Once again, back straightaway going to look a lot like the last wreck. The 19 moves down, the 17 moves down the block. There's contact. That'll take out the 60 of Priest, the 19 of Frisco.
And Josh Berry gets a little bit of this as well. You see him trying to avoid huge contact from the 19 on the inside wall.
Saving grace for Briscoe, 24 stage points before crashing. Said Shane Van Gisbergen's name a lot tonight.
Yeah, he did a great job. Been running up front, decided to stay out. He held the lead for one restart, but it was just too much speed in that 20 of Bell, who ended up getting by. And then another set of cycles of 7, takes a couple tires, gets the front, and then was able to hold the lead on this restart. Great push from the 5.
That's where we are right now since the rains have come, the 7. Suarez leads this field. The driver's kind of sitting there, not a whole lot to do. We're going to try to reach out to Tyler Reddick and see if we can get a word from this guy on 45. Hey, Tyler Reddick, it's the guys in the booth. You got us?
Hey. Yes, sir. Got you guys.
Well, man, you looked pretty good earlier in the night. Need a little track position. How good's the car here?
Well,
so yeah, the drivers are in the cars at the moment.
Camry is really, really good. You know, it's kind of a shame there in stage 3 we kind of fell off. First time we've had that all night, and yeah, we had to fight pretty hard there. You know, I feel like 11 and 20 are really strong. Had to fight Denny really hard there in stage 3, but yeah, man, I just feel like we got to get a really good restart here, and anything is possible here in the closing laps when we get back going.
Yeah, I know you've been waiting on the top of the racetrack to come in, but the bottom's actually been pretty good all night, a little bit different than what we saw last year. What do you think the difference is?
Yeah, man, it's kind of hard to say. It's just, yeah, I don't know if the track's just worn out enough where that bottom just works a little bit better, the 3 and 4, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been a big handful. You know, typically that top 1 and 2 comes in and you can rip it, and it's been kind of treacherous all night. But 3 and 4, man, it's just been real rough. It's been hard on us inside the car, but it's been a good, fun handful. It's a great place to have a 600-mile race, that's for sure.
Seen a lot of drivers with tire issues. How have you been managing the right front tire? A lot of guys are having cording issues. How's that going for you?
Yeah, we've been doing pretty good with that. You know, a couple runs early in the race, we were definitely kind of one or the other, but yeah, the guys, Billy Scott and the team's been doing a good job of helping me work through it. You know, help me adjust and do things I need to do. So, feel pretty good about it. Sounds like we're getting ready to go.
We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I know it's been a long night. 34 to go, bud. Good luck.
Yeah, get done.
Love the insight there from Tyler Reddick. Such a great start to the year for driver 45, the 5 victories, championship lead. Looks like we're getting ready to go racing again.
Okay.
We'll continue to monitor the red flag, and when we go back to caution, in the meantime, let's go down to Danielle and the fellas.
Thanks so much, Double A. Still under the red flag here with 34 laps to go. Carl Edwards, Corey LaJoy, watching these cars sit on pit road.
Not yet, Jaden.
It is muggy. And if we go
But
back
I think
green,
they will be
it's gonna
shortly.
a shootout to the finish. What is going through the driver's mind sitting on pit road right now?
Well, I mean, you're hot. You've been sitting in the car legitimately strapped in tight for 5 hours, Carl.
Yeah, and Suarez is thinking, hasn't anybody checked the price of jet fuel lately? I mean, shut these things off. It's raining. It's terrible.
There we go.
I sat in both positions. I sat there as the
Red
person
flag
leading the
has
race,
been
and
lifted.
if this thing rains, you get it. And I've been the person saying, come on, we can race in anything. Let's just go. I think a genius call by Ryan Sparks. It puts them in this position. I hear the cars moving though, and the rain is just drizzling. I think we're gonna get some more racing in.
And what an interesting opportunity to get just a reset, knowing you've got 35 laps for a crown jewel race. We've got the 20 in the mix. You get the 45 in the mix, trying to win 6 out of the first 13
So
races.
it's about an 8-minute red flag
Who
there.
knows what's going to happen to finish this race off?
8-minute delay.
If what we saw up to this point is any indication, I think what you just said is brilliant. I think these folks, all the drivers, got a reset here. And I think the intensity level is going through the roof. The last look at the radar I got, there were still a couple little cells. This could be a 5, 6, 10 lap shootout. They might not even get 33. If it's 33 though, still what we've seen today is 3 wide, diving, risking, sliding the cars, all the cautions thrown to the wind to get this win.
Well, we've had
So we have gotten to choose.
50 miles of
Lights are
give and
off on the
take. Now
pace
it is
car.
nothing but
We are
take.
getting ready to go back
Everybody's
green.
taking- we're literally lights off coming to the green here, Carl. I'm fired up.
And at this point,
It's going to be 32 laps to go when you go back
I can hear
green.
the crowd behind us cheering. That the heart is pounding. I think we might have just seen some lightning out there.
Come on,
I mean,
nope,
this is
nope,
it,
nope,
guys.
nope, nope,
It
nope.
is- It's time to go.
A reminder, however we celebrate
God damn it.
tonight in the Coca-Cola 600, Amazon Prime with a full 1-hour live post-race show. Dale and Stevie coming back down to the desk.
Not
to break
going.
it all down, boys. Let's see how this all shakes out.
Well, lights back on the pace car. Unfortunately, I thought we were coming to green, and it was going to be interesting because after sitting on pit road, I didn't know if you could get the tires cleaned up in the half of lap. But now they'll have a lap and a half to kind of work those tires in for this launch.
Yeah, NASCAR's trying their hardest to get us back to green and just being patient, being conservative. I like it. I am curious again, another sort of moment to allow the track to rest. A little bit of rain, cooling track temperatures, tires cooling down. I think the cars will be capable of a whole lot more grip, a lot more commitment from the drivers off into the corner. So.
Oh yeah, that fastest lap right there currently could be Ty Gibbs has
Come
it
on.
3:14. I think we're getting ready to see another fast lap set.
Yes, sir.
Fans are loving it.
Sellout crowd.
Let's just fucking go, dude.
I have a feeling this finish will get them their money's worth.
Well, not if we don't go
Up
back.
there inside the top 10. And half of them, it's a who's who. Guys that have won championships, won big races. You expect to always be there. And then there's some other drivers looking for a little bit of an upset special in a crown jewel race. Logano trying to get back on
lights
track
are off
to
now.
the top 10.
Lights out on the pace car again, so we'll see if we can get around 3 or 4 here and see a green flag.
You mentioned the names, right? We have Suarez.
All right, getting ready to go back green.
Outside of Bell, Hamlin, Reddick, Zane Smith, continuing that.
Please,
great run.
just go
Ryan
back.
Blaney back in the mix.
Don't fucking turn your lights back on. I'll fucking kill myself.
Executing restarts.
I'll fucking blow my brains out.
Place.
Alright, good.
Suarez in charge. Going to be 31 to go when we come back and get the green flag.
All right, green flag is back in the air. We are back racing. 31 laps to go at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Trying to get a little help from the 5 of Larson. Does a good job and launches clear of the 20 of Christopher Bell.
2 for 2 on executing those restarts, the 7 and 5. Suarez
These guys are silly. Yeah, you're right, Jaden.
Second, 3 wide for third, Hamlin on the outside.
Zane Smith in that third.
Daniel Suarez pulling away. Here comes Hamlin for second. Gives a little push to Bell, but now they're racing for second. Exactly what Suarez wants to see. Here comes Reddick.
Where Reddick might go there, he had a big enough run and maybe even think about doing 3 wide. Denny up the racetrack. Christopher Bell right to the outside down the back straightaway.
Here comes a 45. Reddick to the inside.
Comes Reddick on the inside of Denny.
Now the belt's clear. Can he go to work on running the 7 down for the lead?
Gonna get a little bit of a push by Larson.
Upper lane to use.
Not much.
So good on that top lane. Christopher Bell closing in on the 7. 3 wide back there behind.
Here comes Hamlin on the inside of Bell.
Blaney to the inside.
Now on the inside of Suarez.
Hamlin looking low on Suarez for the lead.
Now it's a 3-way battle for the win. Contact there with Bell and Hamlin.
Denny to the inside. Bell hard into throttle. Nowhere to go with that 7 in front of him.
Suarez doing a great job of playing defense.
Caution. That's a rain.
I'll tell you, Suarez racing for his life. And the rain's giving him a chance. I mean, you get one big shower that could make this thing official, and he could be able to finish the deal as strong as he's been.
This shit sucks. I mean, no, that was pretty good racing right there, but it's just fucking...
They had a chance. But right here, the 20 has a great run. Some kind of... call it incidental because I don't think anybody meant. I think the 20 was coming down.
That was pretty good racing.
Contact between the two.
So it was about a minute and 50-second green flag run.
Hard racing.
And now it's raining heavy here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Oh, it's pouring. This is.
That might be it.
Yeah, they're going to lose the track quickly. They'll probably get them on the pit road. There is a lot of room behind this, though, as you see.
Yeah, I think we could get back going.
Giving their best effort to try to get more racing or complete the show tonight. It would have been 30. I don't know how long they'll try to work to get this in.
What a night for Suarez. I'm telling you, when you think about the adversities that he's faced and how they've stayed in the game, it's raining hard.
All right, well, they got to get on the pit road now. Yeah. It's kind of pouring right now.
Top of the pit box for a handful of drivers. It's never.
That might be it.
2 wins in his career.
I don't want it to. I want us. I don't care how long we have to wait. I want to wait it.
I think Spire's been building towards this, but you know they won that first race with Justin Haley in a weather situation down in Daytona. They won that second race just a few weeks ago.
They are coming on pit road right now.
To think that they could get their 3rd win, the 2nd of the year with Suarez would be just a...
So we'll have our 2nd red flag of the night.
2 wins in a year.
Well, let's think about what they're probably thinking about. As hard as it's rained and you've lost the track, it's completely soaked. If it stopped right now, you've got an hour and a half of work to do before you can even think about getting this thing going again. How much more? And it's got to stop for that to start. So this is at least a 2 hour.
This one's gonna be a bit. If we get back on.
2 a.m. to try to restart this race.
I think the question's going to be...
I want to do it. I want to fucking see this thing out.
Right, a lot of room behind it. It's kind of really up to NASCAR.
Oh, but it's not stopped at this
But I don't think so.
You know, I go back to NASCAR Live before we went green tonight, and Suarez was
It's
on
pouring.
with Danielle and others.
So if we do, it's going to be a while.
Meant to him, and how he reached out to him, and how he mentored him, and they were teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing. Spent 2 years together there in Cup. But Suarez would go.
I think it's just going to be a matter of minutes till they call this.
There. Kyle would call him in 2015 when he was going to tracks he had never been to before. Help him with his craft.
I remember that race.
Daniel Suarez looking for his 3rd career win.
You and I did it in the booth.
Yes.
Red flag is out here at 11:27.
In Xfinity or O'Reilly Series was automatic, and that was a big day for Daniel to pass somebody who was so revered, talented, and appreciated.
And I'm gonna, there's going to be a lot of comments.
Is that it?
The race is official.
Yep, that's it.
Suarez wins.
Daniel Suarez is the Coca-Cola 600 winner, and he is crying. What an emotional weekend it has been. Daniel Suarez wins the Coca-Cola 600.
Ryan Sparks, but you got to give the driver a lot of credit as well on those several restarts, Daniel. I know you said in our pre-race show you've thought about it since Thursday. How badly did you want this one for Kyle?
This one really means a lot, Mark. This one really means a lot. I've been saying for years that this is my favorite race of the year. You know, I get to have my family here every year. This is most of the time the only race that I get to come, and it's been a very tough week. You know, Cal, he was special, man. This one is for Cal. For Cal, for Samantha, for Braxton, for Lennox, for all his family.
Two that were on our pre-race stage before the race, both showing emotion.
Very special. You know, every win is special. Thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Jimmy Johnson in with a hug.
But definitely this one has a special flavor because of Cal. This one is for him. If it wasn't for Cal, I wasn't going to be an Xfinity champion. I wasn't going to have my shot in the Cup Series. And to be able to win this race for him is unbelievable.
You mentioned your championship. In some ways, is this win more meaningful than that?
Every win is special, you know. Every win is special. The championship was very, very special, but it's been a second, right? But you know, for a win with Aspire Motorsports, Freeway Insurance on the car. Cesar Soriano, the CEO of Freeway Insurance, is here. Just unbelievable. The team did an amazing job. It wasn't easy. We had a lot of issues throughout the race, but they put us in contention, and we executed well.
I gotta ask you how you did it, because they had two shots at you with 4 fresh tires on your two.
The car was fast. We were having some issues, but we knew all weekend that the car had plenty of speed.
You got a bow for us coming up in a little bit, Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. Listen, I want to thank everyone, Freeway Insurance, all our partners, Chevrolet, HMS Power, so many people that makes this program as successful as it is.
I know you wanted it for Kyle Busch, and Daniel Suarez pulls it off. What a call by Ryan Sparks, but what a drive for Daniel Suarez at the end of that race. He wins the Coca-Cola 600.
Career win number 3 for Daniel Suarez. And boy, did he work hard to earn it tonight. He was on NASCAR Live with you earlier tonight, Danielle, and now he's going to victory lane.
He certainly was, Adam, discussing his relationship and the deep bond he formed many years ago with Kyle Busch. How fitting that on the day we honor Rowdy's passing, a man he believed in many years ago when he first came to the United States and tried to make it here as a Cup Series driver, winds up winning the Coca-Cola 600.
And look who finished behind him. Hamlin, Reddick, Larson, Gibbs, Blaney, Logano. He earned that.
Yes.
That last restart, I think we were all sitting here thinking, oh boy, he's a sitting duck. Perfect through the gears. Just super aggressive, blocked when he needed to. He earned this one.
Well, and for me, just seeing the emotion of Team Spire. When we started that team across the street in the Alan Kwiecki building with the 7 car with Ryan Sparks, I know how hard those guys have worked. I know how those people they've got in the building to continue to grow that team. But what a better of a guy to root for than Daniel Suarez. I mean, we talked to him before the race, but he truly is one of my favorite people in the garage. And no, you can just see that embrace with him and Julia after the race and how much it means to those guys. So super excited to talk to him later. We got fireworks going in the background. We're gonna have some fireworks going on at the desk at our post-race show. I can promise you that with Daniel and the fellas.
Yes,
I just got really emotional there.
This is a big one, a crown jewel in the 34-year-old Monterrey, Mexico native.
A lot of tears this weekend.
A popular victory.
A lot of tears.
Coming over and offering their congratulations. Much more post-race reaction.
It's just coming anywhere, you know.
It's our NASCAR Live post-race presented by
I love you guys.
Eventful day here at Charlotte Motor Speedway on Memorial Day weekend in the Coke 600. A crown jewel race. And it's Daniel Suarez.
That's been one of the roughest, hardest weekends of my life.
Holding off some of the best. And when the rains came, he was out front. And he collects his third career victory. Daniel Suarez celebrating a win in the Coca-Cola 600. And we're all today celebrating the life of Kyle Busch.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we...
Congrats to Daniel Suarez. And I really do want to thank all of you guys for joining. I want to thank you guys for watching. Just a super emotional weekend. And peace out. Everybody do this. Everybody has to do this before I leave. Everybody or this. I don't fucking care. Everybody fucking do this. Eight. Everyone type 8. Spam 8. You gotta spam 8. That's what you gotta do. Yep. Keep on doing that. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep it going. Alright, now go for 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds after you hear this. Keep on going. Yep. Damn right. Thank you guys. You keep on going. It keeps on going. It's not stopping. Oh my god, it keeps on going. I needed that. It keeps on going. I said stop, but they just haven't stopped. chat rate is at 44 right now. That's the most we've ever seen. Oh, you guys just said 18 times? Wait, really? No, 18. Oh, 18. I see. Bro, it's like a fucking robot right now. Bro, this is really like a fucking robotic thing. This isn't even real right now. What Camden and Jaden are doing. Nah, wait, is it? Wow. This is wild. I needed this, guys. You guys made me feel a lot better. You guys could tell that I was having a hard time there at the end of that. And I appreciate that. You guys fucking doing this. Y'all are wild. What the fuck is happening? Is anybody else going to comment, or is it just going to be the two of them? Bro, it just keeps on going. Bro, it just keeps on... Jaden. Am I tripping right now? Y'all just keep on doing... Are you guys in like a Discord call together? Bro, what the fuck is happening? You were not tripping? What do you... I'm scared. This is like fucking... Like just somebody... This is creepy. Because you guys keep saying the same thing now. It was funny for a bit, now it's kind of creepy. It's fun for a bit, and now it's kind of creepy. Now it's a bit like... Now it's a bit like, when is this gonna end? Oh, like, I love that. I love the Kyle Busch tribute. I love you guys. That was fun. Is it over? Well, I guess it's over. I love you guys. I appreciated that. That was fun. Wait, were you guys actually just like... Was that just natural, or like were you guys like planning that, or... You guys could just tell I was sad and then you guys kind of went along with it, or... That was impressive. It's kind of happened. Honestly, those are the best things. Nah. That was indeed natural. Those are the best. And no, I appreciated that. I needed that. you guys could tell I was having a hard time there, so you guys did something to make me laugh. I appreciate that. Yeah, alright. Coca-Cola 600 is done. It was a fun time tonight. Rest in peace to my man Kyle. Forever miss you. I want to thank you guys for watching, and peace.